another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku, another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku, another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPOB families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwa namno wow. Hey, anamekele maduche mefo. Manemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 Nandekano is another Savior. Gonna sing along, holy, 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 Nandekano is another Savior. When I sing along, holy, 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 is another Savior. Getting moving right and getting moving faster now. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, holy, getting moving right, moving faster, never freedom. Is another Savior. Yeah, for freedom. Holy, 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 Nandekano is another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku, another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku, another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPOB families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwa namno wow. Hey, anamekele maduche mefo.
Pardon me, one name. So there it is, one name. So there it is. It's going to be a short little condensed session, but I just wanted to record and document a session for today. So there it is, one name. Good to see you again, dear friends. Always a delight in your company. Never take your I never take your company for granted. So it is with gratitude that I receive you here whenever you do turn up. So welcome to what is almost certain to be another banking session on the One Man Went to More platform. So welcome, good to have you. So the usual protocol, click on the like button, please, as you're coming in. The like numbers, they never anywhere mirror what they should look like, the sort of viewership that we get. And it's somewhat disheartening, it's somewhat disheartening when you see a multitude viewing, but then you look at the like numbers and then you wonder really what's going on there. So help us out with the like button if it doesn't offend you to click on it. So click on like. If you're not already subscribed, then please correct that as well. So click on like and subscribe. If you want to come join us on the studio to be part of the panel, click on this hyperlink that says StreamYard. It brings you into a studio space. As soon as I finish reading out the talking points, I'll let you onto the screen and then we have a conversation. So that's how it works. If you want to come join us on the screen, especially if you're a new voice, click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard and then we'll take it from there. So do that. And if you feel inclined towards tipping towards the platform by way of a donation, click on this hyperlink that says buy your host cups of coffee. It takes you into a three-step process, a three easy step process where you can donate to your heart's content. So all of that, click on like, click on subscribe, click on the like and subscribe, they are compulsory. So click on those as a matter of must. And then at your discretion, if you feel inclined, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard to come and have conversations on the screen. And also at your discretion, if you feel inclined, the link that says buy your host cups of coffee. So do all that as I present you the headline. We don't fear anybody. El-Rufai dares presidency cabal are allegedly working against Tinubu. So quite clear and without equivocation, it is now an open street fight going on within the APC top echelons. So it is now an open street fight. But where would it land is the question. Somebody told me that El-Rufai still went on what's it called, TVC, still to double down on this position. I will see if we can find out and play that in the course of this session. So it's open warfare now. There is no equivocation, but yes, I think I may well have found something. So there is no equivocation. It's open warfare, but where will it land is the real question. So there it is right there. El-Rufai dares the cabal to do your worst. We don't fear anybody. El-Rufai dares presidency cabal allegedly working against Tinubu. So who exactly, these shadowy figures, when you are talking about the cabals, of course, they seem like shadowy figures in the dark corridors of power. But who are these names? A lot of people will put Babagana Kingibe on that list. So we want to start naming and then subsequently shaming who these cabals are. So by my permutation, the Aso Rock cabal are people like Babagana Kingibe, Maman Daura, of course, Issa Fantua, who is now deceased, Abubakar Malami, a junior member. So those are the ones that I can think immediately to mind. So within, and yes, of course, the new now, what was it called? Ibrahim Gambari, he necessarily a member of that cabal as well. He has always been a member of the Fulani oligarchs for decades and decades. And he has always been of that conservative, feudal, autocratic space. So those are the cabals by my reckoning. But who are the cabals for you? So we need to name names and shame faces. We don't fear anybody. El-Rufai dares presidency cabal allegedly working against Tinubu. So we'll go there to see how El-Rufai is doubling down on that space. So if we're talking about fighting in the higher ups, I'm not quite sure if this is a higher up, but clearly there's another simmering side fight within the Nigerian firmament. It's going on in the east, and it is for dominion over that more militant elements within the east. So let me put it that way. It is for who has preeminence over the more militant space in the southeast. So there's a simmering battle going on there. And to the left corner, you have, of course, IPOB, led by Nnamdi Kanu, otherwise indisposed. And to the left corner, you have Simon Ekpa and whatever his movements are called. So now, we're talking about open warfare in the Aso Rock Villa. There's open warfare going on in that space as well. No seat at home for February election, IPOB declares. So IPOB declares no seat at home. Simon Ekpa declares no elections in February. So two instructions given to the Southeast by two spaces fighting for preeminence over militancy in that space. So who wins through is the question. No seat at home for February election, IPOB. So that is counter the directive given by Simon Ekpa. Choice of LAWAN as anointed presidential candidate shocked Buhari APC governors. So this is El-Rufai making revelations after revelations. So you will all recall at the APC primaries, that was in June, if memory serves. You all recall at the APC primaries as people were jostling for positions and trying to form alliances and all that. Suddenly at the 11th hour, pardon me, I'm going to be drinking a lot of water because I'm coming out of a flu. Right, suddenly at the, actually, let me use, so suddenly at the 11th hour, what's it called? The chairman of the party, Abdullahi Adamu, the chairman of the party, suddenly announced that Ahmed Lawan was the consensus candidate of the APC. You all recall that space, and the whole place went agog and aflame with people rushing helter-skelter and all of the traffic headed towards Aso Rock. So they went, of course, all of the governors, especially the northern ones, to confront that space that we will not wear this. And they managed to force them down that Ahmed Lawan, anointed candidate, I was about to say, but consensus candidate as they termed it. Pardon me. So the northern governors were able to force that down. But a lot of people making the attribution that was actually Buhari signaling that he wanted to retain power within the Fulani space. But what El-Rufai is now letting us know, going back memory lane, choice of Lawan as anointed presidential candidate shocked Buhari APC governors. So that's El-Rufai making that headline. So if he shocked, pardon me, if he shocked Buhari and he shocked APC governors, who then orchestrated it is the question. So it looks as though at whatever interview that El-Rufai granted, he certainly brought his machine gun there because everybody gets hit. Obi Nollywood actor can't win presidential election. So, pardon me. So essentially, Obi is just forming to use the parlance that is common to all of us. This is what El-Rufai is now saying in a mocking tone towards the candidate of the Labour Party. Obi Nollywood actor can win presidential election. The short little man from Kaduna State, El-Rufai, making the headline there. So this next headline that I'm bringing you is totally off the. It wasn't on the radar in any single way, and I'm not quite sure where this leads to. I am being targeted for elimination by former Emir of Kano, Lamido Sanusi, other Fulani elites. So it is Samuel Otom saying this. So quite why the former Emir of Kano will be targeting Samuel Otom, the sitting governor of Benue State, is beyond me. But hopefully in the course of reading, we'll find out what's going on. We were given 1,000 naira to vote for Buhari in 2019. Now it is 2,000 for Tinubu. Sokoto residents are negotiating their price to sell their future. So there it is right there. That's the headline coming out of Sokoto. We were given 1,000 naira to vote for Buhari in 2019. Now it is 2,000 naira for Tinubu. Sokoto residents are alleged. So quite what's in play there, we'll find out shortly. And INEC accuses Pat Utomi of invading Lagos office. So this is one of the headlines that was submitted by one of the subscribers. We always invite that if you look in the comment section, if you scroll up a bit, you will see my Instagram link. I always invite that you submit any stories that you feel I should make it onto the platform so that we can discuss it as a mass. So that was what somebody submitted, and of course, it's made it to the headlines. So there it is, a rich menu of everything, a potpourri. So a potpourri. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. Click on like, please. The like is still not looking anything like the viewership. If you can get us to 100 likes today, that will be absolutely tremendous. So click on like, and if you are not already subscribed, then please do us the favor of correcting that as well. The hyperlink that says StreamYard brings you into the studio. If you want to come join us, that hyperlink that says StreamYard in the comment section as well. And if you feel inclined towards donating to the platform, the link that says buy your host cups of coffee. So do all that. And as you do all that, let me take a mini pipe break, a mini water break to catch my breath. And then we get into the throes of it. But first, the K guys.
Only water, only water, where they see my water. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùyé o. Ilé sọ́dí àkẹ́kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Chief Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùdóde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosoname ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. May death have nothing to do with us. Can you think of a prayer more important than that? May death have nothing to do with us. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. So amen to that. So yes. Yes, that's Bayo. May your days be long. So, let me speed through the readouts and we get straight to the panels. As guys, I bring you this. We don't fear anybody. El-Rufai dares presidency cabal are allegedly working against Tinubu. So he broke that story yesterday and it looks as though he's doubling down on it today. The Kaduna State Governor Nasir El-Rufai on Thursday dared the cabal he accused of working against the presidential aspiration of the party's candidate, Bola Ahmed Tinubu. The governor had, during an interview on Channels Television's program Sunrise Daily, claimed that some elements in the presidency are working against the former Lagos State governor's success in next month's election. He added that the individuals in question are still bitter that the candidate he added that the individuals in question are still bitter that their candidate lost out in the June 8, 2022 presidential primary that produced Tinubu as APC candidate in the election. The presidency had since dismissed the governor's claim on a gang-up against the APC candidate in the State House. El-Rufai, who featured in a program in Hausa service of the British Broadcasting Corporation BBC, insisted that he feared nobody in the country. He said, "Respecting people is not fair. I swear we don't fear anyone in this country, so we are not fearful. We are respectful, but if you show us you are not an elder, I swear we will fight you. So there it is right there. So just 2 words. It's gloves off, oh, by the way. It is gloves off. It's open warfare now within the APC. Open warfare. There's no, I mean, it's open warfare. Open warfare. But where does it land so quick to the elections? What are we, 3 weeks away? And is the timing right for this open warfare? You know, it's a flip of the coin. No, the fate of Tinubu is a flip of the coin. Heads you win, tails you lose. So it's a flip of a coin the way it stands now. And Atiku, of course, must be glorying in all this. No seat at home for February election, IPOB declares. So let's see now the latest installment from the East. The indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, has announced that it will not be issuing any sit-at-home order in the Southeast during the February election. The separatist group, in a statement released on Thursday, February the 2nd, also warned the pan-Nigeria president of Igbo Extraction Coalition, PAN-PIAC, to desist from linking IPOB with the enforcement of sit-at-home orders to blackmail IPOB and ESN. So is this another new name to it? There's just so many of them. You can't keep up. The pan-Nigeria president of Igbo Extraction Coalition. That's another name to conjure with now. We're still trying to get to grips with autopilot. The statement reads, IPOB led by Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has never forcefully obstructed the election process in Nigeria. Rather, we once called Biafra. Let's take that again. IPOB led by Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has never forcefully obstructed the election process in Nigeria. Rather, we once called Biafrans to boycott elections, which was later called off. So you can see that the tone has changed somewhat within that IPOB space. You can see that the tone has changed. They are more compliant. They are more. It's a more steadied and a more, you know, I don't know, but certainly there's a mellowing of tonality in the pronouncements that you're hearing from IPOB these days. There's a mellowing of tonality, and that's very much part of the negotiation to get their leader out of incarceration, because their leader cannot be held as he's been held, and they're still preening and peacocking. So let's take that from the top and speed through. IPOB led by Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has never forcefully obstructed the election process in Nigeria. Rather, we once called Biafrans to boycott elections, which was called off. We have maintained that we don't have any interest in the Nigeria shambolic political selection process called Nigeria election, scheduled for February 2023. Our interest and focus is the release of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and the date for Biafra referendum for Biafrans to determine their political future in or outside of Nigeria. We knew that this mushroom group called PAN-PIAC is amongst those sponsoring this fake group, calling that they are IPOB, issuing and enforcing reckless sit-at-homes in the East. If they are not their sponsors, why do they keep linking the paid agents of confusion with us, even as IPOB have publicly denounced any link with Simon Ekpa and his collaborators? It is on record and in public domain that IPOB has not called for any sit-at-home during the February election. It is also obvious that IPOB and ESN do not have any faction or splinter group. IPOB remains peaceful and indivisible under one command for the liberation of Biafra nation from republic called Nigeria. We reiterate for the record that IPOB have not, did not, and will not issue any sit-at-home order in February during the election period. We also did not call for any boycott of the upcoming elections yet. So I'm not quite sure what the yet is. The election is in 3 weeks' time. The focus of IPOB is the release from illegal detention of our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, whom appeal court and other courts have discharged and acquitted since the 13th of October 2022 and Biafra referendum date. So there it is right there. There's an open chasm now that has opened up within the IPOB space. And you just see it. You see the way it's playing out. So that chasm now is a battle for supremacy on who leads that narrative within the Southeast. And the longer Nnamdi Kanu remains in incarceration, the stronger Simon Ekpa and elements like him become. So there it is. It's a race against time in the Southeast. If they don't release Nnamdi Kanu this year, which they will, then Simon Ekpa would have. Even if they release Nnamdi Kanu now, Simon Ekpa is not going to give that space back to him. They're going to have to fight it out. That's what will have to happen. And that, of course, that will make for, at least topics to discuss on the platform. Choice of LAWAN as anointed presidential candidate shocked Buhari APC governor. So this is El-Rufai now still making revelations after revelations. Governor Nasir El-Rufai of Kaduna State has said President Muhammad Buhari and governors of the All Progressive Congress APC were shocked when they learned that Senate President Ahmed Lawan was the party's anointed presidential candidate. Correspondents report that the governor made this known whilst responding to questions on a program on television Continental TVC on Thursday. Recall that hours before voting at the APC presidential primary, before voting at the APC presidential primary was scheduled to start, the national chairman of the party, Abdullahi Adamu, had announced Lawan as the consensus candidate of the party. Following the announcement, some members of the APC's National Working Committee and several governors rejected Lawan as the anointed candidate. Speaking further, Governor El-Rufai said the president was shocked about the choice of Lawan, adding that Buhari said he had no idea of the development. The governor also revealed that Buhari was very clear about his position on the choice of the presidential candidate for the party. He said, "We heard that too. The members of the National Working Committee, NWC, called us and said that the national chairman had told them the Senate president is the anointed one." Again, the Northern APC governors asked for a meeting with the president. We went to the president and said, "Mr. President, this is what we're hearing. This is not what you have been telling us in the past 2-3 years, is it?" And the president expressed shock and said, "I am not part of this." And right there and then, he summoned Garba Shehu to issue a statement that he has not anointed anyone. And he told us very clearly, "I have not anointed anyone." So these are the machinations. Then, the unfortunate thing for Tinubu is that one of the arrowheads working against him is the national chairman of that party. That guy loads Tinubu. Abdullahi Adamu, he loads Tinubu. He cannot bury him, but there it is, surrounded by enemies. This is where the looter of Lagos finds himself, surrounded by enemies. Still, El-Rufai holding court. Obi Nollywood actor can't win presidential election, so the short little man still continues to shoot from the hips. The governor of Kaduna State, Nasir El-Rufai, has said the candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, is a Nollywood actor, adding that the former governor of Anambra State lacks the capacity to win the 2023 presidential election. El-Rufai said this when he appeared on journalist Hangout on TVC, monitored by correspondents on Thursday. When asked about the polls predicting Obi's victory, the Kaduna governor said most of them were designed to have a high margin of error. Opinion polls are distorted. Look, data analysts so let's say that again. Opinion polls are distorted. Look, data analytics is one area that I am in love with. When I was a student at the Kennedy School of Government, I was teaching assistant for statistics, so I understand these things. I am not talking as a politician who is a layman. I understand these things. The important thing is looking at the samples followed by your methodology. When you have about 100 million registered voters and you sample 2,000 registered voters or 300 registered voters, your results from day one are unreliable. They have a high margin of error, and most of these polls are like that. What about methodology? Most of these polls, like the one by Bloomberg, ANAP, and the one by Okonjo-Iweala, all used telephone. What percentage of registered voters have phone numbers in INEC's register? We have found out, and it is 31%. So from the beginning, you are starting with only 31% of the total sample of voters. So if you pick your sample of 31% from day one, your results are dead on arrival. I can take each and every one of these polls and deconstruct them because I understand what sampling is. I understand methodology, and those polls are jokes, with the greatest respect. So it goes on. We have done a poll with a sample of nearly 40,000 across Nigeria, and the result of the polls show us that we are ahead. It is going to be a tight election. There are large percentages of undecided. We all must work hard to swing the undecided to our side. We are ahead. Dismissing Obi's chances in the coming election, El-Rufai stated that the election is between the ruling All Progressive Congress and the PDP. How can Peter Obi win any election? Peter Obi is polling only 1% in Sokoto State, 2% in Katsina, 5% in Kano. That's where the votes are. All states are not equal. The fact that you are doing 70% in Anambra State does not mean somebody doing 10% in Kano is not better than you. Kano is 4 million votes that actually happen. The number of votes in Anambra is the number of one local government in Kano. All states are not equal. If you poll states and you make them equal, yes, Obi will sweep the southeastern states. He will do well in the south-south. Where else? He is not polling well in the southwest, other than a drop in the ocean in Lagos. He is polling in the Christian enclaves in the north. But how many are they? Peter Obi cannot win the election. He doesn't have the number of states. It doesn't have 25% in more than 16 states. The last time, it doesn't have more than 25% in 16 states, the last time we checked. He can't go anywhere. Peter Obi is a Nollywood actor, and that is all he will be. This election is between the APC and PDP because they have the footprint, they have the spread. Ethnicity and religious bigotry will not take you anywhere, and that is what the Labour Party campaign is all about, he said. So there it is right there. Cutting, scathing words from the short little man. Cutting, scathing words from the short little man. So still with it, we were given 1,000 naira to vote for Buhari in 2019. Now it is 2,000 naira for Tinubu, Sokoto residents allege. Alam Ango, a resident of Wamako local government area, Sokoto State, has alleged that the political actors in this community promised all residents 2,000 naira if they vote the All Progressive Congress APC presidential candidate Tinubu. In a conversation with correspondents on Wednesday afternoon, Ango claimed that it was a usual practice in his community for people to demand money before voting in the general election. He claimed they were promised 2,000 naira per head to vote for Tinubu, an increase from the 1,000 naira they were promised to vote for Buhari during the 2019 general election. He said the increment could be due to the competition the APC now faced in the state from the People's Democratic Party. Ango claims represents the stories of several vote-buying exercises which characterizes the Nigerian electioneering period. So there it is right there. So the vote, 1,000 naira in 2019, but due to inflation, now 2,000 naira. So there it is. I think that's sufficient now. There's still a couple of stories, but let me bring on the panelists and then we start the conversation, and then we take it from there. So an eminent panel we have this time around. We have War PC joins us, Sonny joins us, man of prestige, good to see you. The mighty Ajale Koko in the house. The Progressives joins us from Ireland. Tiger in the city makes his return. Femi joins us, and Solomon is with us. So good to see you all. Good to see you, gentlemen. So good to see you, gentlemen. Let me go then to Tiger in the city as requested. So Tiger, you're up first. So let me take you to it then. The goings on El-Rufai doubles down that they have nothing to fear. The warfare between the Cabal and the Tinubu campaign. Your thoughts?
Hello, woman, and everyone on the panel and listeners as well. I think El-Rufai is being genius because he knows what's actually going on. He knows who's behind this plan not to elect Tinubu as the APC party candidate. So he knows Buhari, but he's too liver.
No. Do you think it's Buhari though? Do you think so?
Yes, it's Buhari. There's no way.
Really?
Yes, there's no way the party chairman. It's Buhari. We all know it's Buhari, and you can see with the current change of currency, you will know it's Buhari. It's Buhari. So he's too liver to mention Buhari's name. I mean, he doesn't want to say much more than that. But they always tell us Cabal in Asura. Who are the Cabals? Buhari is part of the Cabal.
No. Who are the Cabals? I was attempting that. Can you attempt it as well? Who are the Cabals?
Buhari is the head of the Cabal there because he's the president. Then you have Maman, whatever his nephew there. Then you have other party chairman. Then you have other people who are not. Who are part of the caucus from the north, but you don't see their face, so they make decisions. So they are the Cabal. So El-Rufai coming to tell us otherwise is not being honest. And I did watch Arise TV yesterday, but he didn't mention the chairman's name, but he did say some people in the Cabal from Asura. Who are the Cabal in Asura? Let's not deceive ourselves. There's no Cabal in the Asura. The ruling people in Asura, they are the Cabals. So there's no Cabal. We used to hear of Cardinal Mafia those days, but it's their people, There are people who make decisions or who President Buhari goes on consultation with in order to take some issues or certain affairs. Or how to.
So you don't think Buhari is being led along in this? You think he's a full member of the anti-Tinubu space?
Of course. Who directed the CBN governor to change the color of the notes of the naira? It's President Buhari, and he has gone on saying that he wants free and fair election. He wants to be fair to everyone. He's the one planning it, and. President Buhari don't talk so much. You can read from his body language. He don't talk so much sometimes. If he want to say something, he say one or two words and they carry weight. So, and you can see that Minister of Information, Lai Mohammed, came out and said there is no one. Federal government is not doing anything in order to jeopardize the APC candidate or any other party, or to do favor or to undo favor for people, any other political party. So President Buhari is behind it. El-Rufai can't say it, but we do know that he's behind it. There's no way.
El-Rufai told us that the consensus candidate that they tried to foist on the party, Ahmed LAWAN, that they caught Buhari off guard, and as soon as he became aware, he shut it down.
Yeah, Buhari said that because he didn't believe that the governors will disagree with him. The governors disagree with President Buhari was the last minute. You understand me? And when they took action, they went and held meeting behind his back, and they arrived at a consensus that the power need to shift to the south. And so that's what happened. Buhari knew everything. He knows. No one. I mean,
I'm not 100% with you that he knows, but I'm not 100%
why
with you.
wouldn't you? One man, you are the one hosting your show, right? Let's say you have some staff working with you, right? And they are making decision, the top end of decision, and that top end of decision needed to be made by you, and you made that decision, and some people come out and say, oh, that one man did not know about it, because there are certain decisions that must be made. It must have your command, or have you must apex your signature to it. So El-Rufai is being this genius. He's just trying to protect President Buhari by not going in direct contact with him. But what he's doing now is trying to let people know that there are some people in Aso Rock who want to distort, the APC trend. So that's what it is all about. I think he's saying that openly to bring to attention to the member of the public, so that they don't believe people in Aso Rock. And you can see that President Buhari his entourage was stoned in Katsina some time ago. And so all these things are planned. Who paid those people to go and stone him?
It was stoned in Kano as well, just 2 days
exactly.
ago.
It's political stalwart who gave some people money to go and just pretend like you are stoning him, or stone him from distance. No, not close by, because if they're staying from close by, we shoot them. So that's what actually happened. It's unbelievable that what El-Rufai is saying, that Buhari doesn't know. He know. Only that the game.
What do you think is playing out, Tiger? What by your reckoning, what is playing out, and how will it unfurl?
What is playing out now? You can even see that Tinubu went on attack as well. I think in Anambra State as well, he went on attack again. So what is playing out there? He's using the same system he used when they didn't want to give him, and he went to Abeokuta and said, "Miloko." You understand me? And that's kind of exposed the whole plan behind the screen. So that alerted the governors to rally around behind him, saying this guy supported Buhari before he was elected in 2015, that he played a major part. So that Buhari promised him. So they went behind and reminded Buhari the promise he made, or whatever he made to Tinubu. So that's why it's playing now. That's why Tinubu went to the same spot, not the same spot, Abeokuta, location Abeokuta, right?
Yeah.
So he went to say and that thing again. So people said Tinubu misspoke. No, Tinubu actually know what he's doing. He didn't.
No, Tinubu never misspeak. So that's why always amuses me when people try to.
No, he didn't misspeak.
He's a very calculating man.
It was orchestrated that he's going to say that in Abeokuta. See, you can say things when you come to your geographical location. You have the support to say things there. But when you are in Abuja, you can't say all those things. But he came to Abeokuta and unleashed the thunder. So that's what's going on.
How do you think this thing will land? Where do you see it land? Will the cabals, will they yield and surrender the presidency to Tinubu, or are they going to force it through? And if they force it through, who do you think? Because if the cabal are not backing Tinubu, that means we're not having a free election space. That means they are going to select a president. So if they force it through, what do you think will happen? Or will they force it through? Will they fold?
There are two sets of groups of group of people in APC. The Cabal, let's say Cabal on one side. We don't know. Let's say the APC chairman, right?
We've narrowed them to the progressives and the conservatives on this platform, but I can't.
Yes, let's say whoever they may be, but we say the arrowhead of that Cabal to me is President Buhari, the APC chairman, right, and other ones. Then on the other side is Tinubu and the APC northern governors. Not all of them. Some of them are playing double standard game.
Yeah, people right? Like Mayor Malabone, they are double dealers.
Yeah, but you have governors supporting Tinubu. So the only area President Buhari is using to target Tinubu, because he knows that a lot of money is going to exchange hands, and they're going to throw money at people. And that's why you're having this expose now saying that they gave them 1,000 to vote for Buhari in 2019. So this is like an expo coming out. You understand me? Exposure coming out. So they are releasing this bit by bit, and I think in some days to the election, they're going to release some things against President Buhari. So on one hand is President Buhari and his Cabal, let's say Cabal, and the other side is Tinubu and his group. So President Buhari is going to use the CBN method, money, that's one. And number two, he's going to send military people, because he's been saying it that he wants credible election, that if this is what he has to give to Nigeria, that he will do it. And he meant it. So now it becomes, who are people going to believe? But if Tinubu can get Southwest, get the 24 votes in some states, 25% in some states, fine. He's run and drive. But Tinubu, we be on your channel be saying that Tinubu base his winning formula that is going to win Northern State. But now we see that Northern State will be divided between three political heavyweights. That is.
Does that not still favor Tinubu somewhat?
No, it depends. See, let me bring Wike to this equation. I've been thinking the reason why Wike hasn't come out to announce, to say publicly, not that he hasn't done it in private, publicly, about who to support in the coming election, because he did say that he said that in January, and January has come and gone, and he didn't say it publicly. Now he's saying that he didn't say that he would say that in public. But the reason why he hasn't said that is because if Wike comes out and say he supports Tinubu, Kwakwaso will support Atiku. That's how it's going to play out. That's my own take on that. That's how it's gonna. So Wike is waiting.
Why are you contrasting them? Why have you? Talk me through that. Talk me through the logic, the reasoning.
Okay, because now Tinubu needs the 5G governors, right, to get 25% in that state. Yeah, they can't win. For example, he can't win River State, right? But he needs those 25%. Assuming he pull in the west, pull good in the north, where Shetima is, which is not east, right? Yes. So he has good advantage. So he compare Lagos with Kano. Lagos in this contest is higher than Kano, right? And if Kano vote can be shared into 3 places or whatever places, that means that he will still get some shares, a larger, maybe not the highest percentage in Kano, but he still get some good percentage. And when you add it on to Lagos and Southwest and some Northwest, so he stand a good chance, and he may likely get 25% in some states as well. So. The reason why Wike is not announcing is because he knows that the moment he announces it, right, Kwakwanso will align with the article, and it seems like that's how it's going to end. Like, and
that sounds far-fetched to me, by the way. But
but it's part of it. It's part of it. We have to add the scenario. It's not only one scenario that can come out. That's why we're adding this scenario here and there. So it's not far-fetched from reality. And again, if the Northern Cabal, if they know that they can't defeat Tinubu, right, they've did everything, and if they want to retain power for the North, they will go and speak to Kwakwanso, to go and speak to Atiku, so that they can come into alliance or whatever. You know how it is. So that's that one. So I like to end on that one. Then the IPOB issue, it shows that Simon Ekpa, he's been isolated. They don't recognize him, and he's been sidelined in this. I've always said that IPOB, Nnamdi Kanu, they are not interested in the election, in this election, because they know it's not going to lead to anything for anyone, even though for P2B or anyone from the Southeast. They will say tomorrow, say, we told you, see, we told you. So they want to maintain that narrative, and they want people from the Southeast to go and vote, but in the end, they will say, oh, we told you that nothing good will come out of it. So Samuel Ekpa has been isolated now. I don't know, and there's a power tussle between the IPOB. So that's why they are denying that they never made that statement that there won't be any election in the Southeast.
But you say Simon Ekpa has been isolated, but really, is Simon Ekpa, is he not running a rival group against the IPOB? So because he's bringing it to them rather than he's wanting to take that spot from them, So really, and he has issued this directive, by the way. I think from February the 1st, he said he doesn't want to see any paraphernalia of security in the Southeast.
Yeah, but if someone Ekpa is coming from a splinter group, that's what it is. And when you register, I think Nnamdi Kanu did register IPOB, right? If you check it,
Yes.
yeah, he did. Yes, Simon Ekpa's name is not there, so his name is not there among the people who owns IPOB or the leader of IPOB. So he can't lay claim that Nnamdi Kanu asked him to be the leader when Nnamdi Kanu's lawyer has come out openly to say that Simon Ekpa is not the leader of IPOB or ESN. So that's under space, like you said, for us to watch.
Well, what about this organization, Tiger, Pan Nigeria President of Igbo Extraction Coalition, PANPAIC?
That's laughable.
What's this one? Are you aware of what's going on? Are you aware of that? What's all this?
Oh man, these are faceless people. What happens that we don't know where it's coming from. It could be the governors or whoever. Anybody can form association. Before you form association, you must register. Where did these people register? In Nigeria or in diaspora? Where did they register? Because associations are registered, right? You have Afenirere, you have Arewa, you have the Igbo one. They're all registered. They registered them. So that's why the government can say stop or can say no more registration of travel organization. So these people are not registered. So where did they register? These are faceless people. Once in a while, they come out and make statement. This might be one or two people who just come out and announce to the press. So why can't the press people? When you're an association, you come and you hold a conference, right? People will see the face behind it, but there's no face behind this association. So we don't know where it's coming from. Nigeria.
So is it your belief that this February now will be a deciding month for that? I called it the militancy in the Southeast, because as Simon Ekpa has called for a sit at home, IPOB has said no sit at home. So if it's relatively peaceful towards if it's a relatively peaceful election process in the Southeast, if it's relatively peaceful and there's a relatively decent turnout, does that mark then the end of Simon Ekpa? Is that the defeat for him?
No, I don't think it's a defeat. They might have reached a consensus with Simon Ekpa, although he hasn't come out to counter argue with the IPOB. So they might have reached a consensus. Maybe he's lying low, or maybe a few days to the election, then you tell people you can go and vote. But we don't know how is this going to turn out. And because I read in the newspaper that some people from the South is living in I think where is he again? In Finland, right? He's in Finland.
He's in Finland, yes.
Yeah. That they decided, they said they want to take court action against Simon Ekpa. So we don't know. But I think that's
you know that the Ohanese, they put a $50,000 bounty on Simon Ekpa's head. Yeah.
Yes. Who's gonna bring? I think Simon Ekpa I think he's a councillor and MP in Finland, right?
Yes, or a justice of the peace. I think it's a reservist as well in their military.
So you can't go on. That means he's a citizen of Finland, right? So how are they gonna get him if he's a citizen of Finland? You can't just take someone out like that. So
are you sure? Nnamdi Kanu style now.
But Nnamdi Kanu went to Kenya. That's outside the territory of EU. So I don't think Simon Ekpa is more smarter than that. He'd be going all the way to Cameroon or Kenya or Uganda or Sudan. Yeah, I think he will stay put where he is. I think he's more savvy. You can see his face when he talk. You could know he's serious. He's serious. So we don't know where this is going to land, but I think maybe some people, Ohanese, sometimes they comes out in the open. They pretend like they are lions, whereas behind they are begging the guy. Maybe they send people to go and beg the guy. Who knows? Who knows? But let's see how it is.
Do you think if Nnamdi Kanu is released, do you think Simon Ekpa will pledge his allegiance to him and step down from this pedestal that this podium that he stands on, or do you think he will try and rival him?
I don't think he will try and rival Nnamdi Kanu because where would he get the support? Where would
He's already built a base, so he has a huge following.
Yeah, he has following base that he's working for Nnamdi Kanu. But if Nnamdi Kanu comes out and say this guy is not working, he's not a member of IPOB, then Simon Ekpa will lose that base. So I think the reason why he has that large, maybe some base now, is because some of them do believe that, oh, maybe he's trying to make by using that force, they're trying to make Nnamdi to maybe with that force they will release Nnamdi Kanu, but it's counterproductive. What he's doing is counterproductive.
Tiger, I feel that Simon Ekpa would rival Nnamdi Kanu if he comes out, because if they release Nnamdi Kanu, part of the conditionalities of his release, I think you may well concede, is that he is more contrite and more conciliatory in his tonality. So if Nnamdi Kanu comes out of DSS with more contrition and more conciliation and more of a mellow tonality, which would be something he has to do. But the IPOB space, the more militant, more right wing of that space, they still want that brim and firestone.
I understand. I understand where the angle you are coming from.
Yeah.
But Simon Ekpa, once Nnamdi Kanu comes out now, people who are somewhat supporting Simon Ekpa, some of them will go back to Nnamdi Kanu because Nnamdi Kanu, while in prison, he must have learned some lesson as well. That's you should measure the way he talks as well, and you need people. You need people to, not people only from Southeast to support whatever you are doing. You need outside people as well, including people you are fighting against. You need their support. You understand me? So he must have learned some lesson why in DSS cave or whatever they put him. So people go through phases in life. While he's there, he must have gone through and think, did he take the right measure? Did he make mistake here? Maybe I should have done this. I shouldn't have done this. So people go through that. So that's why when we saw Mandela, when Mandela came out, he was a reconciliatory speech, not like the former his political view before he went to prison. So people do change, but you're right. Simon Ekpa will have some of his followers, but he will not be that effective as when Nnamdi comes out. Even though Uche Mefo tried it, right? He didn't get much.
Yeah, but Uche Mefo doesn't have the personality and presence of Simon Ekpa now. Simon Ekpa is a superstar. It's as much a star as Nnamdi Kanu, just in terms of the aura and presence.
But if you check the mood in the Southeast now is more political inclusion, right? Because you cannot do things in isolation. You can't fight everybody. Even if you want a referendum, like I said, you need people. Maybe they need to pursue that politically, and not only in terms of militants. You need political as well. And for example, in Palestine, right? You have the PLO, right? They are more political. Then you have the Hamas and other who are militant, right? So the Hamas militant, they've not won. They don't have support.
Is that the template that you are seeing in the evolving out of that space? That the IPOB, which is the traditional senior agitation space, they will have more of a political tonality, but at the Simon Ekpa space, they'll still retain that militancy.
Maybe yes, that's what I think. But Samuel Ekpa is not in Nigeria. He cannot command much space. So Nnamdi Kanu is more likely to command more space in Nigeria because people tell him come back to Nigeria now, and he's in Nigeria now. So he has been to sell. He has if you want to be a leader in Nigeria, a good leader, you must pass through sell, at least some kind of suffering. So he has gone through what people expect him to go through now. So he'll be more reserved, and before he went in, and more mature, if I may use that word now, than before. I don't think he will come out now and be making oratory statement anyhow, because
No, I think that moment has passed. I
he
don't
has
think
passed.
I don't even think he has the authenticity anymore to make those after they've plucked him from Kenya and put him in prison. He can't still come back and be booming and bombasting, you know. It will just look
Yeah,
hollow, wouldn't it?
yeah. When you fight for your people, sometimes you, if you don't get the support you need.
Have we lost you, Tiger? I think Tiger is making his way back from work. That's the background noise. The background noise you can hear with Tiger is the London.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can now.
Okay.
I said you are making your way back from work. I suspect.
Now, exercise. So
Exercise? Why are you doing exercise, man?
yes.
In this weather?
Yeah.
Oh, well
Why?
done. You've put
This
you've put the rest of us to shame. Don't be well, carry
because
on.
I ate.
You don't want to go to bed with a full stomach, so you want to exercise it off. So yeah, that's a lesson right there. But yeah, back to you, Tiger. If it's still, have you lost connection, Tiger?
Yeah. Hello, I can hear you.
Yeah, no,
can you
hear?
Yeah.
I can now. Carry on. I wanted to take you to this space. There's been a lot coming out of the DSS that Nnamdi Kanu's health is deteriorating quite rapidly. That is throwing up food and his half, his body size, and all that. So are those just storylines being put out by his team to pressure the space, or should we have reasons for concern?
I think if his lawyer is saying that, then DSS they are privy to that. They must know about that, because there must be a doctor assigned to Nnamdi to check on Nnamdi Kanu. So yes, so but most of the time I think they release this information to the public, even though it can be coming from the DSS people. Say release this information to the public, maybe they can put pressure on President Buhari. I think President Buhari has notes on Nnamdi Kanu. He knows what goes on with. I think he has direct contact. I mean, whoever is dealing with Nnamdi Kanu, I think the presidents have direct. He knows what goes in India and out. I think he must. So sometimes they use this as a way of releasing someone, but we don't know if it's planned with the presidency. We don't know what goes behind the scene. We don't know what goes behind the scene. That he's sick. Yes, he might be sick, but they could release him on the condition that he's sick, that he can seek medical attention.
Compassionate grounds. It's a
yes,
compassionate ground.
yeah, they can use that word. So it makes Buhari not to look as if he's losing his Sergeant Major toughness. That he said he will not release him. So we don't know until, but I think he must be sick, because DSS didn't know. You can't be in DSS that area and not be sick. I mean, the condition of that, I don't think they put him in a 5-star hotel. It's not a 5-star hotel. They're going to make him feel the full weight of their anger, isn't it? So that next time he will try such thing. So
yeah, but I had the expectation that because he's such a high-profile person, they'll be giving him VIP treatment, importing babes for him at night and whatnot. But it looks as though they're suffering in there.
No, I don't think so, one man. They would like to teach him a lesson. That's what it's all about. So that next time he wouldn't do such things. Look at what they did to Showore, isn't it? Look at what they did to him. They beat him up. The message they are sent to Showore is that they have been already on the street before Showore, right? That if you want to be a leader, you have to pass through this scenario. You have to get beaten up and tortured. The same thing, if you watch Tinubu and the rest of them, they were in Nadeko, right? See what what's his name? The former president, who head of state, who passed away, Abacha, what he did to the rest and all of them. So they know if you and they know, and El-Rufai too, they've arrested them, put them DSS before and all that, and all those Nadeko members. So if you want power in Nigeria, you have to go to some kind of torture. You can't be lily-livered and grab power in Nigeria. It must be tough. Not physical, not in the mind. You must be tough. Psychologically, you must be tough as well. Otherwise, the person will run mad.
Yes, I don't think I have the endurance for. I'm not sure. I'm too soft for that. You know,
Uh,
I don't
no,
think I will last a day. It will be
no,
R.I.P. One man.
I think you are psychologically you are very good with that. Um,
Oh,
yeah, you should try and be what's it what they call them again? Um, a spokesperson for some political party, but maybe
I talk a
a
lot of
branch.
nonsense. I mean, I'm good at
You
talking
a
nonsense.
branch. No, 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 you're not. You're not. You know how to. Your psychological level is very high. It's intense as well. You said
Yes, you
you
saw me giving them
said
a beating on Injenje. I mean, you saw me giving them a
I saw
beating.
it.
Yeah.
They gave you one man. They gave you a bit like
He was
disappear.
scratching his head that what sort of a human being is this man? Because when he will try to pin me down and I will wrestle him to the ground again. He
I
was
just came there like 3 minutes ago and they were beating one man there. So
yes.
wow, one man, I got a beating.
Yes, you know, I think
Okay.
that's now. I think
Uh,
I think I'm the
okay.
pantomime
No,
villain.
you're not
Of the
pantomime. No, no, no. You know what, one
no
man? Can I
no.
be honest?
I mean. Oh, you're gone.
Can I be honest? You know what you are doing. I know you are going to those places that you can get more people to your platform. I know
Of
that.
course now it's for the
Exactly.
traffic now. Of course, yeah,
Exactly. I know that.
yeah,
I know that. Yeah, because you will have people who also share your kind of view there, though they are
yes.
listening over there, even though including Dr. Damages, but they will still come. Or even though they don't share your view, they will say, let's go and listen to this man. You understand me? So that's why I say you're good with psychology. I know
Yeah,
that.
no, it's for the traffic, of course. It's for the traffic. But let me take you to this space, Tiger, and then I'll move the conversation on. But before you leave, I'm going to leave you a note in the private chat for you to have a look at. But
Okay.
let me take you to this space. El-Rufai's commentaries on Peter Obi. Let me just give you a few paragraphs just to refresh. Dismissing Obi's chances in the coming election, El-Rufai stated that the election is between the ruling APC and the opposition PDP. How can Peter Obi win any election? Peter Obi is polling only 1% in Sokoto, 2% in Katsina, 5% in Kano. That's where the votes are. All states are not equal. The fact that you are doing 70% in Anambra State does not mean somebody doing 10% in Kano is not better than you. Kano is 4 million votes that actually happened. The number of votes in Anambra is the number one. The number of votes in Anambra is the number of one local government in Kano. All states are not equal. If you poll states and you make them equal, yes, Obi will sweep the southeastern states. He will do well in the south. Where else? He is not polling well in the southwest, more other than a drop in the ocean in Lagos. He is polling in the Christian enclaves in the north. But how many are they? Peter Obi cannot win the election. He doesn't have the number of states. He doesn't have 25% in more than 16 states. The last time we checked, he can't go anywhere. Peter Obi is a Nollywood actor, and that is all he will be. This election is between APC and PDP because they have the footprints, they have the spread. Ethnicity and religious bigotry will not take you anywhere, and that is what the Labour Party campaign is all about. So this is El-Rufai opening his machine gun this time in the direction of Peter Obi. But is there some veracity to that? Do you concede as El-Rufai presents, Tiger?
Okay, one man. Let me start with saying, one man. If I say you are nobody, right? For
Hmm,
example, if I say one man is nobody, but I kept on talking to people about one man, that means you are somebody.
hmm,
You understand what I mean? So
hmm.
always, although Erify always have it for Peter B because that's there's no there's no love lost between them, but he has hatred for B, since some many years ago. So and if he say he's wrong because how many Kano has 20 local government, right? Yeah, Kano has.
Yes, I think they have the most local. They have 41, if memory serves.
So then, if Kano is 4 million and Anambra, like he said, is 700,000, right? And he's saying
Hmm,
one local government is bigger than the one number, then he's wrong because if you divide 40 by 4 million I mean, by 4 million votes, how many can you get in one local government? So what that's El-Rufai is wrong in that one, in that assumption or in his calculation, and saying P2B is a Nollywood guy. Why didn't he give him stadium, Cardinal Stadium, to hold his rally? Where you understand me? So, and also saying he said that one thing he said that the election will be tight. Yeah, election will be tight. So he's not agreeing. And one man, we say that he also mentioned that religion and tribal settlements, right? That means he's talking about the northern state, that he will get some area in northern state. So we've already maintained that religion in the north, we also play a role in the north and some areas part of the north, not fully all area. So El-Rufai is a sort of great person. He should concentrate. He's leaving office, right? He's leaving office. So if OB is not my own word is this: if OB is not a threat, why talking about him? If someone is not a threat,
because he's in the race now, so and he's making a lot of noise. Yeah,
exactly. He has seen the Kano, the crowd that came to his campaign ground. In the campaign ground, yeah, they are not. There are many. They are more than expected. People never expected that they'll have such a crowd. We didn't say that all of them going to vote for P2B, but what we are seeing that it shows that there are people in the part of the north who want to vote for P2B for some reasons or the other. So
what do you make of the crowds in the rally? Because a lot of people read them differently. What percentage of that crowd, not at the P2B crowd, but what percentage of the crowds in rallies do you think are there just to witness the spectacle of it? Neither liking nor disliking the candidate, not really caring, but just to witness the spectacle of it. What percentage of all of these rally crowds are just there as spectators?
Okay,
just as a day out. Yeah.
In no reference to any political party, right? What happens is that it's the same crowds that go to most of the political rallies. They have contacts. So what happens is that, for example, let's say Atiku is coming to, your state, right? And the same people. So when Tinubu goes to your state, the same people that will come, then they have their number. They will call them up. They know the local people who will get people and give them money. I'm just using an example. I'm not saying this will actually happen. So the same crowd that is going there. That's why you see, woman, if you have job, would you go to political party rally while you're at work? You wouldn't go. So it means that a lot of people are jobless in those states, in those places. And spectacle, yes, some people want the spectacle, and also they serve food.
Yeah, but what percentage would you give that attribution? Or people that are just there for the spectacle of it?
I would say 50%.
Yes, I will agree with you. I will agree with
50.
you.
And they serve food there, isn't it? They serve some refreshment, and if someone has
there's music, there's just all this. It's like going to theater, isn't it?
And there's Bugatti as well.
Yes, Buga. They are guaranteed to dance.
Yeah.
Imagine if that guy was copywriting that music for this. He would be buying a house in Banana Island right now.
I think he must have copyright. They can't use his music for because he has a record label. They must be paying him for doing that. They must do.
My God, it will make bank on that.
Yeah. He should make a mint on that because recording companies, they have what you call it, not trademark, what's it called, copyright.
IP, intellectual,
copyright, not intellectual. Copyright, because it's record, they have copyright. So even though when you play artist song on the radio, you still pay them money. That's where they make money from. Before live streaming came to life. So and I think Nigerian artists are making money through live streaming.
Right. Just finally, Tiger, as we get to the final phase of the election now, barely 3 weeks away, what's your level of optimism? And we know you, if nothing else, for honest assertions in this space. What's your level of optimism for the Obi campaign? Are you still as punchy and as chest out as you were when you first came here?
I think the whole thing is dicey for all the political party, but we can't deny that Tinubu is the leading candidate because he has the spread, and he has the governors, especially in the north, where you have the population that can swing election for anyone. And also APC is also the ruling party as well. But we don't know if this is going to go second phase. We don't know. No one actually know. But with recent dimension now, the change of notes and Buhari and and El-Rufai and infighting. I would say there is some infighting and Cabal within APC. No one knows the direction this is going to go. I always suspect that what's given Atiku the confidence that he's not campaigning hard, he's not going places, especially in the south, knowing that that used to be the main base for PDP, and he has lost that, and he's not doing anything to regain it.
Could it be as simple as him not just having the energy for it? I think he's not a well man. No, I think we all know that. As ill as Tinubu is, Atiku is iller.
Yeah, but he can manage it, isn't it? He's got some steroid. They give him some booster steroid. He can manage it, but I think there's some. Atiku has met some people. I think maybe kingmakers. The people they consider kingmakers in certain part of the country, and that's what's giving him confidence because I've never seen Atiku as dull as this. He's too dull for campaigning.
And this is his last chance as well for him to be this dull.
Yeah.
This is his last chance.
Otherwise, wouldn't he have thrown? Are you under boss to get the five PDP governors? You understand me? Because that would have made him, more credible, a front runner. But disputing with them because of the chairmanship of the party. I mean, that's more. I thought maybe Atiku is up to something no good. We don't know, but like you said, I think this election. I can pray for it to come and go and finish that.
Yes, I want it out of the way as well, so we can come back and be friends again. It's too much division between all of us.
The tempo is too high, and the anger is high as well. It's not that good. It's not good, and no one. They are not holding the present government accountable for anything now. They're just people are just interested and giving up that he has finished. He's finishing.
I've been thinking what we'll be talking about after the elections. What are we? I was thinking, are we going back to fat bottom girls? Is this the conversation we'll be having? We
should go back. We should be talking about investment.
Yes, I'm going to bring two people on that phase. One to talk to us about stock trading, step-by-step process, and then I'll bring someone on to speak to us about property in Lagos. So look out for that.
Yeah, not only in Lagos, but some other places like Ibadan, Enugu. You can you don't have to buy. Say, people are making here.
This guy's specialism is in Lagos, yes, but I take your point.
It's not the one. It's not the one in Abuja. Last time.
No, the one in Abuja has already been. I can bring him back. I know him very well.
Okay, this guy you can bring. People can, we can reset our life again. Talk something very positive, not only politics. I mean, politics is not life. I mean, it's part of life, but it's not all.
It's been quite grueling, hasn't it? This political process. It's been somewhat toxic all the way through. It's been nasty. There's been a nastiness to it.
Because of your show, sometimes I stay till 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, and I know I'm going to starting work 9 o'clock in the morning.
Look at that.
It's been brutal. Your show is addictive sometimes. More woman. That's my confession.
All right,
okay, let me leave. You have to go. My sweat is drying.
Have a look in the private chat before you go. So that's Tiger in the City, one of the stalwarts of the platform. So thank you, Tiger, for kicking it off with a bang. Kicks it off with a bang.
Thank you, everyone. Good night, everyone. Enigmatic, is he there?
No. Yeah, you guys are bullying him too much. So he's taking a break from. He's taking a break from you guys.
No, Enigmatic is a tiger. He stand on his own.
No.
My regards to everyone. My regards to everyone.
All right, brilliant. Thank you. So that's Tiger in the City. Tiger in the City. From Tiger in the City, let's go on to Man of Prestige if he's ready to go. Man of Prestige, are you ready?
Yeah, thank you, one man. I'm ready.
Why is your voice so low? Are you in bed? I hope you are not in bed. Or what are you doing, you this man? Huh?
No, I work. Sorry, I worked so hard. I worked very hard today, so I'm just not relaxing a little bit.
This is it. You should be a man of independence means by now. Or what's all this? You shouldn't be working anymore. You should be like Tiger in the city. Who the only decision he has to make is if to take the Ferrari out or the Lambo. That's the only difficulty Tiger has in life.
Man,
Well,
man of
my
prestige, go
my
and
main
take
job.
some wine. Go and take some wine
No,
to boost your energy. What's wrong?
thank you, Ajali Doka. My main job
Yeah,
is not difficult, but
you
I
are
have
living in California where they have the best of the best wine in America. What's going on? Go drink some
well,
wine.
Ajali Doka, my brother. I have
Yeah.
a lot of people. I'm doing something in Nigeria. I have some other investments, some other business, real estate that I'm working on here. So that's my main concentration right now, beside my job. So I'm kind of busy right now.
Are you building? Is that what you're doing? Are you building in Nigeria?
I have some investment, buying houses and selling and everything. I just started that about 2 years ago, so it's growing right now. So I met Motola. Do you know Motola the other day in California, because he lives in Arizona? Do you know?
No, I'm not aware of anybody called Omotola.
What do you mean you're not aware of? What's the matter with you, one man?
I don't go beyond my own little corner on YouTube. And by the way,
the former Nollywood star that lives in Arizona right now, he has houses in Arizona. He was in Nigeria, about a few days ago. But anyway, go ahead.
All right. So, this buying and selling of houses, before I move you on to the politics, are you doing it in America or in Nigeria, or where did you say you're doing it?
I'm doing it in America. I have something I just started the last trip I went to.
Okay. Are you one of those flippers? You buy, you renovate, and then you flip?
Exactly. It's going real well right now. I even have a website and everything. So anybody one time we send them the link. So it's going well right now. So that's what I'm really
well done. So we should be expecting an increase in the value of your super chat. Not that we've gotten any super chats today. But before I go on, can I invite anybody that is inclined to copy the link of the platform and share it on your social media spaces, on your WhatsApp group and your Facebook group? We need you to do that. So if you are able to do that, then do that now. So share the links on your social media spaces, especially your WhatsApp school groups, all those places, and your Facebook space. So to you then, a man of prestige, this narrative now, El-Rufai, doubling down on his commentaries on our channel's television yesterday. We don't fear anybody. El-Rufai dares presidency cabal, allegedly working against Tinubu. It thickens rather than mellows. So what do you think then is going to? How do you see this panning out? Is this going to work in Tinubu's favor?
It's a very tricky dimension, So I don't really know whether it's going to what happened like the Emiloko. That's what's going to happen. It's like a twofold dimension right now. It might work in his favor. It might work against him. In the Cabal, they might dig into what they're planning already, which nobody really knows. But what I can say, that Tinubu has foreseen what's going on for him to come out like that and do what he's doing right now. To me, I think what Tinubu is doing is good for him, regardless of what the outcome is going to be, because he can just sit there and let those cabal, like we call them, the conservative, I think that's the original CPC, what is the conservative group of that group, is working against him. So he has to come out and fight them. So he's doing the right thing, and maybe some people were looking at him like he's a top guy or something like that. Forget about all handshake, all that kind of crap. But nobody I can't really tell what's gonna. But in my opinion, he's taking the right step. I mean, it's yet to be seen how that's gonna work. But you see, everybody's just swinging against what's happening right now. Like El-Rufai, El-Rufai. I think he went on TVC today too.
Yes, he went on TVC. A lot of the talking points that we're talking about today from his TVC interaction.
Oh, okay. I just saw the headline. I didn't even read it. So he's doubling that. So I think I think they're doing the right thing. But to what's going to transpire from that I can't really tell, because if I'm just telling right now, I'm not in their head. I can't really tell what's going on. Is Buhari behind the whole thing?
I don't buy into that narrative that Tiger presented. No.
But that Buhari is behind it.
Yeah, that Buhari is behind it. Yeah, no, yeah, that Buhari is
No,
behind it.
but
I
one
don't
man,
buy into that. Yeah.
remember the wife. Remember the wife said it. The Cabal, the one, ruling the, I mean, Cabal is the one, heading the husband to be doing whatever he's doing. So there are some people, that particular conservative group in that area, that's pretty much behind. They don't like Tinubu because Tinubu outsmart them during the primary. So they're still vested on that. They're trying to pay him back. But if APC, the main APC, the Tinubu wing right now, knowing what's going on, they come out and swinging in order to, truncate whatever their plan is. So I don't know how this is going to play, but right now, APC is kind of divided. So, but what I can say, judging from Buhari, body language and everything, he wanted fair and free election for his own legacy. That's what I'm thinking he's doing. So I don't really know what's going to happen. That's all I'm going to say in that space, one man.
Who do you think that favors a free and fair election? Who do you think that favors? Bearing in mind El-Rufai's commentaries that Peter B essentially just a Nollywood actor.
Oh, El-Rufai is just talking. What do you want him to say? I mean, he has to say that. Of course, like everybody say that. It's between the two parties. You expect El-Rufai to, to say the same to see how to present that persona that is between these two parties, Hollywood. He never really care about Obi. Of course, he think that what's Obi party, it's a novice, so a mushroom party is not gonna amount to anything. So he's gonna say that just to portray what he's saying. I mean, like all APC, coming to the national space to defend their party. What do you expect them to say? Yeah, he's gonna say something like that. So I don't really put too much stock in what he's going to say, whether he's going to win or not going to win. So, but anyway, going back to the question you asked me, because who do I think if there's fair and free election? If you ask me honestly, if there's free and fair election, it's going to favor Obi. That's my own opinion. Of course, I'm obedient, so.
I know you are obedient, but what El-Rufai was telling us that, of course, you know that we've done a lot of permutations on this platform. But what El-Rufai was telling us that even within the permutations of politics, there is no window. It was telling us that Obi is not polling more than 1% in Sokoto State. It's not polling up to 2% in Katsina, not polling 5% in Kano. So these are real heavyweight spaces where votes coming from. So the numbers don't favor it. Does it really?
Maybe may not. But you have always known my opinion about this. I think it's going to go second round. Of course, a lot of people think it's going to just be whatever APC or PDP. So I think it's going to go second round. I mean, this is my own personal opinion. I don't see Obi getting the.
Is that more of a personal wish than a?
Well, it's not. It's what I think. You can. Everybody here is a personal wish. Nobody has the right magic word. So, but anyway, I don't think Obi is going to get the 25%. In the 24th state. This is how I always feel. But he's going to get the majority vote, and that's not enough. He has to get vote, so he can't get either or to win it. I always perceive that it's going to go to second round. That's the way I see it. I mean, up to today, even the inroad he has been making in the north, it's still gonna go second round. But people may disagree with me, but that's how I see it. Yeah.
All right.
Free and fair election. To me, in my own opinion, Obi is gonna win.
All right, brilliant. And to the no seat at home for February election, IPOB declares. So their declaration runs very sharply contrary to the declaration of Simon Ekpa. So is this a battle for supremacy within that little cusp of Biafra agitation in the Southeast? Because there's a marked positions now with IPOB adopting a position and Simon Ekpa telling us that there will be no elections there. So what do you see playing out in that space, Malo Prestige?
You see, I'm from that part of the country, but I've never really have a grasp of what is going on, which one is the IPOB, how that two-wing device, who is supporting Simon Ekpa, which is supposed to have which is the another group. So I don't really know. Like I said, I have been on I've been on that space, Samuel space. Of course, I call him all kind of name. I didn't use my name or whatever, I use a different name. I call him all kind of name, Froster, Racketeering or whatever, So they blocked me. There's another guy, Ralph or whatever, they're in the same group.
Wazurike.
Yeah, I always think, I always think they're just duping people because they have fundraising every week, 1 month. Do you know how much they are garnering from that fundraising? So I always think that's a racketeering group. I don't know how I don't know how they manage to, bamboozle those people, some people in the Southeast, and they believe what they're doing. Believe me, they say Biafra is going to come tomorrow, it's going to come next day. How stupid can you be? And you believe in all this crap? Maybe a lot of people, I mean, I can only say myself, because I'm not that gullible. So maybe a lot of people over there, they are unemployed. So I can see how they can be gullible. You buy something for them, you give them a gun and go and kill somebody or sit at home, you try to enforce it. Not even fearing that the military may kill you. You don't even care about your life. I guess when you have no job, you have no mission, you have no focus in your life. You don't really care about what you do, So, but anyway, going back to your question, I'm trying to understand the difference. I mean, how Tameba was able to mobilize this group, and you have the so-called IPOB, which support Nnamdi Kanu. How are you able to garner this much vote? Because what I heard, it has millions of people following him. Because when I go to that space, which I've only been there twice, yeah. I mean, they feel like Tameba is the next coming of Kanu. That's how they feel. So I don't know what's going to happen. Let's assume Nnamdi Kanu come out or whatever. Of course, when he come out, what I'm thinking, even I thought they release him, but I don't see them releasing him. He's going to have a different disposition, because when you have been in the jail, like Taga said, when you come out, your disposition is going to change. He's not going to have the same disposition. So who is going to go to Samaitwa and who is going to go with Nnamdi Kanu? So that's a very dicey situation, about what's going
So
on.
are you then suggesting that Simon Ikpa will not collapse for Nnamdi Kanu if it won't collapse for him?
No, he's not going to collapse. I think something has gotten in his head. When he
The
first
money is
started,
too sweet, Abi. The body and the power is too sweet.
Exactly. I mean, the guy is a criminal. He's hauling a lot of money. He's hauling millions. He's not going to collapse. Believe me, he's going to have his own group. Of course, you have all these gullible people. Some of them will be with him. Forget about Nnamdi Kanu. This is just how human beings are. Who is that the president that is feeding you what you want to hear? Even I told Nnamdi Kanu tell them not to. I don't know how many percentage of them will still support him, regardless if they look at Nnamdi Kanu as their messiah before. That Samepa has already gotten these people into his group, some of them. So I don't know who So it's going to be a very interesting, how that's going to play in the study. But I'm glad the IPOB has taken a stand that's going to, this is what is going to happen. So let's see how that's going to happen. In my own opinion, there's going to be election in the Southeast, and it's going to be peaceful, because the military will be mobilized. What they did in Anambra election, that's what's going to transpire. So I think Samepa is just using people right now, which is racketeering and everything. That's what he's doing. So that's how I see that.
But how do you explain just the level of mass that are susceptible to what Simon Ikpa has to say? Because as you said, and we all know, he has a massive following, and you can see that it's just is using an opportunity to make a profit, as a lot of people understand that he's just seeing that window. Nnamdi Kanu not available at the moment, so he steps into that window to milk a bit of that membership fee and whatnot. So how come so many people are susceptible and gullible to this?
Man, one man, when you're particularly in Nigeria, okay, that's what surprised me too, because there's a lady here too. I think about two of the ladies are in USA, from what I heard. Yeah, particularly there's one of them that I've seen on the space. She's kind of light skinned, I think she's in USA. I don't know. I don't know how you just like just like in USA during Trump time, people that are so gullible or whatever, but they do, a lot of them, may be going to jail right now. I mean, they believe in his election lie and everything. So that's going to surprise me about human being. I'm not talking about people who are dumb or didn't go to school. I'm talking about intellectuals, doctors, lawyers, all kind of education, even in USA. So if that happened in the USA, you have the Christians, all what Trump has done, they still supported him. So, look at Nigeria, a place like Nigeria where the orientation is different. So it won't surprise me if that happened too. It's just the mind of people, when Kanu, left and was in jail, that vacuum that he created and left. So all of them swing to Samepa. I think Samepa started very slowly. Then he started preaching what they can, preaching to their choir. And he has been able to embody them, embedded them into his choir. So that's exactly what's happening right now. So it's going to be difficult to separate those two. He's going to have his support, whether or not. So I don't know how people are so gullible. So you and I can only say we're not going to be that gullible, but you are not in any other space. You're not like them. You don't know how they think. So everybody's different. It's just like in this platform, we're all different. We're all thinking differently. So yeah.
All right, brilliant. Let me acknowledge Kulata's super chat. It says Prestige is saying gibberish. Obey majority votes. So I'm not sure when is when is Prestige never not say gibberish. This is what this is.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you, my brother. My brother, Kulata.
All right, brilliant. Thank you for the super chat, Kulata. And please keep the super chat space coming. We did say we wanted to light up that space. Which we were in January, but then it petered off over the last few days or so. So light up the comment section with super chats. Man of prestige. So we were given 1,000 naira to vote for Buhari in 2019. Now it is 2,000 naira for Tinubu, Sokoto resident. So money will always play a part in this politics, this electionary phase that we are now. Money will always play a part, not only because the politicians corruptly look to buy our votes, but because the voters, out of tradition, they've come to have that expectation that they have to be paid for their votes. And this is what we're hearing from Sokoto. So money politics is both the expectation of the populace and the actions of the politicians. Bana Prestige.
Yeah, of course, that's Nigeria orientation for you. Money is gonna play, a big role. It's just like, we try to, hopefully people has learned from their mistake, but how many of them will learn from that? That you can still take people money and go there and vote because of the new people, the way, the way they position everything. But I don't know how far money is still gonna play a very big role. I guess this is what the central bank governor Buhari was trying to truncate, but I don't see that because all these politicians, they already have their money, in my own opinion. But some people may differ from me that they don't have the money right now because of what they did. They already have the money. I mean, any amount of money have, because who are they? They are the bankers. They are everything. They have everything. So yeah, it's still gonna play a role, like you said. It's good. So it's gonna double this time. Yeah.
All right. Enigmatic is asking me to push you a little bit on. Let me see what he said. It says, please can you ask Man of Prestige if you can speak a little bit more about that buying and flipping thing. I am talking to some experts in that space, looking forward to investing heavily in the sector. So I think Enigmatic has that interest in the property. What I will do, Enigmatic, if you signal to me, then I will pass your telephone number on to a Man of Prestige, and then
Yeah.
and then you can talk. But he has to give me the permission, and then I'll do that.
Yeah, I do. We have a website too. I'm gonna bring the website to the to the platform.
No, tell us the name. I'll put it up. I mean, we're all here to support each other. What's the name of your website?
Oh, okay. The name, you mean the name of the website?
Yes.
Okay, it's realtyestate.com.
Realty.
Realtyestate, yeah, /.com.
Spell that realty.
REALTY estate.com /MOGE.
/MOGE.
Right.
All right. So I'll pop that in the comment section. So anybody that wants to join a Man of Prestige in property dealing, you know where to find him. So thank you, Man of Prestige. Stay with us. Let's take the conversation to Hakeem, who always turns up early, but we never hear from. Hakeem, hopefully we hear from you today. Hakeem, are you there? And there's Hakeem. So there is Hakeem. So it will pop up at some point, of course, as you know. and then start to ask when it's my turn. Let's go from Akim to Man of Prestige. Not Man of Prestige, Rational Mind. We can't keep up with these names anymore. Rational Mind, are you ready to go?
Yeah, woman.
All right, brilliant. Good to have you. So since El-Rufai came into the space, we've not yet sampled your opinion. We don't fear anybody. El-Rufai dares presidency cabal, allegedly working against Tinubu. So he dropped that bombshell, as you are aware, of course, on Channels Television yesterday. He's now on TVC, doubling down on positions. So what are you then making then of these palace intrigues in the corridors of power in Aso Rock, Rational Mind?
Well, there's nothing that is telling us that is new to us. We all know what has been going on, even long before the primaries. We've seen the handwriting on the wall that there's something going on. And even before the primaries, we've heard people like the wife of the president himself talks about a certain cabal in the Aso Rock. So when you put all these things together, it just tells you the story that you need to know. You need to the story about what is going on. So there's nothing that is saying that is new to us. We know already. We already know that it's a cabal, and that these cabals they call the shots. The Bubu is their marionette. Is their puppy. I mean, their puppets that they control. So it's just their mouthpiece. They tell him whatever and he needs to. He has to say to Nigerians. So we know what is going on. So for me, I don't think I've listened to all he said on TVC. I mean, on channels and on Arise. That TVC, I think I've only saw a snippet of it. I've not really watched the whole full interview. But for me, saying that he has, you see, for me, I see that guy as a snake. Let's forget this whole thing.
El-Rufai, you see El-Rufai as a snake.
He's a snake. That guy's a snake.
Right.
You know, like they say, that guy does what you are here, as Yoruba people say. I think he's giving Tinubu that illusion that I'm with you. I mean, he dares not cross those cabals. If not, they will cut him to size. But maybe he feels that he's not running for any office. As far as I know, he's not running for any office. He's not going to Senate. So he feels like he says, he carries himself like when he was saying today, he said you cannot even find more than 100,000 naira in the government house, in his house, more than 100,000 naira. Meaning he doesn't have billions, he has not stashed money anywhere. Some people might imagine maybe he's corrupt. Now these 3 bank accounts, they can go sit there. So he carries himself like he's flawless. He has no corruption dangling on his neck. So I can talk to you people in Aso Rock, and you people can do your worst. So maybe truly he is clean as far as we make us understand that he is clean. But for me, I just believe that guy is a snake. Tinubu should give him one leg.
Is this from your natural dislike or distrust, I should say, for people like him? Are you saying that from your natural?
No, I do have regard for El-Rufai. When he was what's it called? When he was FCT minister, I saw what he did. He was a good administrator of Abuja. I used to live in Abuja those years. Some part of those years when he was FCT minister. I mean, he brought sanity into. Mind you, he's an architect and surveyor, like he said. So he knows what he's doing. I mean, he did Rando, Obasanjo. He did put order, some kind of law and order when it comes to the blue. What do they call it? I forgot what they call it. Is it the blueprint or whatever?
The master plan.
Master plan of Abuja. Yeah. So you just stuck to it religiously. You will demolish your house, wherever you are. Some people within the FCDA then who were collecting money from behind. I mean, he has this posture of a no-nonsense man, a no corrupt man. So, but then I don't know how true that guy is, because some people say that guy is corrupt. But for me, I just still, as this is distrust I have of him. I don't really trust that guy. But then, maybe you can find.
But you instinctually don't trust the Fulanis. That's more the thing.
Let me not say all Fulanis. Then it will be most Fulanis, I would say. not all Fulanis, but most of them, I would distrust them because by reason of community affiliation, they are always they just don't. Some of them don't have a mind of their own. They just go with the flow. Oh yeah, our Megida, our Rakadede, or whatever. They just don't want to know whether the Rakadede was or the Megida was whatever was wrong or not. They don't know. They just, as long as they are religious man, they are ethnic man, they just go with the flow. So only some of those few of them who are really educated that would still have. Okay, take it. Let's take a break. Let's see what this guy is doing. Yeah, that's just it. So for me, I don't see much about what he said on channels. What is this person saying?
No, it's just it's teasing you a little bit. But
So anyway, yeah, I've had this call for the past of that. I don't know, maybe because
for the past 5 years, he said
no 5 years. So one man, no. I didn't start your platform this way with this coffee. It's just the past 6 months or so now.
Are you a drinker and a smoker?
Me smoke? I don't smoke.
Oh, all right.
I never smoke in my life. I drink socially once in a while, not much, and I drink wine and whiskey, brandy, and that's it. So basically, and maybe
what more is there? You drink wine, whiskey, brandy. You look at this guy.
Vodka. I drink vodka.
Or muti. All right.
No, I don't. Socially, like I said, I don't. Even though when I go to bars, it's just I go there to take.
Rational man, what of Burukutu? You don't do
Burukutu.
I only drank Burukutu when I was in the north. When I used to be
Burukutu and Nogogoro.
Plateau State area, I used to bring their Burukutu. I drank it sometimes. Among the
what does it taste like? Just out of curiosity, what does it taste like?
I think it's just like BM, like something like Emu now. I think something like that. Yeah, like Emu.
Is it fermented maize of some sort?
It's fermented. Yeah, it kind of fermented. I can't remember what I know. There's a process to it. Yeah. It tastes like not like Emu, but something like I don't know.
Oguro.
Like Oguro, but not really like Oguro. But I think it's just like liquid kind of thing with a taste of.
Can you get drunk on it?
Oh yeah, people get high on it. Yeah, people get high on it. Yeah, especially the Guaris. Some of them can't handle it very well. They easily get drunk. I'm not trying to say Guaris people are drunk at the Guaris and some of those people, the Birums and all of them. I think they usually get drunk on that. They are yeah. So anyway, so for my point is that the other point I'm making about El-Rufai is that it's nothing that you see all these things these people are saying. There's nothing new to most of us. We've already seen it. However, everybody tried to spin it. My only thing is this. My only way I just want to see the only spin I want to bring to this whole narrative is that we've had Tinubu make speech many times, and on platforms like yours, one man, we've tried to explain what we understood or what we think he's saying, and we see the APC people, they will come and spin it in a way. But then everything now, boys, because I remember even here on your platform, one man, I remember we saying that this is what Tinubu was saying. He was referring to some people within Aso Rock, but some people say no. I mean, even including you, one man, you said no. He was referring to PDP. I'm like, what are we talking about? I mean, am I stupid for not knowing what I heard from this guy? That is what El-Rufai is confirming to us. All the interview has granted, at least the two that I've watched so far. I mean, it was pointing to all what we've been saying here, that Tinubu knows that there are some people working against him within Aso Rock. But some people will say, no, he was not referring to, he's referring to PDP. They will spin it in any way they want to spin it. So, but the point is that we're being how do I put it? Being proved right that all our permutations about what is going on in Aso Rock, even the first lady of the country, Aisha, had to tweet what he said, meaning that yes, I've been saying to you guys all day long that there's a cabal. Somebody that just said it now. So the point is this: that Tinubu is in a real fix. How he's going to get out of this, I don't know. I don't even want him to even know how to get out of it, because I don't want him becoming the president. So that's my own there on that. So
but what's the consequence of the fix that Tinubu is in? What's the consequence of it? Because if you are saying he's in this fix and you don't want him getting out of it, if he doesn't get out of it, then what happens next?
Well, what I see happening eventually is, you see this rant that Tinubu usually go and do in Abeokuta, and he does that before his Yoruba audience and Yoruba people. And with that, when he was saying the first time, I mean, like really the Yoruba, yeah, you know what that means in Yoruba? I mean, in English, the Yoruba nation. That's what it means. You know, like what is this guy trying to say here? I mean, if Tinubu is, let me just say this before I quickly go to. I wanted to say this. You see, Tinubu, this guy, what's his name? House Speaker. If they're not careful, they're not careful, this is one of one of the things I want to put forward first. If they're not careful, they will get into trouble. They will get into trouble. Especially Bajabiamila is going to get into trouble, and I foresee that trouble coming up. So the point is this: I just hope Tinubu doesn't. I mean, let me just say, I hope he loses this election. But then the point is that if he loses this election, just to go back to your question, or maybe that's what you're asking me.
Yes,
I see. If Tinubu loses this election, I see a rejection of that election, and if Tinubu tries to foment trouble in any way, I see him being arrested for treason or whatever. We might see a repeat of Abiola. So the best way for them is just give him that election. Let him win that election. They don't want trouble for themselves. They don't want to see a repeat of Abiola or whatever. And I see total anarchy or some kind of a disintegration of Nigeria from that point. That's what I see might happen. Because if Tinubu loses this election, because this guy has put a lot into this election, that if he loses this election, I doubt if and maybe the only way they can do is just to incarcerate him, have him arrested.
Well, he can't really lose the election, can he? Because who would they then lose it to?
Well,
because so hold on, let me build something up for you. The only way Tinubu will lose this election is if those cabals that have now been outed in public, if they move against him to cost him the election. So if they move against him to cost him the election, then who are they then going to allow win that election? So that's the thing. So they cannot. Peter Obi is out because, of course, the cabal will not move Tinubu out of the way only to bring Peter Obi. So that then tells you then Atiku Abubakar comes in. So because they've already exposed that they are working against Tinubu, if the public is already aware that they are working against Tinubu, and then they go and present their clansman again, how would the country wear that? And by the country, I really mean the Southwest. How would the Southwest wear that?
Well, like I said, what I see happening is, I think we've played this video on your. I think you played it here on your platform sometime back, even before the primaries, where we saw Mimala Boni and the rest of them. They were palling with Atiku. So either Atiku, I don't know what this guy. Kwankwaso, because I don't understand what is going on with that guy, but I think Atiku is the main target for this cabals to bring into Aso Rock. And if this guy wins that election, if Atiku wins that election, that is why I see that trouble coming in, and I want it to happen that way. But my only fear is usually when in things like this, the innocent people are the ones that would they'll be badly affected. Right now, even we can say Nigerians are just going through tough times now. So my point is that they just have to just let him win that election if they don't want trouble. And if they do force their way in winning that election for Atiku or maybe Kwankwaso, I tell you, Nigeria will not remain the same. I don't think Nigeria will remain the same. So for me, just to answer your question, yes, I see maybe Atiku or Kwankwaso, but Atiku is the target for them to make that president. I don't know if that's the question you're asking me. Is that what you're asking?
No, that sort of seems to be the thinking. But the fallout from it. It's just it doesn't bear thinking about. But how do you see that if they announce Atiku Abubakar as the president, the North will be happy. The Southeast, they would not like it, but they would live with it. But the only space that will really find it difficult will be the Southwest. But then how popular is Tinubu in the Southwest for it to even be? So is this all the calculations? But can the country wear another 8 years of another in and out of hospital Fulani man? I can't see it, but it is a
Are
possibility.
you saying Atiku is not at all is less healthier than
do you not think so? Yes, I
well,
think it may well be.
well, but then it might not
And
be.
Tinubu is not at all healthy, by the way. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying, but as far as I've seen Atiku, even though we might not know what exactly is wrong with him, but I know definitely it's not that. I mean, old age and all of that is affecting him, but not at the rate at which we are seeing that of Tinubu. Of course, I see him to go through in and out of hospital, but not like I think like Tinubu will be. Because this is a man who Atiku still has his senses to himself. He still has his mental ability to himself. He can still talk. He still talks coherently. He still talk more like. I mean, I would still look at him as a viable person, but you see, like I keep saying.
So as much as you detest the Fulanis, you would rather an Atiku Abubakar than a Tinubu presidency.
My among the Northerners, my preferred choice would have been Kokwaso. My preferred choice. Maybe followed by Atiku. But Atiku, because of the corruption dangling on his neck and the so-called thing he has promised he was going to sell properties belonging to Nigerians, and we know what had happened. He wants to sold while he was there as a chairman of the Economic Council or the chairman of the privatization. Private. Oh, can't even talk.
Yeah, we know what you mean. Carry on.
So yeah, so as he was the chairman then, and then we saw how he sold those properties, and today most of them are not even. Nitel is nowhere to be found today. So
I think, can I interject briefly? I think I think I've figured out rational mind finally. So rational mind wants Tinubu to lose, so Tinubu will be upset, and Yorubas will throw a fit, and then you'll get and then you'll get Yoruba nation. So that's why every single opportunity to call Tinubu, do your board, this, that, is just to make sure Tinubu loses so he can get your nation.
Exactly.
That's my theory, and I'm sticking to it.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. That is it. So you got my point. So that's why my point is. So Yoruba nation, yes, I want Yoruba nation to come, and Tinubu will never have a part in that. Yoruba nation. So anyway, let's just go say yeah. You see, anyway, you slice and dice this thing. Even though if Tinubu wins the election, it's not a panacea. I mean, we're getting in, oh my goodness, I can't even imagine the level of corruption that we're going to see. A very powerful man that his family, any of those his allies, you can't investigate them. A very powerful man whereby anything just goes. Look at it. We're talking about a policy that was, even though we know it was targeted at somebody, no doubt maybe him and some other politicians. This new Naira know that they were. Now look at how we saw his daughter with 10 million Naira the other day. I mean, a flagrant violation of policies, of laws, and whatever that the country has. Tinubu is not a man. He's not a law and order man. That's my point. He's not a man that respects law and order. And so if you have somebody like that, the hem of affair, you better believe it that what you're going to get in that under him as a I mean, why is it
sorry, is he unique in that respect, or is he more like that than most of them?
You see, the Yoruba people that I've known, Yoruba leaders that I've known, Yoruba leaders of repute that I've known, is it Awolowo? Is it this guy Baba Yabo? They are law and order kind of people. That's what I know. At least we know Yoruba people, we know sometimes we go overboard on some things, but I'm saying that we like to do things right. But with Tinubu's, I've seen Tinubu, okay, why is it that, why can't we ask question like, why is it that in the whole of existence of that Lagos, we've never seen one EFCC case against any lawmaker, any councillor, any chairman within Lagos State?
Yeah, is that unique and peculiar to Lagos State, or is that nationwide?
Woman. Well,
because you seem to be judging Tinubu by
Lagos State.
You seem to be judging him by a standard that is different from the rest of the
because he's a candidate in this election, so I have to judge him by that standard.
Is he more corrupt than Atiku, Tinubu?
Well, I don't know who among them is so corrupt, but I believe Tinubu is more corrupt than Atiku.
All right.
Yeah,
All right.
I believe. I mean, you might say maybe it's biased in that, but I believe because somebody who controls the whole state for how many years? He's been controlling Lagos State. He's been getting money through his alphabet, and so much what that means. So what are we talking about? We know. Atiku shows something to himself, but he's not been in government for how many years now? Yes,
you know, Tinubu openly accuses Atiku of corruption on the campaign stamps. Exactly, but Atiku, he has never once come out to accuse Tinubu of corruption.
I think he has. I think he has. He has accused him of. I think recently, I don't know if you heard about the $10 million that was paid to a Colombian through Alpha Beta, through a bank account through the UK there, and they had to pay somebody in I don't know how that case is going right now. So
in Colombia,
yeah, in Colombia, 10. I don't know if you're aware of that. 10 million, is it 10 or $2 million was paid to a Colombian through Alpha Beta account from UK there. I mean, right. I don't know how true that is, but that is what the PDP brought forward as evidence. They brought it forward. They said this is evidence that Tinubu is being blackmailed, or somebody is blackmailing him.
Well, what was it? What was the $2 million paid for?
That is it. They could not give any reason for it. There was no reason stated for it, but it was just paid to that guy's account in Colombia. So could it be that this guy, because what they were trying to establish with that,
unbelievable.
Somebody's trying to blackmail him who knows him from way back when they were doing their business. Say, if you don't want me to spill the beans out, pay me.
When it was running drugs, Abi.
Maybe that's what they said. That's what they were saying. So, I don't know how true it is. Don't get me wrong. I'm just going by what I've heard from.
Is that not a reach? How I don't know.
But it was established that yes, they paid money. They paid that money, but what that money was for was not really stated. But
Alpha Beta, a multinational consultancy, is paying money to whoever.
Yeah. I mean, I saw the document that they provided.
Do you remember when they were filing the charges for Moyele Sowore, and they accused him of money laundering? He moved money from Sahara Reporters
to Dubai, or is that what you're talking?
Yes, they moved. That he moved $10,000 from Sahara Reporters to his own private account. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I heard about that. Yeah, I do.
Is that not is this storyline not equally as ludicrous as that?
You see, that is one thing about Nigeria. You see, we don't know which is which. Even when people provide you evidence, we have a way of trying to
No, what evidence has been provided? That a multinational consultancy paid money to somebody.
Yeah, Buhala and what's his name? This guy, aviation guy, and this other
Dele Momodu.
Dele Momodu, and this other Edo guy, as a spokesperson. They showed the press a certain document that they have that shows the payment that was made, that they traced to that person.
That they traced.
I mean, let me not go.
It sounds so ludicrous. You see, when you start to think about it, I'm sure it sounds ludicrous to you too.
Well, it might, but this is the same way we talk about the money that he forfeited in America, and nothing was ever. Everybody tried to spin it in any way that is not something. It's not something that is serious. I mean, let's not. I don't want to go there because you see, let me just speak to what you are asking me. So for me, I see Tinubu becoming if it loses this election, it's going to be a problem. It's going to be a problem because this man has stake his all and all into this election, and people that he's relying on to help him win. And I found out that these people are the one who are stabbing him. Already he's saying it, and we had El-Rufai saying it himself. So even though we already knew, so for me, I feel if at the end of the day he now loses after this heavy amount of money he spent. That was what I said earlier. The only soft part I have of Tinubu, not because I want him, but I don't want him. Just tell the man to go and sit down one place. Don't let him spend too much money than he has to spend. Just say you're not going to give him. We're not going to support you, even though you get a ticket. Just let him know. Rather than just pretend and let him believe that you guys are with him, and at the end of the day, you just shake him and then before you know it, the guy loses everything. He loses all the money, and then and I'm sure some of the money he has hidden that they said they've changed, and then they've changed his new currency. Maybe he's not even able to. Maybe that's one of the reasons why he's lamenting, because he felt that if people change this money and then this money is not circulating, I'm not going to be able to change the old notes that I have with me. because people will want to investigate how I got those money. And I can't use it to pay, because I intended to use it to pay off, buy votes. Now I can't spend it. Now, I mean, he loses in all this. So I'm just looking at that this guy is going to lose in many ways, and that's going to make him, he's going to break him down.
Do you think he can survive a loss? I'm talking about actually might well lose his life to it. Not that he'll be killed though, but the shock of it.
I know, I understand. But so, one man, we can only speculate. These are all just speculations. But one thing is that most of our speculation has happened. It has been proven right. But I'm just trying to imagine the worst for that guy if anything happens. But the thing is that I know they definitely will put him under house arrest if he loses that election and he wants to foment trouble. But he has said it once. There was a time he says, Toba ti nomi, marara losi para si ilemi. I think he said something like that. There was one video that was circulating some time back like that when he said that I think that was before the primaries. He said, Toba ti nomi, I'll just go back to my house and go and sit down. I hope he does that after the election, but I doubt it because Tinubu felt he's an emperor in this election and he just have to win. You just have to win because all the.
Well, it does have a history of winning though. Tinubu is a serial winner, you know.
I hear you. Oma lose here. You go lose this one. I mean, wallahi. I tell you, you go.
Hey, what to wallahi? When did you become look at this guy?
You go see him. All of you go see him. You go lose this election.
All right. Let me take you to another talking point, but on my way to that, let me acknowledge the super chats that have been coming in. So this is Ayo, who super chats to say, light up the super chat. So that is what we always encourage, of course. Only really, it always puzzles me. You go to other platforms and the place is lit up in multicolors, but we don't seem to have that here. So we must not be left behind. So light up the super chats as Ayo is inviting. And Ayo invites that. Not only is Ayo lighting up the super chat, he, as you know, by tradition, lights up the coffee space as well. So as the session starts, you already know what happened. Ayo did, as he always does. So thank you for the coffee. But in this instance, joined by Hakim, who goes by the name The Progressive Striker Hakim, and James S., who usually makes a cameo appearance in that space. He joins them as well. So 3 people in that space, which is what we've always really advocated for. So thank you to them. And sorry, let me just sweep up the super chats and I'll come back to you. So Alexander Akashe joins Ayo in the super chat. Comrade Ayo, let us light it up. So there he is right there, hearkening to the call of Ayo. So Ayo then responds to him. Thank you, Alexander Akashe, true comrade. So now the super chats are continue to flow, but then just coming from those 2 quarters, Alexander Akashe comes back. Now you try pass, comrade. So this language of comrade, is this the Omoyele Shore something or the other? On your Lota Continua, Victoria Asata. So Victoria Asata, but to the victory then, rational mind. We were given 1,000 naira to vote Buhari in 2019. Now it is 2,000 naira for Tinubu. So these are the residents of our Kano state saying this to the space. So money will play a part in this politics. Not only because the politicians corruptly bribe by votes, the voting mass, they also have an expectation that their vote has to be paid for, especially in the north. So they've put up the price for reasons of inflation. We know they give shishi. Shishi is required in this election, rational mind.
Of course, definitely. That's why do you think all the politicians are making noise and they are just saying, no, we don't want this money, this naira change or where naira died to hold. We just want it to people to extend it so that they can be able to pay. I mean, and I think I heard, was it you or somebody said it, which it makes sense. You think Nigerians I think maybe we should not really blame the politicians, because when somebody comes and offer you something, you have the free will. You can either say, no, I won't take it, and you vote your conscience, or rather you take it and then you follow what they ask you to do. So I think I will blame Nigerians themselves for accepting this money so that they can buy their votes. Yeah, I mean that we had Saraki now during during that lockdown. When he was making, there was one video that was going around when he was saying that we're one of those people that brought in, we're one of those people that brought Buhari in. He says, he says,
Rational my Baba. I want to ask you this question, please. I heard Peter Obi said, collect their money and vote for me. Is that a good advice to the people? I don't know what you think about that.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's a good advice. That is if they can do it, because people that are giving you money and they want you to vote for them, they will not just give you money and just like, I don't know, I was on the platform, was it this other platform? This damages. Somebody was saying that his in-law they collected their PVC from them. I mean, there are many ways they can rig their election. I mean, one way, like they said, they've been doing in South and Lagos. I mean, the other southwest state is that some APC talks have been going harassing some people that are not Yorubas, and they collect their PVC from them, and maybe give them money and collect their PVC because they know that these people, if they have that PVC, that very day they can vote, and that vote can tilt, could maybe tilt the victory for their other rival, maybe Obi in this case. And then if that what that person says is to be true, then that means that's trouble looming in the horizon. So when people are, because they sell in the market and they don't want their store being shut down, and some thugs will just come and say from this Yaloja or something like that, and then we want your PVC, and they collect your PVC from you. You can't vote on that very day. So, and they will be able to rig it that way. And so, just to answer your question, yes, if they give you money, then vote your conscience. If you go there and do some other things, I'm with you on that. But you see, I know.
Sorry, is that sorry? Go on. Yeah.
Go on. I'm listening.
You know, Thomas fell out and came back in. Thomas, okay. were you coming? I've always wondered if there's an inherent fallacy in that idea. If they give you money, take it and vote your conscience. So, I mean, what does that mean? What does that mean? If they offer you money, reject it. That is where your conscience is. The moment you take that money, your conscience is already sold. So then you become a fraudster if you take that money and you don't vote as you had agreed. So what does
God
that
bless
mean?
You, bless you.
Take that money and vote your conscience. Reject the money and tell them you will vote your conscience. That is really the altruistic. It's fraud otherwise.
Yeah.
I hear Peter Obi say it in his own words. Yeah, collect the money and vote for me.
Yeah, but
it's not right.
Thomas,
wait.
I've had him say that. You're right.
Hold on. Let Kulata come in and then you wrap
it. Can't your conscience tell you to deliver the vote for the amount paid? Because if you take the money, it's a transaction. If I do a transaction, my conscience will tell me to follow through with the transaction. I will not. If you pay me for something, better be sure I will do whatever you tell me to do. So it's a dumb. I think what I'm trying to say is that it is not a well thought out statement. It's a dumb statement.
Yes, I think I agree with you. The moment you take that money, you are more inclined to vote as per agreed than then to get to the. You feel like you are dishonoring an agreement. I agree with that somewhat. Rational.
Well, let me now start spinning too, like you Batify people spin. I want to spin now. Well, we can say it's a dumb, because like myself personally, I've sometimes when I find it necessary, I criticize Obi about some certain dumb things he said. But then can we say that this is also dumb? Like Kulata said, I don't think I won't necessarily qualify it as being dumb, even though it sounds like it. But then what he's trying to tell the people is that I know you people are hungry. I don't have money to give to you. I won't buy your vote. But if other people tries to buy your vote, and you know that these people who are buying your vote, they buy this vote, like he says, only one time in a year. Whenever they need you, they'll come and meet you. They buy your vote, and you never see them again. So why don't you collect that money from them if you feel like you cannot resist the temptation of that money and you are so hungry, you need that money? Take that money from them. Then vote for me. You get it? But then the question is, would these people that give you that money just give you that money and just watch you to go and vote for somebody else? I doubt. So maybe in that sense, you can say like, or the Kolata said, maybe that is dumb. But in the real sense of it, it's not dumb. What is trying to tell them that I don't have the money to buy your vote. I will never buy your vote. But if other people try to buy your vote, and you really see that you really want that change, you want a country whereby your kids can go to school. You don't have to go to see one counselor to put one downfall down for everybody. All the old kids to be packed into their downfall like sardine. Vote for me. I'll make sure that every school district has buses for their kids. Every school, every government school has buses for their kids. Not that one councillor will come and put one bus down and say, oh, Honorable Musharraf, whatever, Aregbe, whatever, and then everybody, all your kids, go to Mushin, go to Agege there, you see them as they park them like sardine. And you're telling me Tinubu is working in Lagos. And all of us live here in developed world, and we wish that kind of thing for our people back home. I mean, are we insane? I mean, I don't want to go really because I've seen some
rational mind.
I've been seeing commenting here on Boyega, show you Boyejo, whatever he calls himself. They've been talking, and the Gary Smith or whatever. They've been talking crap there in the comment section. I mean,
you belong in the game enough now. If you pay attention to the comment section, your head will pause.
My vexation,
you know.
My vexation.
Yeah, rational mind. Irrational punches are coming your way.
Yeah, no problem. I'm down for that. So my point is this. I mean, guys. I mean, I'm not going to attack you personally, guys, in the comment section, but I will just speak to the issues you raise about me talking about Lagos State or talking about Tinubu, that I'm this, I'm that, Tinubu by all that kind of crap. I mean,
it's just bands. I never attacked you personally.
I'm not taking it personal, but my point is this. Go to Nigeria, see how Lagos State is run, and wish that for yourself. Here in America, or wherever you are.
There's nothing you can do about Lagos, because you know how many people that are coming down to Lagos every day.
I know.
Lagos is one of the 7 mega cities in the world. A mega city.
Mega slum. You could always say mega city. It's a mega slum.
Okay. Rational mind. Rational mind. Will you rather take Abia State? And I wish it for you. You wish Lagos for me. I wish Abia State, and I wish Abia State for you.
I wish Yobe State. Yobe State.
I wish you Yobe State.
Kulata, you do not see any state
one man to wish. One man.
I wish in Abia State, Kulata.
Look at this guy.
One man.
He has a mansion in Victoria Island, and they come here and be running down Lagos State.
Hold on. You see, what we are getting, what we're paying to Lagos State, what Lagos State is getting, and what we're getting back is not worth it. That's what I'm trying to say.
Hey, but we give you commensurate states that is paying back. You take that one, me I take Lagos.
We do like to do this. What about, right? And when we start doing it, and people will say no, we should not do what about.
Simple question.
No. Sorry, Kulata. You know, when you are making all these criticisms of Lagos State and Tinubu, it is as though there is better known within the Nigerian space.
Exactly.
So Lagos is the richest, and maybe you have a certain expectation, but other states are equally rich relative to what they are. But the level of their development is not relative anywhere near their wealth compared to Lagos State. So I'm not quite sure the basis of your comparison to.
I agree with you. You can compare Lagos to other states. It's like Lagos State is the best, right? But you compare Lagos State to the known developed cities, like where you live there, one man, or where you live
to London, Lagos State. Why is it not London? Why is Lagos not
Australia, where you live? Or
you want to isolate Lagos from Nigeria and then start comparing to London.
You want us to do what about now, Abi? We'll start what about. Now you compare it to Atlanta, where you live there, Kolata. Or I compare it to where I live.
That is apples and agbalumo now. They're not the same. Look at Nigeria. Pick a better run state in Nigeria and compare to it.
But then you can compare oranges with tangerine, right?
Why?
But you can compare it, right? Because in the sense it's orange, and then tangerine is Kaduna State, right?
No, they are both oranges. They belong to the same family. So you can say one orange is orange family.
But then
orange family.
Usually, tangerine is different from orange. They're all citrus. We know, but what I'm trying to tell you is that
we're not doing the citrus comparison. I want to eat oranges. Okay, show me a better orange than Lagos.
That's what I'm saying to you. In the Nigerian context, Yes, go on, please.
It's as if you've got something else for Tinubu. I know Lagos State is not where we expected Lagos State to be, but in the whole of Nigeria, at least he's still doing something. You know, my sister used to live in Lagos. We have a house in Ketu. And when she got married, she moved to the outskirts of Lagos, like the Ogun State side. And she calls me many times complaining about her health and stuff. I said, okay, go to your health center and lodge complaint and see what they do to help you. And she told me she's been going many times. They'll just give her some medication without even testing her, all this kind of thing. So we've been complaining. So there was a day she went to our house in Ketu for just they had one function like that. And it just occurred to her mind to go to the primary health center around our house there. And she went there. And when she came back, what she told me, I was like, at least proud of something. Like the doctor there attended to her, they did some tests on her, they gave them breakfast, all sorts of things. And she said she has to come back to Lagos for that thing. I know Lagos State is not where we expected Lagos State to be, but something is going on. But what do you guys do when you want to abuse Tinubu or want to downgrade Lagos? You bring state that not hold on. Let me finish, please.
Hold on now.
Then you bring state that are not even doing anything. You bring them to compare to Lagos, to rubbish Lagos. All these states, they're not doing anything. When you talk about Godfather, is Ibori not Godfather? Is Ibori not Godfather in Nigeria?
You mean Bori?
Yeah.
You say Bori was it not a Godfather? Is that what you said?
When you talk about Godfather, Godfatherism, is Bori not a Godfather? What has he done in Delta State? At least Tinubu, I know what he's doing is not right. Okay, how can you achieve a continuity in Nigeria without being the Godfather? Do you think Nigerian space is abroad where democracy is just like no? Sometimes
we should continue in this Godfatherism, right? Is that what you want?
For the meantime, we are going our democracy.
Why sometimes I wonder.
Rational mind. I've always wondered if that Godfatherism is actually the right terminology. Is it? I've always wondered. Are we not actually talking about continuity rather than Godfatherism? Continuity.
How we do a very good job at painting things, giving it some coloration that makes it look like so attractive. I mean, call it what it is.
Is that not what it is? Is that not what it is? This is not continuity. And are we not seeing the positive effect of it?
Somebody held Lagos State for over 20-something years. It dictates who goes in there and comes out of that place.
Rational mind. I'm sorry. How long have you been in Nigeria? When last you been in Lagos? When last you went to Lagos State?
I was in Lagos a few months ago.
Yeah, and you don't see any changes in Lagos?
Oh my goodness, here you go.
No infrastructure?
Yeah, hold on.
Thomas, can I give Rational Mind the flip side? Okay, the flip side is Cross River State. Donald Duke was governor, I think around the same time as Tinubu.
Okay.
Borrowed money, built Tinapa, did everything, and handed over to one of his best friends so that one can continue what he was doing. That one totally abandoned every legacy product that Donald Duke built. Both Tinapa and what's the name of that other place? So Budukatu Ranch. He ignored them. Those borrowed money gone to waste. So no continuity.
And the project overrun by rodents.
Yeah. Now look at the place now. Beautiful place when he started. No continuity. He's now going to start his own white elephant project. And the next guy that came, wait now. The next guy came will abandon his own, starts his own. At the end of the day, where's Cross River State today?
Okay, so you see, you guys are very good at bringing examples like this. Yeah, you always bring it. And I like you, Batified people. You always go and dig out things just to justify anything that you want to justify. It's a good
rational mind. Why is Batified come out in all these things? I am not Batified.
Carry on, Rational Mind.
Thomas, Mama, paro for me. We know where you stand. Don't.
I am not Batified. when am I going to iron this thing out? I am not batified.
Okay, you're not batified.
All right, it's not batified. If it's so, carry on.
Tinubu inclined, right?
Yes, it's Yoruba inclined.
Okay, all right. So anyway, so my point is this: is that you guys are very good at bringing up examples like this. How about this? Yeah, it makes sense to believe that continuity is good. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's good. But in the context of Tinubu that we're talking about, he had access to the treasury of that state. You can be a godfather. I don't think you should not be a godfather. But in a godfather way, like in kind of Tinubu, whereby you run a criminal enterprise in the name of Lagos state government. Every money that goes in there, you have a so-called auditing company that audits the whole something for a state as rich as Lagos state, and you get some percentage as that. And I mean, what are we talking about here? Is that selflessness? If you really want to contribute, be that godfather, tell them what to do. But I know, you see, I personally too, I can make a case for you for why Tinubu should remain that godfather and continue that status quo in Lagos. I can give you that. If you want to hear that, because if he wants to put anybody there to become governor, he would need money. He would need access. You can't expect him to be using his personal money for that. So he would need the same Lagos state coffers, get his access to Lagos state coffer to be able to finance elections for every member of his party. So he will need to continue having that Lagos state access to that Lagos state. I mean, that's another way of looking at it. But how long are we going to continue like this? That's the question.
Can you show us a better model in Nigeria, please?
You see,
in
that's
Nigeria.
What saying. None in Lagos State, none in Lagos, none in Nigeria, not inclusive of Lagos State. None of them.
Rational mind.
Why we all here in developed countries?
Rational mind.
Nigeria is working for us. Why did we all stay over there?
Rational mind.
That's what I'm saying.
Please.
Let me address you. Let me address what you just said. Now, you said your sister went to Lagos, right? You went to Lagos.
Okay.
You said your sister went to Lagos, right?
Yeah.
Now, where you went to Lagos was. I have people in Lagos State.
Yeah.
You don't go to. In fact, I don't know of any government health center that is still functioning. My dad.
The one in the Ikeja area is.
I know. Oh my God!
Are you saying the one in Oregon? The one in Oregon functions. I can tell you that.
One man, I told my sister when next she goes there, she should do a video for me and she
is Lagos State Teaching Hospital?
No, I'm talking about the primary health center in my area. Okay. You know, my mom doesn't go to private clinic. She goes to general hospital. You know, I have a friend in Nigeria. Anytime he needs money, he calls me and I give him money. But there was a day he called me that he was sick. He's sick that he needs money. I told him, go to general hospital. I said he can't go to general hospital. But I told my mom goes to this general hospital every now and then, and she comes back home happy. And she said, okay, at the end of the day, I didn't.
You said general hospital now. This is not private health center. I don't know what you're talking about.
No.
As far as I know, there is no private health center functioning in Lagos.
No.
What do you mean? There are now.
Which one? One man. Tell me which one? Which one? One man.
There's one in Oregon. There's a primary health center place in Oregon.
I will send somebody to go and confirm that for me, because you're saying that it's
one man. Every area in Lagos State have primary health center that is working and ask doctors.
Come on. Don't
please. Let me finish now. Let me finish what I'm saying, please.
People are telling you their lived experiences.
I have people in Lagos.
One man, I've told my sister when next she goes there, she should do a video for me. I will give them money in that hospital. Anything they need in primary health center, I will even support them. That's another scenario. My friend, because I didn't give him the money, then at the end of the day, he went to the general hospital, and when he came back, I said to me, let me tell you the truth. The reason why I don't want to go to the general hospital is that there's long queue there. I said, long queue? Me here in London, anytime I call my doctor to see my doctor, it takes me a month and 3 weeks. Okay, because you don't want to be on the queue. So that's why I don't want to go there. I want to go to the private hospital because I will give you money. That's why many people don't go there. And those people that goes there, they have testimony. I'm not talking about the general hospital, because the general hospital overcrowded, too much people in Lagos.
But primary, you see why you shot yourself in the foot here. It's really like you're saying that health centers are working. Why are people flocking to general hospitals? You see what you're talking about now.
what is health center? What is general? You don't even know what I'm saying. You first go to the health center, and if the case, if they can't handle the case, they will transfer you to the general hospital. That's how it works.
But are you telling all the people queuing up in the general hospital? They could not use the service of health center before they start flocking to.
Because what their needs is more acute than the primary.
Did you listen to me? Because you want to beat Tinubu, you won't listen to anybody.
You see, people just come here and paint some kind of. Listen, I have people in Lagos. I have a dad. I have people that have health issues. They don't go to. There's no one functioning. I don't know of this one you're talking about.
No, they are not telling you the truth. They are not telling you the truth.
Yours are telling you the truth.
Let's move on from that space. Rational Mind, quite a few people have told you. Even I have told you because I live in Oregon, so I'm telling you that
one man live in Oregon.
One man.
When was the last time you were in Oregon? You're talking about.
Don't worry, my home is in Oregon.
Don't come here.
One man, please. Can I say this, please? Please, let me say this. There is let John land and then say that quickly, and then we just leave that space. John first.
Rational Mind, listen to me. Yeah, in this life, Yoruba man sọ pé bọ́nà bá ṣe rí la ṣe máa ń rìn yẹn. Àní wo bí ọ̀nà bòmí ṣe rí ká bá fi bá ṣe rìn ibi tí a wà. We are in Lagos, Nigeria. I know you won't understand.
No, you understand because we talk about it makes sense.
Be politics Nigeria bá ṣe rí like mama manager for now.
Sorry, some of us are not Yoruba. Please excuse me.
That's what he said.
National Mind.
So what Tinubu has applied, at least he has given us a little gain. Even it's not much, it's giving a little gain. But compared to other states in Nigeria, they've done nothing. But what you do, all those people supporting Obi, go and check their teeth 4 or 5 years ago, the way they are abusing Obi. All of a sudden, all of you change. And one thing, nobody can use force on Nigeria. That's why Buhari is failing. Nobody, Obi said, when it comes, I will do this, everybody go on strike. You can't use force on Nigerians. We need somebody that, what we call Moiko. That's the person that can rule Moiko.
All right. Let's hear from Thomas, and then we move on.
It is well. But let's just set the record straight, please. I live in Iju Shaga before leaving Lagos. There is health center, primary health center. Fagba, if people know Shaga very well, health center in Fagba. The last time I went to Nigeria, it's still functioning. It's Fagba bus stop. People that know Lagos very well, Iju Shaga. Rational Mind, this fake news. Because of you don't like Tinubu, fine, but don't give people fake news now,
what is
brother.
Fake news?
But you said let me finish now. You said primary healthcare center. There is none that is working. You don't know fact what you are saying. You don't know in fact what you are saying.
I don't even know what you're talking about too.
I don't know what I'm talking about.
I don't know.
No, he said he doesn't know what you're talking about, but there it is. Let's take it back to the topic. So you were talking about the machinations in Aso Rock.
So I see this whole thing going on with this whole plots that they are etching within Aso Rock. I know with what Nasir said now, telling that look, we know that you know that we know that you guys exist in Aso Rock there, and we know you are playing these games. And you want to score to this guy's presidential ambition. But then for me, I will take whatever this guy say with a pinch of salt. I don't want Tinubu to really rely on. He can do that because I think the last time they appeared in London together, he allowed him to answer their question on security. Maybe he's gradually coming to like Nasir, because this is the same Nasir that went to Lagos State during the pandemic, and they was talking crap about Tinubu. How could you people allow one person and dominate the whole of Lagos? How can you allow one person to become godfather? This is a guy who speaks from both sides of his mouth. This Nasir El-Rufai. I said that guy is a snake. I mean, that's when I say this somebody is a snake, I know what I'm talking about. And then suddenly all the old party now looking at him as a savior. Oh, Leo, he's a savior. Nasir El-Rufai is now supporting our bat. He's standing his ground for him.
Rational mind. Because I'm not the Yoruba boy now. Which one be Yoruba?
Yeah, let him land.
No, I'm just. I know. That snake is only for me in this platform. So before you use it, you have to pay.
Look at that. Don't worry, we'll address that in a moment. I blame you for this, Rational Mind. You introduced fighting to this platform. Now everybody are bringing their gloves. I had to call Kulata back yesterday to come and separate punches being thrown between Fatai and.
I saw that. I had that too.
It's quite a thing.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I mean, I'm not. Maybe in the past because I just feel like some people are just here to just put other people down. But I realize that this is just a platform. Everybody's here to talk. Most of the people talking here, I know some of them. I'm old enough to be their grandfather. I mean, on the comment section, perhaps I'm talking about some of them. You don't know, maybe they're just kids. They just act like they're adults, and because they have access to devices. So anyway, so my point is, what I'm trying to say is that I would take anything that El-Rufai says with a pinch of salt, because this is a guy who speaks from both sides of his mouth, and suddenly now it's seeming like, oh, I'm for Tinubu. I mean, Tinubu should just watch out who are those people who are part of his inner circle. He doesn't want to bring certain people there who always go back and leak the strategies to other people. I mean, don't get me wrong. The only soft spot I have for Tinubu is just that I don't want him to just tell this guy, let him go and sit down. Don't let him spend his money beyond what he's going to spend. Don't trick him. I don't like somebody tricking people. That's just the only area I have for him. But other than that, I want him to lose that election so that Yoruba Nation can come, like Kulata was saying. Yeah, because if he loses the election, we see a repeat of Moshood Abiola issue, whereby we say the Northerners doesn't want any Yoruba people to rule, except the kind of Yoruba person that they want themselves, that they will dictate to be there. No, you don't tell us who we want to become leader over us. We choose. But if the Hausa Fulani will have to dictate for us who they want, like they did in the case of Obasanjo, because it was their kind of person they feel they can control.
They're stooge.
No, so something like that, yeah. So, yeah, we don't want that. But I don't see Tinubu as my candidate, too. But then, if he has to be, well, so be it then. But then, I still have doubt as to his capacity to govern, to lead that country when he ever becomes president.
All right, brother. You know, it's quite curious that you are saying that your push against Tinubu is really some convoluted journey to land on Yoruba Nation. It's curious that you said that because about 2 sessions ago, somebody said in the comment section that one of the obedience, he was saying in the comment section that if Peter Obi doesn't get the presidency, that yes, he wants Atiku to win that presidency. And very quickly, we were having conversations around that, and we were somewhat concluding that there's an ethnic resentment there. But when I was thinking about it further, I was thinking that maybe that thinking is actually, if they don't get Peter Obi, they want Atiku, because that would then put the Southwest in that space that they are, which is a push for nation state. So then you have then pretty much the whole of the South agitating for ethnic nations. I think that might well be.
Yeah, it might.
Does that make sense? What I
yeah,
just
it does.
said?
It does. Yeah, it does. Yeah. So, well, let us see how this whole thing plays out. We're only just palpitating. But one thing I feel, I just suspect that might happen is if Tinubu loses his election, I just hope he doesn't collapse. And I mean,
Yamutu,
or and maybe they don't get me arrested, because already he's vibrating already. He's vibrating like this. He has not even got into the election. There's just jitter. He's been jittering that he might lose the election because of some people within his party working against him. And you can imagine if he eventually loses the election, and it's so flagrantly that he was schemed out, And like, I don't know, was it you that played that video yesterday where some Alaye boys were being arrested in Lagos?
Yes, by the army, curiously.
So you imagine, so I mean, that is what Tinubu and I said Tinubu, Buhari and his people, mind you, he says that they're going to deal with anybody that tried to scuttle this election that will be used as election riggers or whatever, which we know how. excuse me, we know how Lagos State election has always played out. Every election cycle, the roles that the Agberos always play. Going to beat. I hope I've not given you cough.
No, I've had it. I've not been able to shake it for quite a good while now. It's just yeah.
So I see what the army now, because I was listening to everybody here when they said, why not the police? Why the army at this time around? So you can start asking that question. So I just hope that these cabals within Nassau Rock are not really how to get to get Tinubu in this election cycle, because the way because his tools are the area boys, and if they can bring that fear, and they can bring that fear on those Alaye boys, the Jaguda boys in Lagos, say, look, if you see you people out, we're going to get you all arrested and rounded up. So maybe that will give them fear, and I don't know. Let's just see how this election plays out. But one thing is certain for me, that if Tinubu loses this election, it's either one thing happens or the other happens to him. Yeah. So yeah.
All right, brilliant. Thank you. So brilliant, thank you. Stay with us. Usually I don't bring the comment sections except a super chat, but this one by Dupe is somewhat curious. It's not offensive. She said, rational mind. I am old enough to be your mom. See, so ignore that part because she's quite of age. So ignore that part. That was in. So it says, rational mind. I am old enough to be your mom. See, kilo fa jagba. One man, let me come in the studio. Kim le fun bobo yi tan. Rather, rational
mind.
One man. This platform, what did this platform go international.
I don't know. Sometimes we are comedy central. Sometimes we last. Look at that.
Rational mind. Àwọn tó bẹ̀bẹ̀ jagun yìí ti là pọ̀ gan-an.
Wọ́n pọ̀ gan-an. Tó bá ti lè gbọ́ Tinubu lẹ́nu mi báyìí ni máa ń bí wọn ni. Kò
kí ń yé wọn ni because your narrative around Tinubu, it doesn't hang together oftentimes.
I mean, it doesn't hang together in the sense that because they feel maybe as a Yoruba person. Mama down low. I mean, I don't understand. I mean, who is talking to you and saying Mama is saying I won't respond to her.
No, the Momsi part I was saying not to respond to because you may think it crossed the line, but because I monitor her in the comment section, sometimes I tell them to put her on timeout because her language crosses the border somewhere.
Have you seen her in person? Have you met her in person?
No, I've never seen her in person. No, how many people have I seen in person? But the way she talks, like she's a grandma or something.
The best platform.
I'm a grandpa too. I mean, if she wants to know I'm a grandpa.
Look at that.
I have a 7 years old grandpa.
But yeah, Look
at that.
Exactly. Come on, Kolobi.
Look at that. Zima frame love. But there it is. So thank you, Rational Mind. Let me take the conversation let me take it to you, Ajale Koko, and then let me bring you in with one of the clips that are uploaded. This is El-Rufai on TVC. So we're watching this blind, but he's speaking about Buhari. So actually, let me bring you this one when he's telling us what Article stands to gain from the Naira change. So his understanding is that the Naira change is some convoluted Article strategy.
Your Excellency, the statement issued by the PDP presidential candidate says it is those who are trying to rig the election that are asking for an extension.
You know, the fact that the presidential candidate of the PDP, who last week was issuing statements appealing for extension because he wanted to gain sympathy, because the policy was hurting APC and he wanted to gain sympathy. And we didn't want to come out and speak against our party and our president and our CBN governor. But this week, because of a mere extension of 10 days, he's turning around to say that don't extend, means there is something. He is clearly benefiting from this pain that Nigerians are going through. Every day, till today, I have seen protests in Lagos. I have reports of people in Kaduna that cannot buy food and they cannot sell because there are no currency notes around. But the presidential candidate of the PDP is saying, don't extend, because he's gaining from it. The incitement of people against the APC is, in his view, to his advantage. And this incitement is stronger in the north, in northern Nigeria, where Atiku hopes to benefit from. That's one. Secondly, you should know that the presidential candidates of other parties, other than NNPP, have very close relations with some banks, and they even own some of them. So they can get the currency while we can't. So this is why he's saying this. And I want Nigerians to understand very carefully how someone who last week was saying extend it is now saying don't extend. What is there about extending the time for market women and villagers and fishermen to extend their currency that amounts to rigging election? If Atiku Abubakar or anybody is talking about, oh yes, if you extend, there will be vote buying. Is Naira the only currency that you can buy votes? You can go across to Niger and buy CFA, CFA franc. If the dollar is too big, you can go across and buy CFA franc and use it. And CFA franc, after elections, can be converted into Naira, the new currency. So that's not a solution to vote buying. The vote buying argument is just hiding behind one finger. When you don't have your facts, you don't have your logic correctly, you get something absurd and hide behind it. Naira is not the only currency to do vote buying. You can use any currency. You can use dollar.
As an expert rigger, telling us then, what are you making then of the submission by El-Rufai? Because we tracked the language of Atiku Abubakar, as you know, Ajale Koko, when he came, his press statement, in fact, the video clip where he made that statement, he copyright struck us on this platform when we played it. We're still fighting him with YouTube. So he said that the pain of the deadline was too heavy. So, but now that they have extended it, he wants it not to be extended further. So this duplicitous politicking by Atiku Abubakar, typical of the man, but it's the explanation that El-Rufai gave. Does that go to the center of what Atiku is politicking to, Adale Koko?
Thank you, woman. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share, and subscribe if you haven't done so. I agree with El-Rufai from A to Z. PDP is talking from both sides of their mouth. They are playing double standard game. On one side, they are making mockery of Tinubu and APC that the new note, that the scarcity of the new note is making it impossible for them to acquire so much money for vote buying. And on the other side, they are appealing. I mean, the principal Atiku himself is appealing for extension. What I mean, where do they stand on this issue? The double standard game they are playing. So El-Rufai narrated everything very well. the double standard game they are playing. They are trying to, as well as the obedient. Obedient are playing the same thing too. They wanted people to go through pains and suffering instead of, saying the truth to power that this policy is not well implemented and that, Emefiele and the government should extend it and make life, make it easier for people to exchange this thing. But rather, they are jumping on Tinubu and blaming Tinubu that it outburst is as a result of inability to have a lot of money for vote buying. So it's just they both Labour Party and PDP are putting this pressure, blaming Tinubu because they want people to go through pain so that they can go with anger and vote against APC. But Tinubu, as a strategic politician, as smart then, he spoke out what they could not risk. He risked it. He spoke out. He said the truth to power. He punched Buhari and the Cabal he punched them in the face, and he told leadership that, look, I am not part of this shenanigan that is putting pain on Nigerian people. Separate me from this nonsensical exchange of money, exchange of redesigning and the policy that is putting pains on you. I am not part of it. So, and he doubled down yesterday in Calabar. So it's not stopping. It's fighting. So this guy is, he has outsmarted them. So no matter how they try to play their game, he has really shown clearly that, look, I know how to play this game better than you guys. And I think he's taking the credit for it, whether you like it. Some will not give him the credit, but I believe a lot of people will give him the credit that his hard boss has really pushed the government, and as well as some of the APC leadership to put pressure on the government. Ganduje went to, what do you call it? He went with powerful delegation to Aso Rock to warn Buhari, to tell the president that, look, Kano...
Ajale Koko, can I put you back? Atiku too wants to buy votes now. He too needs money now. But why is Atiku talking like this? Don't you think like that?
Double standard game now. That's what I'm saying. It's playing double standard game. Politicians know how to deceive Nigerian people. So he want to play a very smart game as if, he's in support of the money exchange, and at the same time is pushing against blaming Tinubu, who made that outburst in Abeokuta that, is going through pains, he can't get enough money. All those nonsense. So, but, Tinubu has achieved one thing. He's been able to pull support behind him from the leadership of the party. The foremost leader of all the governors of APC, who is El-Rufai, spoke. He was even very, specific on those that are trying to scuttle the chances of Tinubu winning this election.
Have we got names of these cabals? Have we got names? Because we keep using that loose term, the cabals. Can we speculate as to who those cabals might well be?
Well, I don't know them, but they know them. They know them. He said it specifically that they are in Aso Rock. So he knows them, and they know them too.
Maman Daura, how about that?
Okay, people.
Yes, Maman Daura, the easy one to go to. What about Baba Gana King Gibe? There's a lot of speculation that is part of the Northern Cabal.
It could be. I don't know.
And Ibrahim Gambari, he has to be as well.
Well, We don't. They know themselves. I don't know them.
There's one Tunde guy, Tunde Saibu. I mean, Tunde something. Is one of the biggest cabal. He's a young kid, though. You're very young, extremely young kid. But that guy has Buhari's ears. So between that Tunde chap, that Daura, Mama Daura guy, and some other shadowy people, those are the so-called cabal.
Well, what about Femi, Buhari spokesman?
No, he
Nah,
can't be
that
a
one.
cabal. No,
That one an employee now.
You know, the cabal are people who can tell Buhari to do something and they know the ways to get him to do it.
Yeah.
All right. Back to Ajale Koko. So, yes, back to where you were.
Ibrahim Gambari could be among them too, because that's
almost certainly, yes, yeah.
So I don't know those cabal, but El-Rufai was very, very specific. He mentioned it directly. He said it to the whole world to hear. They are in Aso Rock. Who had the Aso Rock? Is Buhari? So what are we talking about? So look, leadership of the party, a leader of the party, the foremost leader of the party must lead in the campaign for re-election of his successor. That is the way it is done all over the world. You see, when Obama was quitting, when Obama was about to finish his term, and Hillary Clinton was candidate of their party, campaign with him.
Ajale Koko, we're losing you. Ajale, all right. I think we have to come back to Ajale Koko because you can tell that he's in the process of getting into the car and going about maybe heading home from work.
Yeah. I'm heading home. So look, Rufai. I said Rufai. El-Rufai. What is his name? The governor of Kaduna. He has done so much good for Tinubu for coming up to speak, and he made a very strong statement. That strong statement, there's no support that anybody can give to Tinubu than what that guy said.
It's a power move. What this because they say leave everything on the field. Those are the sporting rules. Leave everything on the field. And I think that's what we're seeing playing out now. What they are doing now is they are forcing those cabals out of the shadows. And I think their names are coming in. Maman Daura, Zangon Daura, Mahmoud Tukar, Ismailia, Issa Fantau, who's now late, Lawal Daura, Babagana Kingigbe. Some of the names are, but these are some of the names. At least
two are dead now. Mahmoud Tukar is dead. Yeah. Isn't Issa Fantau dead?
Issa Fantau is dead as well, yes.
Yeah. So, there's a Babatunde Kabir or something, Bashir. He's not Yoruba or no.
Yeah, Babatunde is his nickname. Yes, I know. I'm aware.
Yeah, it's his nickname. He's the special assistant. Is the special assistant to Buhari. He's the one that has his ears the most.
And then Hamed Ali, the customs
man. What of the late Abbas Yari? I think they said
they are dead now. Dambazao. So when you read all these names, you can see that these names, when we're talking about the feudal conservative North, these are the sort of names we're talking about. These people that they don't only know that one way and they want to hold the country there. But Ajale Koko, back to you.
But before Ajale Koko continue, let me quickly say this. Since we all agree that there's this feudal North who always want to maintain status quo. So why do we have to continue in this madness? Why can't we just hand this whole thing and then everybody go their separate ways?
Because there's a progressive North that sees the future in the way we see it as well.
But so rather than
break up, Yeah.
Sorry, go on, please. Go on.
No. I know where you are. So the easiest thing is to break it up, isn't it? But if we make it work, Nigeria, it'll be one of the best things that's happened on this planet. At that progressive North, they see the future in the way that we in the South see it. So it's just our hope that the progressive North will be able to rescue the North from the conservative North, and then progressivism, which is to gather all the schools of the streets, put them in school, put a proper structure within place. They can still subsist in their religion and culture, but in a modernized fashion, so that they don't go every Friday to the patriarch of their society and do Rankadede. So we have to liberate them, and some within them feel that they have to be liberated as well. So we're talking about El-Rufai, Kashim Shettima, Ganduje, Zolom, all these kind of names. So that's where the battle line is, and all of those names against the names that Alexander
the conservative not allow these so-called progressive you're talking about.
That's the fight that is going on now. Yeah. That's what we're saying playing out now.
But then you need to understand. We all need to understand that the conservative North are the one that seems to have the power right now. They call the shot. They can determine if Tinubu gets in there or not. I said maybe Tinubu by some means is able to like dribble them and then get himself in there. So if these guys can decide Tinubu's future or get him becoming the president or not.
Are we back to Tinubu again?
No, hold on. He's making a point. He's making a point. Carry on.
The point I'm trying to make is that this conservative North, if they do not allow, they do not want this progressive, so-called progressive or the North you talk about, it will not see the light of the day. So why do we have to waste our time?
No. Have you heard the maxim? The pen is mightier than the sword.
Of course,
so yeah. The maneuvering of the progressive North is what we are saying. El-Rufai play now. So he's bringing this fight into the public.
Who's El-Rufai in the midst of all these people that were these powerful, so-called powerful conservative Northerners? Who is El-Rufai? El-Rufai is just like a fly. They can squash him. They can
squash him, but they cannot squash him now because he's taking it public. So this thing is now going to play the way this thing plays out. If Tinubu does not become president, he opens up the whole of that space. But that's really where the fight is. I think we've been discussing that over the last couple of days. Yeah. I think that's where do you consider that there's a conservative North, Maman Daura, this Zangon Daura, and all this.
Initially, when you proposed that, I did not really see it that way, but now it's getting a little bit clearer to me that I think that's what is going on. It's a fight between the conservative Northerners and the so-called progressive from there, who are trying to align with Tinubu, who is he claims to be a progressive himself, but then they do not want
city boy. Is everything? I am a city boy. I am a city.
That's the word that Shettima coined for him now, and ever since that, everyone that you calling him city boy.
One man,
because shitty boy.
One man.
That sounds more appropriate, doesn't it?
One man. There's something you said. You said now that if Tinubu doesn't win, that El-Rufai they will bust everywhere. They will not bust everywhere. Even in the interview, you see, he's just saying the things he feel like that he can only say to the masses, but they have other things that he cannot spill out. Even when Tinubu loses this election, they are just pitying Tinubu and trying to help him win this election. But it's not like they would totally go against their like this because this conservative, what did you call them? Conservatives. They are older men, and these guys they still respect those older men too, no matter what. Yeah.
All right, thank you. But it's a real palace intrigue. It's Game of Thrones in real life. What we're saying. But back to Ajan Lekoko. So you were talking
rational mind. Yeah. Rational mind. Okay.
Oh, okay, go on.
Rational mind.
Still here.
Rational mind.
Yeah.
Now that name City Boy doesn't emanate from what's it called? The VP candidate. It emanates why Tinubu used to live in America, Chicago City Boy. That's where it emanates from. So the name has been on him for long. Okay.
All right, back to Ajanle Koko. But on our way to Ajanle Koko, let me quickly acknowledge the super chats that have been coming in, because people get somewhat off-put if their super chat is not inserted where they were intending it. So it was Des that joined the super chat space to say that you guys should be ashamed of yourself. Lagos State that used to compete with Europe in the 60s and now is nowhere to be found. Reason Tiff Noble. So that politics, everybody playing their politics to the end. So that Agbado politics is still very much, they'll play it till the very end, to the final tape. So Agbado politics are Desmond. Play summer. Politics aside, El-Rufai and Ganduje are Southwest loyalists. So I think actually one of the daughters of Ganduje are married to a Yoruba man. I think they actually got divorced today. I saw the headline, but I didn't follow through the content of it. But yes, very much so. Their mindset is more that egalitarianism that we have in the South, that free thinking, forward progression, rather than the herd thinking of the North when one person thinks and they all follow through. So politics aside, El-Rufai and Ganduje are Southwest loyalists. And man of prestige, not super chatting anything, just super stickers to the space. Desmond comes back with the super chats. Southern and Middle Belt leaders are pan-deaf. Endorse Peter Obi. Yes, if you were endorsement, Peter Obi would have been president, 6 months ago. So Peter Obi gets another endorsement from another abstract group. So abstract group. So then, Ajanle Koko, you were talking us through the politics that El-Rufai is playing.
One man, sorry, is it the same Des that can't even go to his hometown?
Leave Des alone.
That says the same Lagos.
No, Dex can go to his hometown. Dex is an Edo guy. He's an Edo boy. He can go to his hometown.
He don't go now. He no go.
He can go. He can go. No, he can go to his hometown. Nothing.
Now, what do you get with Des? You and Solomon. You and Des every time. What do you get with Des?
That's another side fight that is brewing.
I'm covering him up here.
One man.
I don't know what were you yesterday.
One man.
Des is an Igbo man. He's not from Edo.
One man.
How? But he told us he's from Edo State here now.
He said his mom is from Edo.
One man.
I thought it's from.
One man.
I thought his mom is from Anambra.
Hold on, one man.
Yeah.
Did you see the message I sent? I wanted you to highlight because I was trying to send a super chat because the message was too long.
You didn't send a message. You sent a super
reading there. I put the official website of our real estate, and I want people to join us.
Right. You didn't have to do that. You just have to send me the link. But where is it? Where's your message?
It's below the super sticker. I just want people to join if they want to. Below this, yeah.
If let me see. Where are you? Below this super sticker.
Below this, yeah. Below my.
Okay, so here is your super sticker here, but you've not said anything.
No, below it. The next message.
Yeah, I'm looking below it.
The next message after that, on the super chat, on the chat. I just want people to see it if they're interested.
I can't see any message from you, but what you could do, Mano, and you did not have to super sticker that. The platform is
no. It's okay. It's not a super sticker. I just want people to see it.
If you want to promote anything, the platform is there for everybody to promote. So long as it's something legitimate, then of course, we all want everybody to do well. That's what we want. But I can't see anything here.
Okay.
But what send the link in the private chat, and I'll just paste it in
there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or send the whole message as you want it reflected in the private chat, and I just copy it across into the because if you have a hyperlink, it won't let you show in the comment section unless I put it in. Yeah. So back to Ajanle Koko. And by the way, like I said, anybody that wants to promote anything, you know, I'm just the door man. Just let me know and we promote it. You know, we want everybody to do well. So Ajanle Koko, back to you.
So as I was saying,
yeah,
the El-Rufai for coming out to speak against the cabal. I think he has done the biggest favor for Tinubu. Favor in the sense that that statement will take a very serious fight against the cabal. Now, I believe leadership of the party, particularly those that doesn't know what has been going on behind the scene, because I believe that Tinubu and some of the top notchers of his campaign team have tried as much as they can to manage these people, but it looked like they're unmanageable, and the outburst started by him being the leader of the flag bearer and the leader of the campaign team, and seconded by El-Rufai with a powerful statement. And I believe that they have drawn the line against them that, yes, we are taking the fight against you now. You either surrender and support us, or we will defeat you. We will defeat you. And I believe that it's a very good strategy, because there's a limit you can tolerate some miscreants when it comes to this kind of race. There's a limit you can tolerate them. So I think they've exhausted all the opportunity to placate them and bring them into the fold, and that is why they are taking this fight in the public space against them. So El-Rufai is...
Do you think outside of the Tinubu politics, this is a fight that we need to take place in the North, even outside of politics? We need the fight between the progressives and the conservatives in the North to break the stranglehold that the conservatives have used to hold that place back for so long. You know, when I've always said we have to civilize them, this is what I was talking about.
Look, the conservative within the APC has been broken. They've been subdued. It's just because they are still in power in Aso Rock, and that is why it looks as if they are still powerful. You see, the way Tinubu emerged as the candidate of the party, that was the end of their political power in APC. He has broken them. They don't have no strength anymore within the party. It's just because they are still in power in government, and they're trying to use the government resources and their position in government, to frustrate him, or rather to scuttle his chances. So they don't have no power anymore. The power, I mean, they've been, they are powerless now. They are just struggling. They are just like ejò tó gé sí méjì tó ń jòrò. So they are just struggling. So, but now that Rufai up against them, I think that leadership will come together and try to see the way they can bring everybody together, and then go in unison towards possibly get the victory. So that is what I see that is going to.
All right. Do you think Shibaja is one of those Cabal?
Cabal, okay.
Yeah, because I don't know if you listened to what Oshiba just said at one of these economic summit they did recently, where he said that the reason for the new Naira redesign, and he was saying that it's just to curb this election rigging and buying of votes. And the way he spoke is like he's speaking against Tinubu, like he's countering Tinubu. That's how I understood it. And if you listen to El-Rufai today, when he was talking to Charles Adiego, whatever his name was, and he said when he brought it before him, but when you made that statement on was it channels, and some people were already saying on Twitter, on social media, that you were indirectly speaking to what's his name, Shibajo, for what he said, and he said no, he wasn't speaking to. He said Shibajo is a part of the Cabal. So, what Janeko is saying now, if we're to go by what he said, should we now say Shibajo is part of those cabals? Because it seems like he's not on board with Tinubu on this whole thing, this electioneering. I don't know. We can see the body language of Bobo too. It's like
rational man. You see, the leader of them all in the presidency is the president. When you don't see the president making effort, when you don't see him by his body language, I am carrying out action, that will mobilize others, to fully back Tinubu. Everybody have to be very careful because they're looking at him. They want him to lead for them to follow. But since he's not making that effort as expected, I think others don't want to put themselves in trouble. So that is what I see in that situation. The president have a lot of power, and his own effort and action, by the way he speak, by the way he act, can tell where he belong and what he really want to do. But when he's not showing that sign, what do you want the subordinate to do? They want to see him lead, but he's not leading, and they don't know how they're going to offend him if they have to go out of line to jump into the race, supporting Tinubu or following him around. It's just you cannot do anything without the lead of the president in that presidency. So that is where that is the way I see it. So Oshibajo and others, I cannot blame them. Is the president that I will blame the most. I've never seen any president that will act this way and want to act as if, I want to play clean, anybody can win. It is never done. Even in the United States, it is never done. Even in Great Britain, you will see the leader of the party, the outgoing leader, will campaign hard and support, whoever that wants to succeed him. That is the way it is done. But this man is not doing it. And I don't want to blame any other person for what is going on or for not jumping into the race. They don't want to get themselves into trouble. So it's not showing leadership. And Tinubu, came up with a fight to punch them, supported by Rufai. Rufai show a very strong loyalty to Tinubu. And he said it on the interview today that, look, we in the North, we don't do like this in our partnership with others. This is not the way Sadwana did this. This is not the way Ahmadu Bello did it. This is not the way, what do you call it? Aminu Kano and all the leadership that they had in the past. This is not their way. He said, we cannot do this. And he narrated the way he went to Buhari to know whether he had any candidate before the primary, and Buhari said no. And Buhari said the power must shift to the south. And after all the candidates, aspirants rather, he took their name, 5 of them from the south, and Buhari said, look, any one of them, I'm good with any one of them. Let them go to the contest. Whoever emerges is my own man. So what else? But now is the time to act and carry out action. You are staying behind. So the president carries so much weight. So when he's not acting, others cannot jump and be acting as if they know more than him. So everybody is saving his head. Everybody is saving his bread. Everybody is saving his position. So everything falls on his on Mr. President. So that's the way I see it. I don't want to blame Oshibajo. I don't want to blame anybody. So is the president. But let us give it to Rufai. Rufai has done well. He has given a booster to Tinubu, to keep campaigning and show loyalty that they are fully behind him. Him and other governors in the north, he has given him that backbone to keep going strong. So let's give it to Rufai. It show a strong loyalty to Tinubu effort in becoming the president of Nigeria.
All right, brilliant. Well put. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, what we fail to understand is that Buhari is not a leader. Buhari behaves like a father. That's what he does. And you see all these Cabal, mostly they are people that knows him very well. Even when he was sick, those are the people that were behind him, that supported him. They saw everything about him. And he has trusted them. So he doesn't want to be one-sided, and he wants to make sure he doesn't want to offend either of the two parties. And he needs to stand up, try to be a leader, because a leader must come straight. And sometimes you have to offend one side. So he's trying to behave like a father. That's the problem. If we go back to Aisha Buhari's lamentation, maybe some years back, about this Daura or whatever, the nephew. You understand? So those are the people that have been in charge of Buhari. They've managed him when he was sick, so they've known many things that they can't even bring to public about him. So that's why he can't even take any action. And something will happen tomorrow, because all the governors, they will be in meeting with Buhari tomorrow to decide on the way forward. I think something will happen to Emefiele tomorrow. Let's watch.
How do you mean? There's nothing that will happen to Emefiele now. Emefiele is following, is carrying out, is under instructions. So
yeah, none of them is against the currency redesign or cashless policy, but the timing. The timing and what they've used Emefiele for is to make sure currency are not in circulation, to cause more hardship for the populace, and that will ignite the populace against the APC, and we go against Tinubu. So that's what they're going to dig out tomorrow. And Emefiele is being used by the Cabal. And they presented everything to Buhari, the Cabal. There's nothing to take to him. You just say yes, 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 yes to it. So tomorrow, something will happen to Emefiele. Just watch out, or it will likely subpedal on all this issue tomorrow. Let's watch
no,
out.
I think this naira currency thing. I think like I said, I don't see it lasting a week before they just abandon it. Because even the law does not allow for how they are positioned. But thank you, John. Let me acknowledge the super chat from Desmond, which has been sitting there. I don't go to the east because of insecurity, not because Lagos is fantastic. All the time I go back to Nigeria, I spend 90% of my time in the east. So that's Desmond responding to Solomon's remarks there. So that's Desmond. And then Ahizon comes in with the super chart. So it looks as though the platform has finally discovered this wallet. So the people super chatting, if you have a look on your screen, everybody else, there's a $sign just under the comment section. That is what they usually use to super chat. It's just a simple 3-step process, which was what Aizon followed to super chat this. It says, one man, kudos to you for allowing folks to post stuff on your platform. Shows pure class. It may just turn me into a BAT supporter. Ha ha ha. Joking. But there it is. Thank you for the super chat, Aizon. But then, yes, it's like everybody welcome to whatever it is that you're doing and you want to highlight. I've put it in the ticker. So you see that ticker scrolling at the bottom. So if you want to highlight something that you are doing, then we can use that space just to highlight it. If you're a member of the team, you can just do it just on request. So there it is. That was what Man of Prestige did. So he's inviting you to his website. World Fast Track is what it's called. But of course, do your due diligence. That's Man of Prestige's project. But do your due diligence, as always is the advice. So do your due diligence as we hear Ajale Koko's commentaries on. We were given 1,000 naira to vote for Buhari in 2019. Actually, let me not take you there because that somewhat is still similar to what we're talking about just now. Let me take you to the East. No sit at home for February elections, IPOB declares. So they run contrary to how Simon Ekpa is positioned. So now that battle then for that agitation space, which is a $250 million, almost $500 million industry, a lot of people estimate. So in dollars, that is. So that battle for that space then is reaching its crescendo. Simon Ekpa tells us that there will be nothing happening in the Southeast in February, but IPOB are telling us that they are not having any intention of disrupting the elections. So what are you then making then of these two contrasting positions from the two senior voices in the East, Ajale Koko?
Okay, let me say something about that vote buying. Look, anybody that thinks that's not going to be vote buying, that person is not a Nigerian. Look, those people that are mobilized to to campaign ground, stadium fill up with thousands of people. They were giving money to come there. Are they not Nigerians? You think those people will not take money to vote? You think millions of people are not around the country that are ready to take the money? They will take it. So whoever that is thinking that, there won't be money or the people will vote their conscience, Nigerians are not going to vote their millions. Majority of registered voters are not going to vote their conscience. They will take money to go and vote. So those people mobilized to stadium took money to chant Tinubu, to chant Obi, to chant Atiku and all.
Nigeria has been conscientized. That is what they are telling us.
So that's about that. So people will take money from 1,000 to 2,000. So some places they'll be giving 5,000. So money will still play out, whether we like it or not. It's shameful, it's unfortunate, but poverty has been institutionalized in Nigeria. So people that are hungry, we don't give a damn. We know so person that is hungry, he never want to hear anything. What he want to eat, what he want to focus on, and where he's going to get whatever he's going to wherever is going to get something to eat, or what we provided for him is what is very more important to him. So they will take money. Let's leave that. So on Ekpa case, Simon Ekpa, look, what Simon Ekpa is doing, I want to see it as a continuation of the job
Nnamdi Kanu.
Yes, an effort to achieve Biafran land. So where Nnamdi Kanu left the job is where he's continuing it. He continued. He took it up from there and is taking it, is riding it higher, and those that really support that cause and are still with him. There was a day I was watching, I saw the way they were raining money, a kind of, how do I say, some people are donating 1,500, 300, 200. So it was, some people are really committed to this effort, and you cannot take it because their heart is so there to getting their own nation, and you can't take it from them. So a lot of Igbo people from the East, even though they might not support them, but they sympathize with them. So that one is a fact. So, and whether it's crossing Nnamdi Kanu, I don't think so. He always, on his program, give his respect to Nnamdi Kanu. He always mentions him as his boss, and I don't see him crossing Nnamdi Kanu. And on the IPOB, calling on people to come out and vote, yes, they have to do that because they have to show to the government that they are not a threat to the security of Nigeria. They are not a threat to Nigerian government. And as such, they are doing that so that Nigerian government can show mercy, can temper justice with mercy, and they can, the Nigerian government can show mercy on Nnamdi Kanu. They can treat him well as he still remain in their incarceration, and that can give them the courage of even release him on the political ground that they were calling for his release. So they are doing what they have to do to ensure that Nnamdi Kanu is safe where he is, and as well placate the government to secure his release. And so this is not the first time that they have called on the people to go and vote. Even for the gubernatorial election that took Soludo to power now, the same thing they did that time. They call on Anambrans that go and vote, and they, gave out a statement to the government that they are not stopping anybody. So they are kind of showing some kind of remorse. They trying to work with the government for the release of Kanu. And to me, I think it's a good strategy. When the leader of an organization is in incarceration, and you have to do everything. The government has won by picking up their leader, and they don't want him to be killed. They don't want him to be killed there, and so they are trying to show as much as possible that they are not threats to the government of Nigeria, and I think it's a good strategy. So they are doing the best, and that's why. No, when two people fight,
remember that space, how they used to rage so much, calling everybody Fulani slaves because you don't know their. It's almost unbelievable. It wasn't that long ago. Look at what it has turned around.
When you go to war, and the leader of one side has been captured. So what else? What remains? They've defeated them. The federal government has defeated them since they took Nnamdi Kanu into incarceration. The organization has been defeated.
Do we know Tinubu's position on Nnamdi Kanu? Do we know that? Does he have a position?
I believe that if Tinubu wins this election, he will surely release Nnamdi Kanu because he will want peace to reign in that side of the country. Because if peace should reign in the east, it'll be good for the people of the East and be good for Nigeria in general as well. Because when one side...
Ajale Koko, I don't want to go tribal, but I must ask you this question. But with what Tinubu is getting from the Southeast now, will he do that? I'm sorry, I'm not being tribal here. I'm just asking a question, please.
No, he has to do that because once he has to show leadership that listening. I don't think that he will act the way Buhari has been acting, so defiant against all call for mercy, particularly when that old man that recently, passed on went to him. I mean, somebody that is older than you and was the oldest politician. He started his politics during before independence. I mean, this man went to beg you with powerful delegation from the East. You don't show mercy. You don't care. I mean, when when Abacha's son was in incarceration under Obasanjo, and Sadwana, I mean, was the leaders? Was the leader of the? Is it Maya? What did they call him? Of Sokoto? That the most powerful Sultan. Call, beg Obasanjo for his release. That release him for him. I will handle him. Obasanjo personally took him to the palace. And what did the Obasanjo do? He showed to the northern, because that is the foremost leader in the north, traditional leader, Islamic leader. He showed to them that, look, I respect all of you. This call from your leader is a call from all of you, and I'm giving it to you. That a leader must act. Sometimes you have to show some flexibility. Everything is not gra-gra. Let me use the word. Everything is not gra-gra. Everything is not by force. You don't use force to solve force. Doesn't solve solution. Sometimes you have to use diplomacy. Sometimes you have to listen to the people and let them have their way. You cannot have your way all the time as a leader. Leader must give up sometimes. That is the way it works. So, but, it didn't release Nnamdi Kanu. He's there in the incarceration. So his people, what do they have to do? They cannot show confrontation against the government. The leader is in incarceration. They've been defeated. They have to throw up the white towel. So this call for people to go and vote is a way of showing white towel. When you've been defeated at the war front, you have to, as a POW, you throw a white towel off.
Wave the white flag.
Wave the white flag so that.
But Ajale Koko, can you relate their speaking now to Obi emergence? Is there any correlation?
What's the question?
Can you relate IPOB's position to Obi emergence at the presidency, that because of their son is on the paper now, on the ballot? Is there any correlation?
You see, look, the East, I think they seem marginalized when it comes to the position of presidency. And now this time, one of their sons is in the race, and they are showing support. So the IPOB, some of them in the OPOB, some of the influencers, those online that they have moved to Obi now, which I think is a good thing. So, but we just, it's a good thing that they gravitated towards Nigerian state now, and they are supporting Obi, who is their own. So it's good, and but and they've forgotten Nnamdi Kanu entirely. But these guys for IPOB that are still standing firm, and working with the government for peaceful, solution on the matter of Nnamdi Kanu. I think we have to give kudos to them. While on the other side, EPA, that is pushing, continue the job where Nnamdi Kanu left it, is doing a good job too, because the spirit, there are a lot of supporter of IPOB that still believe in that struggle, and they have to keep the flag flying. So they don't want that, that effort be defeated easily like that. So he's doing his own on one side. He is not IPOB. He is a different entity, while IPOB are doing their own, showing to government, look, we have surrendered, release our man, we are ready for peace, and and they have disassociated themselves from Samuel Ekpa. IPOB have disassociated themselves from him. So there are two different I don't even know Samuel Ekpa organization. I don't know the name. Is it Ekpa or what is it?
Autopilot. It's the most I'm not sure there's a human being more ridiculous than that guy. From his ridiculous attire, everything just ridiculous.
Aja
yeah.
That's not his real name. I think he's from Ebonyi State, but that's not his real name. That's an autopilot, Yeah, it's not his real name.
Okay, so it's a separate entity.
Autopilot is not his real name. Thank you. We thought it was autopilot. Well, are you telling us?
Can I interject?
No. What I mean by autopilot, I mean that's an artificial name.
Autopilot is the name of the faction of Simon Ekpa. IPOB autopilot. What is the code? That is the name of the faction.
Very ridiculous.
Now Solomon, they bring everything. Come here, make me come here. Now you know everything. So EPA is a different entity. It's not.
You know that a lot of the stories we talk about, Solomon supplies them as well on Instagram. But kind of.
So that guy is a separate entity with his own group. So, and IPOB are really shown to the government that no, we are not together. He's a crazy guy. We are not with him. So, but the government believe that they are separate entity. I don't think so. Nigerian government doesn't see them as separate entity, because what Nnamdi Kanu was doing is what he is doing now. So nothing different. And as long as he continue to praise Nnamdi Kanu on his show, the government will still see him as part of Nnamdi Kanu. No matter how IPOB try to disassociate themselves from him, he still praises Nnamdi Kanu. He still give honor to him, and he says it all the time that yes, we are continuing this struggle where Nnamdi Kanu left it. So it's government does not see them as separate entity, but IPOB as an organization is trying everything within its authority, to distance themselves from him and to work with the governor of what do you call it? Governor of Anambra State, who has offered himself to be the surety for the release of Nnamdi Kanu.
Ajale Koko, he can't offer himself to be the surety. It's just bobo. The governor has immunity. How do you put someone that has immunity as the surety?
I agree with you, but at least he has made a very good effort. He has visited Nnamdi Kanu there, maybe twice. So among all the governors, he has visited him. It shows their genuineness for his release. So we have to give it to that guy. He should have stayed back to you that I don't want to get in this trouble. I don't want government to look at me as if I'm supporting IPOB or I'm one of them, but he's calling for his release. And that is, I respect people like that. That you don't
But wait, maybe it's paying politics. He's trying to shake
no, hold on. Look, sometimes we don't want to see everything as politics. We have other governors not standing up. Nnamdi Kanu is from Abia State. Where is the governor of Abia State standing up for him? But this guy is from Anambra State. The only person standing up for Nnamdi Kanu, and they rob him, they call him supporter of terrorists, was Akabueze, or what's the name of that Senate minority leader? What was his name? One man.
Abaribe.
Abaribe stood firm. He said, Nnamdi Kanu is from a district, from a senatorial district. And I cannot see someone from a senatorial district going through hell, and I will not stand for him. I respect leader. That is what
it's one of the Southeastern leaders that I really like that guy.
Yes.
Abaribe, you know, he also stands alone, but he stands steady. You know,
he stands steady. That is, you see, when you have people that represent you in an assembly, they should be able to protect you no matter what. Whether you are going through hell or you are in time of peace, or they should be able to stand for you. They must not abandon you because you are a citizen, and they owe responsibility to you to protect you no matter what. Whether they are taking you to jail or even they are taking you to gallows, to exterminate. You have to still stand with that person. So he showed leadership then, the same thing that Soludo is demonstrating now, that look, this guy must be released. If all the governors of the East had made this same call as Soludo, maybe something will have been done. If they have been very consistent, if the senators have stood up, if others have stood up, that look, we want solution to this problem, we will talk to our people, and we want to fight this thing down, but we want this guy to be released, and we will check him. They will have peaceful way. There's a peaceful way of finding solution to problem. But when you have government that doesn't know the diplomacy of how to even listen, to even negotiate, to even dialogue, how would they be able to resolve a simple problem? Simple problem that can be easily be solved. So that's the problem. So I give kudos to even though this constitution would not allow him, but Soludo have really demonstrated leadership, and a strong commitment, to a leadership. He is playing a leadership role in trying to find solution to Nnamdi Kanu situation. So one man, let's give it to Soludo, and IPOB should continue to play that same game. They should continue to disassociate themselves from EPA, and maybe very soon they can get the release of their commander out from incarceration. So I will leave it there.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Ajale Koko. So Ajale Koko, because we're about to lose him to sleep, and you know that the audience, if they see him appear on the screen, they will throw tomatoes at him. I don't know, man. It doesn't take vitamins. Are you not taking your vitamins? All this sleeping all the time. What's going on?
One no me be honestly, what is me?
A grueling day, I mean.
Very grueling week. I'm just tired. I'm tired.
Yes.
All right, let's listen.
Do you swim? Do you swim?
I swim now. I swim.
Yeah,
I mean, when I was younger,
maybe you should try and do that again. I find that if you've had a grueling day of work, if you just go to your nearest swimming pool I think that usually, it re-energizes you somewhat. I don't know why. But somebody that is energized, of course, El-Rufai, doubling down on positions. We don't fear anybody. El-Rufai dares presidency cabal, allegedly working against Tinubu. So this is El-Rufai straddling one platform to the other. But before you give us your commentaries on that, Kulata, let me play you this tiny little 3 minutes of El-Rufai speaking to that space, hopping from media house to media house.
The president has not been attending some of the presidential campaigns and is sending the wrong signal that he does not want Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu to win. He promised to be in Ogun State, he did not go. He promised to be in Kwara, he did not go. What is the relationship, how cordial, how chummy is the relationship between Asiwaju and the president at this time?
Now, it is not true that President Buhari is not attending our rallies. The first major rally we had was in Jos Plateau State. That was the inaugural. He was there. And he spoke. And he spoke well. And he said, Asiwaju Bola Tinubu is his Khalifa, is his successor. That was Jos. After that, the next big rally we had was Kano. And I saw the president. I said, Mr. President, you are not in Kano. Kano is your place. People of Kano love you. He said, I was not invited. I was not scheduled. That was when we now went to the campaign council and had him scheduled for Adamawa, for Yobe. And in Adamawa, he not only raised Asiwaju's hands and said, this is my successor, this is my Khalifa, and we are lucky as a party to have him as a candidate because of the great things he did in Lagos and so on and so forth. He said the same thing in Yobe. Yes, he was supposed to go to Kwara, but an international engagement made him to leave and he couldn't go to Kwara. And he asked the vice president to represent him, but the vice president had a conflict too and couldn't go. I don't know what happened about Ogun, but on the day he was supposed to be in Ogun, he was somewhere else. I think he was in Kano or Katsina or Jigao or something else. So there was a mix-up. It is not true. President Buhari gave birth to the APC, along with Asiwaju Bola Tinubu and Ogbonaya Onu and some people. He will never work against the APC. He will never do that. He may not go out of his way to help us like other presidents used to do, rig elections for their party. He has that integrity. He will not lift a finger to give us an advantage, but he will never work against us. It is not true. It is those elements that are doing these things and using his name. I know Buhari well enough to swear by the Quran and by the Almighty God, and I'm a Muslim, that he will never be part of that. None of them even has the audacity to even approach him on the subject. And President Buhari will go to other campaign stops, you will see going forward, but you have to understand he has the primary responsibility of running the country. And as president of Nigeria, it is his job when he speaks as president to say that, I will do everything to make sure there is security, level playing field, and so on. But when he is with us as an APC leader, he endorses our candidates. He praises Asiwaju, and the relationship between them is excellent.
So there it is. The relationship between them is excellent. Do you think they overloaded Buhari's diary? Because when they released the diary of the campaigns that he was going to support Tinubu in, they listed 10 venues. Do you think that was excessive, one? And do you think now him not turning up in most of those spaces is enhancing that narrative that he doesn't really want this guy to succeed him, and they are maneuvering at the in the corridors in Aso Rock to ensure that that doesn't happen?
No. They didn't overload his itinerary. Before they put him on a schedule, they must have asked and clarified that he could make those events, or Buhari will have committed to making those events. So I don't think it's a case of overload. I think it's a case of Buhari just generally being a very non-committal, aloof person. And he's not like, I doubt if Buhari has the ability to fully embrace someone that is not himself. I don't see him as that kind of person. It looks like someone that is naturally detached. And that is his albatross. He's so detached that many people act on his behalf and claim a lot of things on his behalf. And he's also so detached that you cannot see him put emotions into whatever he's doing. So, I mean, naturally, he will just perform below everybody's expectation, because when you start drawing parallels, you look at Obama supporting Clinton or Obasanjo supporting what's it called, Yaradua. Those are the examples you see. You don't see someone that is almost like you are forcing him to attend your rallies. And even when he gets to the rallies, the best he said is, I think he called Tinubu Mr. President. He doesn't go full throated to talk about, oh, this candidate, this is what he's done in APC, this is what he's done in Lagos. This is how he doesn't do all that. He just goes there, just raises his hand, does the barest minimum, and gets out. So Buhari, as a person, is not the right kind of personality that you really want for you. I think he's only in it for himself. And after he's gotten what he wants and fulfilling his destiny and underperforming, by the way, he's done. He's done. So the fact that he's tuned off, look at what El-Rufai even talked about, description of the process. Buhari can listen to everybody. I think he's the last person he listens to that's his decision. So he's not a decisive leader.
They've always said that about him, that the last person, and they highlighted that especially under that Malabune cameo. When before he went abroad, he said, yes, get rid of him. And then they went to meet him in London, and then they say it's just that the last person he speaks to, yes.
Yeah, and then someone like Maman Daura, Buhari is obligated to Maman Daura. These are the guys that paid for his hospital, all the sickness and all that stuff. And again, he's his nephew. So Maman Daura can act unilaterally, and nobody's going to question whatever he does, because he's just going to say, Buhari is the one that said I should do it. And you know he has unlimited access to Buhari.
Why would he pay for his hospital?
I mean, it's all those stories that I've heard a long time ago.
Okay, you mean before he became president?
Before he became president, that was the person bankrolling him.
Oh, okay.
So no, I'm not.
It was even Mama Daura's father that trained Buhari. It was the guy's father. So, like, where the main thing there in what you just said now, that Buhari is obligated to him. That is just a fact, and is a very big fact to hold on to. Yeah.
So Mama Daura is the main cabal. For those that don't know, that's the main cabal. Of course, there are others, his brother and other people there, but that's the main person. It's Mama Daura that's living actually in Nasuro compound that Buhari's wife complained about. Look at what happened to her. She had to leave the house and go to what's it called?
Remember, there was a clip that made the round. Came out of Aso Rock when Buhari was trying to kick her out.
Yeah, was trying to kick them. I remember that story. She was trying to kick him out or kick his wife, something along those lines.
Daughter.
And
it was the
daughter.
Yeah.
And then it started to shout fest or something. It became scandalous. Yeah. So the Mama Daura is so powerful, so powerful, and very conservative. So I believe Mama Daura, this is what I think happened in this whole episode. I think Tinubu knew all this along the line. All of them knew, the governors knew, all of them knew. But at that point in time, it wasn't really, it wasn't disturbing them. But I think they conducted an internal poll that showed that Tinubu was losing ground, because Tinubu wasn't losing ground before. It shows he was losing ground to Atiku. So that raised an alarm. And all of a sudden they allow, like, oh, shoot, is this nasty policies and all? Like, everybody knew this policy was coming along, but I think they did not know it was that impactful, especially to people in the north, that it was really stifling the economy and co. They probably did not think about it because maybe all the other internal polls showed Tinubu coasting to victory. But the internal poll they did that was bad for them. Dino Melayo was shouting about the poll. I don't know who gave him the intel. The internal poll that showed that was losing ground. That was when after Tinubu went to Abeokuta. It was after that I went to Abeokuta that he now distanced himself from the bad policy and then call out the saboteurs in what's it called, in Buhari's government. So I mean, these cabals, they have power, but their power is limited. They have power, but they don't have political power. They just have raw power. So they could control the machinations of the government, like maybe advise Buhari to take a misguided policy, advise Buhari to maybe send soldiers, advise Buhari, I mean, try and control oil marketers and all, because I'm sure they can control the NNPC. But I bet they weren't expecting yet another outburst from Tinubu. And this is where Tinubu is equally powerful. Tinubu has the House in his pocket, the House of Assembly. Everybody forgets that the House and the Senate has equal powers as the presidency. So Tinubu can pull that lever. Tinubu also has the governors loyal to him. They're very, very loyal to him. Very, very loyal. I'm surprised. Ganduje is very loyal. So the first person Tinubu used was not El-Rufai. It was Ganduje, because Buhari was supposed to go to Kano. Ganduje told him, do not come. You are not popular here. And you know, nobody's really talking to Buhari, because you see all these cabals, they're just acting unilaterally and all those. Now, Buhari is aloof. He doesn't know what's happening, doesn't care. He just knows that, okay, I want to do this policy. They say I should do this policy. I did this thing in 1984. I mean, that's Buhari for you. It's not a thing.
Good evening. Yeah? Good evening, Kaluta. How are you doing? Long time.
Yeah.
Did you watch El-Rufai's interview today?
I watched both of them.
The one on TVC.
I watched yesterday. I watched yesterday and today. So.
Okay, you watch both, right? Okay, you can actually tell that they have no powers. They've been lying with the name of the president. But though the president's body language is, he's not responding, that's why they are out, out in the open, criticizing the president. So they are not powerful. They've been lying with the name of the president. They reside in Aso Rock. And we see these things, those in the corridors of power, that would, if you've also worked in a corporate organization, that would say, oh, the CEO says this, or probably the secretary to the CEO, Oga said this, but Oga didn't actually say that. That's what they are doing.
But they're taking advantage of Buhari's aloofness and Buhari's detached leadership, so they can act unilaterally and they will not get questioned. So the only way you can get Buhari's reaction is public humiliation. So Ganduje was the first person to humiliate Buhari by refusing him coming to Kano. That shocked him, like, why wouldn't I come to Kano? Because Buhari probably felt that that's my constituency now. Those are my voters. And you are telling me that your policy is causing people to be poor. Don't come here. You're unpopular. And I can swear that APC probably staged that stoning thing to further embarrass Buhari.
Yes, I agree with you. I think APC, yes, I agree with that.
I think APC staged it. I mean, that's my feeling. I don't have any facts. It's just my feeling. But I feel they staged it because, see, that is the way you can get Buhari's attention. And the noise, the loud voice that Buhari Tinubu roared, it stunned those Cabal people because they weren't expecting another roar again. Like, roaring, shouting makes the press, it blows up the press. Buhari has no choice but to listen to all those things. And then that is when finally they told this guy that they've been trying to protect, Central Bank governor, to go accede to the request of the House. And that's when he now effectively dissolved this thing because he gave them time. In fact, Tinubu doesn't need time. He already has all the money he needs. But he gave them time, which effectively, and also allowed people to return money to the central bank, which effectively stifles the purpose of stopping politicians, like is watered down. So all that narrative watered it down. And then NNPC, I told you one man that the next day NNPC wrote the narrative. Now Buhari is now rushing NNPC to go and start getting fuel. So that's why queues now in Abuja, Niger State, and Nasarawa has disappeared. In other places in the country, you will see, give it 1 more week, there will be fuel back in the country. They are now rushing. So it's not like, it will sound somehow, but Tinubu has countered them. It's countered them. Now, countering them is not enough. He indeed has lost some voters to Atiku. But one thing everybody should pay attention to, Atiku too is using the opportunity to now exaggerate his momentum, because he's now lying that he's talking to, is lying like Kwakwanso and Peter Obi are listening to him, and they're about to they're about to collapse their structure for him. He lied that 620,000 NNMP voters from Northeast. How many supporters are in Northeast for NNMP? Are they 600,000 that they've defected to him? So Atiku is blowing that up to kind of like show a sense of invincibility that, okay, I've snatched momentum, I'm going. But while he has some momentum, I'm not going to deny it. He does have some momentum, but it's not as strong as he's making it, because those structural issues are still there. A Peter Obi is a structural issue. Kwakwanso is a structural issue for him that he has to deal with. Those structural issues are not there. But he's trying to run up those northern numbers. And the governors, this is where the governors come in. Those governors, I don't know what the deal Tinubu has with them, but they're indeed, this is not a case where the governors are doing Ojoaye. What's Ojoaye in English now?
Kulata, I'm trying to think of it. I can't come up with the word. But do you think this is a mutual using of each other? Because those governors, they want to take over this space that those cabals they occupy, not so much in Aso Rock, but in the molding of the northern space. So they want to do that, and they want to use Tinubu as the weapon to break that hegemony.
So let me take it to Tinubu's manifesto. The way Tinubu wrote his manifesto, he wants to create different economic blocks. Like each region will have, I can't remember exact details. I read it, but it's almost like each region having its own industry and big cities or something.
Economic zone for the 6 geopolitical zones that we have. So there'll be an economic center.
Exactly. So I'm suspecting that for those zones, will have placed these governors. It's not going to be directly them. It's going to be their boys and all, to be able to enable all those. They know he has the ability to do it, and then this will now turn to the kind of Oyinbo-like. It's not. Will I say corruption? Oyinbo-like system that will economically empower the people that it will use to build those economic blocks, because they're going to build those economic blocks. But of course, they're going to chop and they're going to be in control. So I think they can see that. And that's the next set of cabals, like you said, one man. But it's not going to be this rigid cabal that stifles everything in a conservative way. It's more of trying to replicate Lagos system around. You can see economic cabal. You can see Kaduna is gradually getting there, because Kaduna has blown up the IJR. They have blown up their investment. They've also blown up their debt, which is fine because they're using it for the right thing. You can see Kaduna moving in that Lagos model. And you can see Kano too is kind of like going on. So these people, they have a deal and they're not willing to renege on that deal because of some cabal. I mean, assuming I'm running
they're
for...
They're tired of being backward is what we are saying. Not them individually, but in terms of the region, they're tired of being backward.
That's one fact. Then the another fact is they have their own boys going for Senate, going for House. And then I will now risk like less than 10 people or less than 5 people in Nassau Rock, jeopardize them in the interest of Northern agenda. So that means Northern agenda, me, APC senator, I'll lose my seat because some PDP guy will now enter, or me, House of Rep. It's nonsense, because the tools these cabals are using, they're stifling the economy. No money is available. people are poor, you're shrinking the GDP. That's why Oyibo people use interest rates to mop up the excess liquidity rather than this draconian. This is like using a sledgehammer to try and force, to try and control the liquidity. It's working from an inflation perspective, but it's terrible from the GDP economic perspective. The economy will shrink. So if the economy shrinks, people will get pissed off. They will vote against APC. So they're not just going to vote against Tinubu. They'll vote against APC from top to bottom. And those people can see that this is not going to pay us. Why will we build this party for us to give it up to the most treacherous politician you have alive in Nigeria, Atiku? Atiku that will promise everybody everything. Why will they give it to Atiku?
If Atiku gets in, it will F them up. It will F them up.
It will F everybody up. Everybody knows that. I mean, Atiku is a known factor. So, I mean, why will those governors like say they're doing Northern agenda for not for Atiku? If it was a man of honor like Kwakwanso, maybe they can say it's worth it, but not for Atiku now. So the only part is this few days is hard to get solid reading of the political agenda because there are many things in flux. So we probably have to settle till next week because I tried to rejig my numbers to see where's the thing. It's too hard, it's too difficult. I can't really read exactly what's going on because I think there's too much noise right now. And I think there are many things going to happen in the next 1 week or two that there will be more naira available, and I think there will be petrol, and then things will change again. But Tinubu,
Kolata, I feel that there's still a joker from Buhari. I think after this outburst that we're hearing from people that say no, we don't want to do that. We want to go this way. I think you'll see a big gesture from Buhari that without equivocation tells you that is from Tinubu. I think there's still a big gesture.
Watch out for tomorrow. Watch out for tomorrow. The governors are going to meet Buhari tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they're frontal. You know what I like about this? Cabal is doing their own thing behind the scenes, but not with the express approval of Buhari. It's just they're just taking advantage of their position.
Can I ask you a question? How sincere are these so-called northern governors you're talking about? How sincere are they?
I think these guys are sincere.
Do I have any reason to doubt their sincerity?
I don't have any reason to doubt them.
Me too. I trust their sincerity.
Hold on. Mimala Boni. How many times have you seen Mimala Boni appear with Tinubu? How many times have you seen Kogi State Governor appear with Tinubu?
Kogi State Governor still did rally for Tinubu 2 days ago, and Tinubu wasn't even there.
How many times have you seen
that
Pabiodun did not appearing with Tinubu?
You said what?
How many times have you seen Pabiodun appearing with Tinubu?
Well, except in the south. That's a good question.
Except in the south. So you don't expect the governor to be appearing with him all the time. He was with him in Jos, he was with him in Yobe. That was his own state. He was with him in Beduguri. He was with him in I think was with Bauchi. I mean, he also has the election to win. He also has primaries campaign to do.
Kolata, I'm trying to ask you a question because I don't really know. So I am trying to get educated. I hear a lot of Atiku. They can't be trusted. So I'm trying to know at least 1 or 2, 3 things Atiku have done to the north for them not to trust him. Just basically educate me.
So so for one thing, Atiku, they look at Atiku almost like a Yoruba or Southern guy because Atiku is a flamboyant northerner. He's not conservative from a cultural perspective. He's someone that will wear jeans. He's not always in Barbariga. He's always that's why
with women. That's
he dances. He's a womanizer. So they resent him from a culture. Wait, let me land. Let me land now. You asked me the question. Let me answer your question. They resent him from that perspective, and that is why every single election Atiku has participated in, every single one, is lost the north. He hasn't even won the the northeast before. Northeast, he's never won the northeast before.
Kolata, I said what has he? You're saying he's
There are many. So wait. So
I'm trying to know. I'm trying to know what is has done to the North for them not to. You have said there is.
So let me talk from a perspective of a Northerner. Atiku opened school. He opened school in the North. His school is one of the most expensive in the North. People don't like him for that. Kwakwanso open school is free for everybody to go and use. Atiku, all those things.
Is he a university?
American University.
I know.
Kwakwanso has university too. He has 2 college level stuff. One in Nigeria Republic, I think another one. So another one, he has another one in the North. When I was helping Ovie campaign, then I remember them.
University or something.
Northwestern, something like that. I remember the details back when I was reading.
Yeah. If you want to go by this university, this guy that is running with will be that he has. He's the owner of the proprietor of Base University.
You know why I asked this question?
Officially.
I asked this question because a lot of people are thinking that the Atiku, they don't trust Atiku. I'm trying to find out.
There are many reasons.
Dex, the only reason why
those are talking points, right? It doesn't matter when you're speaking the North. Is it the Northern political elite that you're talking about, or the Northern people? I think maybe what you're probably saying might be the Northern political elite. What they are doing is they're protecting their own interests and position. Atiku has nothing to offer them. He's in a different political party and political structure. You need to understand that the game of politics is about the influence and the power that you have. For them, they are in APC and they must make sure that they win and protect their own interests. Why would they want to support an Atiku that once he wins, they lose that influence and that power? They will never do that. They will
never do that.
They will never do that. It's not about school. It's not about whether it's chasing women. It's not about those things. They all do it. Everybody do. Even you, Kalata, you do it too. So it's all about what
did I do?
Sorry about.
Yeah, it says you're a notorious womanizer.
So the point is about protecting my own interest, like Kogi State Governor, now protecting my interest. Why would he want to give it up for an article? He will never want to do that. He has to protect his interest. Simple.
I don't understand. Yeah. We already know that Nigerian politics, they like jumping from one party to another. So what's the interest? When PDP wins it, that's what the wrong go.
There's. Think about Atiku's career. He got chased out of PDP for being a backstabber. Then he went to join Tinubu's party. I mean, Tinubu ditched him, and he now went back to PDP. Look at what he did to Jonathan.
He ditched Tinubu. Tinubu didn't ditch him. He ditched Tinubu, and that is why he was not supported. That was why he was not supported
It wasn't supported. They went to them. He went to, what's the name of that guy? I can't remember it. The guy too from the Ribadu. Thank you. Tinubu went to Ribadu.
When Atiku was having that problem, right?
I don't want to believe, but I just want to show Atiku's. I just want to show his history.
Back to your Kolata.
His history. Then Jonathan happened. Then he went to APC. Then from APC, because he didn't get it, he jumped back. People can see all those things, and then you can establish like this is an unstable character. This is a very duplicitous guy. It's not like compare him to Tinubu now.
There are so many stories. There's I can't remember the instance, but he's betrayed Kwakwanso at least twice. So he's never betrayed.
Yeah, he's betrayed so many. Atiku has betrayed so many people. He will promise one person the same office. You will hear that it's the same position. He promised another person. He's just a bad guy, all in all. So political people following him, you are doing it at your own risk. And then the voters look at him that this is not like a pious Muslim. Go ahead, sorry.
Kolata, the only reason why I would the only point that I would have used to judge to factor in to say yes that the North would not support might not, but they would definitely support him. Is the 2000 Sharia law this thing that he countered? Can you remember that Sharia law?
I can't even remember that one.
That was under Obasanjo, wasn't it?
Yes, that he countered that, and that was the only place, the major place that they were now looking at him as a treacherous person for countering the Sharia law implementation. Yeah.
But so
yeah, but
let me quickly bring this just an example of Atiku Abubakar, how the North see him. Atiku's political career is built on deceit. He nearly overthrew Obasanjo. So this is a Yusuf Ali making
no
this
one
statement.
man that on sitting Obasanjo, they've debunked that and it's not true.
No. Let me bring it first. I don't know who's debunked it. Certainly not Obasanjo. A chieftain of the APC in Kaduna, Yusuf Ali. This by the way is from 2016.
Even Ojus Okalu debunked it.
Can you mute yourself for a moment? This is from 2016. A chieftain of the APC in Kaduna State, Yusuf Ali, has described former Vice President Atiku Abubakar as a betrayer who would always betray his benefactor in order to achieve his personal ambition. Yusuf further blamed the Tarakin Adamawa for spreading falsehood against Kaduna State Governor, insisting that El-Rufai is a better politician than he is. In a statement issued to newsmen in Abuja, Ali, a former presidential candidate, insisted that Atiku is the architect of his own misfortune, having repeatedly betrayed his benefactors like Senator Jibril Aminu and former President Olusegun Obasanjo. Ali said, "It is a pity Atiku thinks every politician is like him. He thought the way he betrayed Senator Aminu and clinched the vice presidency, or how he almost pulled the rug from under Obasanjo in his insatiable desire to become Nigeria's president, was politicking. On the contrary, Atiku's politics is built on deceit and betrayal. Whenever he is entrusted with responsibility, he betrays his benefactor, and that has been his political philosophy. How much was Atiku worth before he became vice president? And what is his worth after office? The difference is clear. He is a politician who came to serve himself and not serve the people. Jibril Aminu entrusted him to mobilize support for the professor in his campaign to become vice president to Obasanjo. But what happened? Atiku ended up campaigning for himself to become vice president, and the rest is history. He added that Atiku's politics has been tainted with questionable wealth, and that in an era where transparency and so I'm not quite sure about that. But I was only holding you back, Solomon, because this was November 2016, November 2016. So just really the Atiku reputation is one that there's another one that I saw on Kwakwan. So it's just he has a reputation for treachery. A man not to be trusted.
Yeah, he's not to be trusted, but I'm saying that when he did all that, he betrayed Obasanjo, who is a Yoruba. He betrayed Jubril, and that was just him trying to get position. So I don't know where all the betrayal is. Him building a school or him trying to
all right,
but you're not getting it.
It's not.
That Yoruba, Hausas can always find a way to merge with each other. I just don't think that because of all these small politicians are just gonna be politicians. That's just the truth. Forget about
no. It is.
All of them betray each other like this that you're seeing. All of them. So
I was trying to bring up something. And I think it is okay because we look at the Northerners with very high suspicious index, all of us. Oh, can these people be trusted? We have brought this up. And I said that in the first place, we didn't force them to stick their nest out for him in the primaries. And they say, the Northern governors are working. I said, look, why would you think you are trustworthy and others are not? I mean, what makes me better than maybe a Kulata or a one man that I feel that I can be trusted and they cannot. There's nothing like that. And you can see how far they have gone. Even the Yoruba governors are not going that far for him. These were the Yoruba governors that picked the tickets. And even the people that Tinubu groomed, did they stick their net out? Some of the saboteurs that we are talking about are in the villa. Some of them are Yoruba.
Look at Lai Mohammed now talking like a chicken yesterday.
So we
Look at Oshibajo.
Somebody like Lai Mohammed's son or somebody in his village would also say, can you trust this Hausa? The Hausas are even more trustworthy than the Yorubas in the camp. And they have gone, even if they eventually fail, we can say they tried. You understand what I'm saying? And the way things are going now, some of them feel that as a matter of honor, it only makes sense that power should return to the South. It is in their interest that the country stay together. So they are not babies. They understand that we should not sacrifice this general interest.
History disagrees
for one individual.
History disagrees.
It's in the interest of the North.
No, history does not disagree. See, some of us are old enough in 1993 that all the so-called cabal back then, military cabal, they were backing Tofa. But look at the way the Northerners voted, because what? They felt they owed Abiola for his generosity. And they voted en masse for Abiola. Kano, that Tofa came from. Abiola took Kano. So stop. A lot of what we're talking about is unfounded. When you think about it, it's really, really unfounded. But the only issue that can overcome Atiku's treachery or whatever is hardship. If this policy that Buhari is pushing, if it doesn't abate, people are going to vote out of anger and then they'll vote against APC. And I think that is what Atiku is banking on. But let's see what the governors will do to get Buhari to soft pedal on petrol. I mean, I think they've already started soft pedaling on petrol and this Naira, because it's, I mean, nobody sends any emotion or rationality if you can't eat and you can't even get money. That's the biggest tool that those cabal have. But I've seen a reversal of it, but I just don't know if it will reverse enough before the election. That's the part I said I can't really read anything right now till maybe another week or two when things will have softened.
Did you know something I also discovered from that interview is that this currency changing of currency, it will not have any effect because any government that comes in will definitely extend it.
Yes.
So no, you'll be too late now. No, it will not be legal tender up till May.
They will reverse it and get people to say, bring your old notes.
You can tell it to take it to, don't take it to Central Bank, take it to any commercial bank. Let them accept it and deposit it.
It doesn't really matter. So if I like, I'll keep it because I know that any government that is coming will extend it. Is that?
The damage would have been done by then.
No, that's
damage has already been done by now. Already, damage is already done.
Saying. They should understand that it is not even for protection or maybe trying to get money in or trying to make sure that people who are start cash cannot return it. They will eventually return it because any government that comes in, even if Obi comes in today, will reverse it. Any government that comes in will reverse it. And just like El-Rufai said, if they want to buy vote, all they need to do is cross Idiroko in the west, cross Niger in the north, cross Kebbi, get safer, settle people with safer. Those who can use that safer, go to Niger, go to anywhere in West Africa, do their transaction. So it doesn't have any effect. And I'm sure those are the things they're going to present to this man tomorrow. And say, look, it doesn't make sense for you to do this. And the way it is, from what I've discovered, if they come together, they can always force Buhari hand, even if he doesn't want to do it. The governors, this thing has gone beyond Buhari. That's where I see it. It has gone beyond.
But it took the balls of Tinubu to get it to this stage. You know, if he had kept quiet, he would have not suffered in silence.
Yeah, no, and because those Northerners feel that no, this is not good. This is treacherous.
Can I ask you a question, Patrick?
Yeah.
Now, I heard you say a lot of things. I mean, we know maybe this whole thing, this CBN policy, we know maybe it's targeted at some people, some politicians. Apparently, that's what he said. they want to mop up some money in the system, and they don't want people bringing in money they've stolen. But then my question is this, that if you look at the policy, is it a good policy or is it just the timing for you?
Whether it's a good policy.
Or is it the timing that is a problem for you or what?
If it's a good policy, yeah, it is a policy that it is good, but it's a policy that is not practical. It's not practicable in our modern time.
Why is it not practical?
No, I disagree, Patrick. I think it's the implementation of the policy. Monetary policy should not disturb politics. It should be behind the scenes.
But do you know that it's not even, Kulata, if you look at it, it's not a monetary policy. It's just
changing of currency should happen operational. Well, you can use it as a monetary tool. If you don't use, if you have inflation, you need to control the liquidity. So, normally,
controlling the liquidity.
Wait, now, let me tell you, I'll get to what I'm saying. If you can control the liquidity, you can control the interest rate. That's why people, they use jack up interest rates. So it's more expensive to borrow and all. But in this case, it's more like everybody go and ram your money in the bank. Then you can only withdraw little. You see, automatically you control liquidity, but it's a terrible idea doing it that way. They should just let it go for over a year or two. Let the thing be natural.
No,
any other country does it.
It's not even controlling the liquidity. It is only controlling the cash that is in circulation. Liquidity involves...
liquidity is... No, you're right. Liquidity is still the same, but the money is just in banks.
Yeah, it's just in the bank.
It's not in the bank. It's not
liquidity
in...
The economy is still the same.
It's still the same. Yeah, but...
it's just that the money is changing form. We have different class of money, M2, M1, like that. Different.
Yeah, you're right.
But then how you said something about if another new administration comes in, they will stop this policy. How is it possible when already the CBN has already printed a new...
Very, very, very easy. All I need to do is say, okay, if you still have your old notes, you can bring it in. Or continue to spend it.
Alongside the new notes?
Sorry, Patrick. Sorry, Patrick.
Canada here, we have there was a time we have $200 note now. One color.
Can you hear me, Patrick?
Yes,
I don't think a rational mind is getting what you're saying. When what Patrick is saying is not saying that they will cancel the new Naira notes. What he's saying is they will remove the time bar for the old Naira notes to still be converted. So that's what he's saying.
The whole idea of the policy is defeated then.
What's the idea?
No.
Hold on. We are allowing those people who have stolen money, because the whole thing is this: they want to write off some money that cannot be brought into
the central bank is not the police. Central bank has nothing to do with people that steal money.
No, I will agree. I would agree with you on that. Central bank is a police.
No.
Yeah.
No, they have no business in law enforcement. Zero.
But I mean, hold on. I know you can laugh at Google, but they are police in a sense. They enforce the
No. I totally disagree with you.
Police, hold on. I'm not mean they will go and arrest you. Don't get me wrong. That's not what I'm saying. That's the work of the NFIU, whatever, which is also another branch of the CBN. But what I'm trying to say is this: that they make sure that whatever law that is in existence that governs the monetary policy of a country, in the case of Nigerian Central Bank now, they have to make sure that these laws are enforced. In a sense, they will use, like for example, if I have say 20 billion naira that I don't have any job or anything that I'm producing to make that to show us evidence that why I have that money in my strong room, when I bring it to the bank, I want to use it to collect the new notes or save it into the bank. Then they have to ask me. NFIU has to ask me, or EFCC have to ask me.
That's not central bank's job. That's EFCC.
I know, but it's the central bank that brings about this policy, right? Right? Are we on the same page on that?
No, that's not true.
Oh God.
No.
So who brought this new policy of bring your money back to the bank? Who are the people championing it?
Because they are changing currency. That's why you have to take your money to the bank automatically. That is, but to now say you are bringing 50 million, come and arrest me. It's none of central bank's business.
Oh God. I mean, I don't know if we understand each other on this matter. What I'm saying is this.
The motivation for that policy, fractional mind, is that.
Oh, you keep calling me fractional man, right?
But I think I saw it on your profile now. Was that not what you wrote one time?
Okay, go on.
I thought you wrote fractional.
Go on now, Patrick. I don't hear you. Go on.
The incentive was that the money that was released into the economy by central bank, that's a large percentage of it is not in the banking sector. We want that money to be in the banking sector, maybe because we need to expand the economy with that money. The money is just sitting idle in people's shop. It's not creating further money in terms of loan, in terms of bank guarantees, in terms of, you understand? That's how the money can reproduce like cattle and have more money.
But then who's asking for this money to be brought back into the central bank?
So the central bank feels that.
That's what I'm saying.
The central bank, no, the central bank is not saying that the money. Wait now, they are not saying the money should be brought back to central bank. The money should go back into the banking system.
Say that again. Repeat what you just said.
They said the money should go back into the banking system.
But who is asking for that to be called?
No, it's the central bank.
That's what we're talking about.
So I agree with you. But
no, it's not like central bank is asking. Central bank changed the currency. Exactly. So you just have to do it.
What's the reason behind the changing of the money?
So that is not because they feel that the real primary reason that they gave was not because they feel that those who stole money, their money will be lost. No, it's so that the excess money, the money that we have released, that are not in our banking system, can go back into the banking system.
The deposit ratio. I've been waiting and they call that thing.
That stuff.
Just like liquidity ratio. Yeah, they want to.
Patrick. The reason, one of the main reason, is politicians that are having money outside. Let me tell you, anybody that has cash. I'm not talking about transaction, or someone can wire 50 million in my account. That's not a problem. From his account to my account, that's not a problem. But if you carry a huge amount of cash, let's say 100, 200 million, and come and deposit in an account, that rings a bell. And the way it rings that bell is in the banking system, directly to the central bank. And directly they will ship it to the EFCC. So that becomes a case.
It doesn't get the bank that reports it. If they don't report it, that's all. It doesn't.
This is Nigeria.
There's no bell. We report to NTIC. We report. We do a money laundering report. If the bank does not report it, nothing rings any bell.
That's what I'm saying.
Are you saying CBN does not agree for that bank? They do not have in-house from central bank that monitors.
No, CBN does not. How can I have CBN in my premises except they are coming for inspection? Why would they be in my office, in my bank?
You see, this is what we're talking about. You see, calm down. I know you've worked in the banking, even though
I'm not up. I'm just telling you what's happening there.
That's why I'm questioning you, because I know you've once said you've worked in the banking sector. So now the point is this: I know that the central bank has some kind of inspectors.
Yeah, CBN inspectors come to the bank.
You said what?
CBN inspectors come to the bank.
Okay, so what are they coming to do?
These CBN inspectors come, depends on what they are coming to check. They might want to come and check your credit. They want to see, maybe, for example, you have reported that you have so volume of credit. They want to see your books and
they come to conduct audits in the bank. They look at your bad loans, provisions that you have made on your bad loans. They look at in line with BUHARI Act, whether you are complying with BUHARI Act. They look at your corporate governance. They look at what you do from the CEO, the policies that you have, your cash adequacy ratio, whether you covered.
Also, guys. Now, my question is
that checks all this anti-money laundering.
Your account cannot be flagged. Is that what you're saying? There's an amount of money that put your account, and they won't flag it. They won't even need to flag it. It will automatically be flagged. It's just how the banking system. I don't know what you guys are saying. There's the kind of
I don't understand it too, because I don't know what they are driving at when it comes to that.
Automatically, it will be flagged. So what are you guys saying?
I'm telling you that they do.
So the CBN is not responsible for the reporting threshold, right? That's the NFIU. It's not responsible for that.
NFIU
NDLA is for drugs.
So the CBN is not responsible for any report.
Guys, let us argue this thing. Within the central bank there, they have an NFIU desk.
The NFIU does not report to the CBN. The NFIU, the Nigeria Financial Intelligence Unit, the Nigeria Financial Intelligence Unit is in line with the Egmont Group, right? Okay, which is responsible for implementing anti-money laundering laws and ensure that criminal proceeds are not put into the banking system and ensure the banking system is more stable. They do not report to the CBN. Yes, they work hand in hand.
They report to the CBN. I said they have a desk inside.
Yeah, but rational mind, that's what
they do not have a desk in CBN. No, guys, you are not saying the truth.
They do.
They do not have a desk in CBN. Or God, you are not saying the truth.
Rational mind. CBN is not responsible for law enforcement. Period. Let us leave it.
By having a desk, do you mean that their staff go to CBN to report every month, or occasionally they go to collect get reports from CBN? What do you mean by they having a desk there? Do you mean that they report there?
No. I mean, what I mean, they have a desk. I mean, what I mean is, although I've read it in the paper that they have a desk inside the CBN.
Okay.
Yeah, but which agent? Okay, the agency. Who do they report to? Is it Justice? Is it under Justice Department?
They must report maybe to the presidency or the Minister of Justice.
So it's not under CBN.
Don't be surprised.
I'm not saying, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying they're under CBN. I said they have a desk.
They do not have a desk. What they do is banks would report thresholds to them, and they analyze the reporting and they give it to law enforcement officers who will do that. They do not.
Hold on now. They work in conjunction with the CBN.
They do not work with the CBN, or CBN has its own law. CBN is guided by the Constitution. Please do not give false information here. I do not like it when people give false information. They do not have a desk in the CBN. What they do, their work is to avoid. If you know about the Egmont Group, all countries must have a financial intelligence unit to prevent and preserve money launderers for discrediting the stability of the banking system. Please,
Oga. Because of anti-terrorism funding, because of
exactly. Their job is they work closely. Oga, please let me speak. They work closely with law enforcement officers, which includes the EFCC, and ensure that they go after people who are considered money launderers and have proceeds of crime. Stop.
So how did they get
please do not disseminate false information.
Hold on. Just hold on. How did they get information that somebody has got involved in the money?
The banks report on specific threshold that has been breached, and then they will look at it and look at the pattern. So each bank must have a compliance officer, a head of compliance that is responsible for such acts and will escalate such reports to the NFIU. I will tell you boldly and with facts that the NFIU work closely with the EFCC more. They do not work for the CBN. They do not do anything with it, except the CBN may require some report from them. Yes, they can provide that channel. Okay, the CBN needs this report. They can do that. Or they want some report from the CBN. They can get that. No doubt. They do not work for the CBN. They do not have a debt with the CBN. They have nothing to do with the CBN other than actually they even report centrally.
Independent of the UCBN. Yeah.
They even report centrally to the Egmont Group. Go and Google what the Egmont Group is all about. Like, let's say the Canadian FinTrack, or the US, what was the US owner? I'll try to remember. If FinTrack wants information about someone in Nigeria who they consider to be a money launderer, they will reach out to the NFIU, and the NFIU will provide such information if they have it. If the NFIU do not have it, the NFIU would reach out to the EFCC, who is a law enforcement officer or law enforcement agency that can go about to chase bad guys. Oga, please be careful and be guided.
No, it's fine now. You don't have to be careful or guided. If somebody says something and you want to add from it or correct it, just
I kept quiet. I kept quiet, right? He was insisting. I kept quiet. He was still insisting.
Hold on, friend.
No, this is a platform. This is a platform where people consider to be sharing truth. He was. I didn't say anything. So he keep repeating it, and he was standing his ground. And I told him, and I had to come in to correct him.
Emeka,
all right. Conversational, not combating. Conversational, not
what
combating.
rational mind was saying, rational mind was like posting it as a question. You understand? So that's why you should understand what he was trying to say. Okay, if you say it is not this, then
is this the same Emeka guy that usually comes in and talk
why
like
does you understand? So it's just this inquisitiveness, and we're trying to ask ourselves questions. So it's okay. It's not making any.
I think the question has been answered.
Rational mind. What I was saying is that the banks can cover up these things. That's what I'm trying to let you know. The banks cover up a lot of things. All this stolen money.
How did we even get here, sir? I forgot it.
All right, land, Patrick, and then we get back to Collateral. Yeah, sorry, carry on. No, land, Patrick, yeah, and then we get back to Collateral.
All this stolen money that went through the bank. How come? How do you think they were stolen and the banks were not reporting it? Like all those federal government accounts that they say is in Zenith Bank, is in this bank. I'm not saying Zenith now. Billions of naira stuck there, and they now discovered down the line. How come they didn't know? They simply didn't report them. If somebody is coming to open maybe a federal government ministry account that will have with this TFSA that will house the revenue, they are supposed to get approval from AG from all this. Some of them, the bank will just open those accounts and they don't report it. And when inspectors come, there's a way they can create a parallel system. So I have a software that is running. I have a parallel software that is running. So when the inspectors come, I present the one that has no all those information, and then they look at them and you understand, they do that and we are okay. And then when we are running our books, they open the other part, the other system, and they run what they are running. I'm just saying I'm not saying that's what the banks are doing. I'm saying that's possible. From my understanding of financial system in Nigeria, from my understanding of finances generally, that's possible. So that's why you have all this fraud, government stealing money, because the banks are not reporting it. If they are really after anti-corruption, let them penalize the bank. If they steal 10 billion from you, apart from recovering the 10 billion through your bank, if the money was stolen through your bank, after from reporting the 10 billion, 20% of such money should also be removed from the profit of the branch of the bank. So if somebody is stealing 10 billion, and I know that I stand a chance of losing almost 3 billion from my profit, how much am I going to make from the 10 billion? That will now lose 3 billion. Until Nigerian government start penalizing banks for some of these things, then we are not ready.
All right, brilliant. So back to you, Kulata. Kulata, you were talking us through the machinations of El-Rufai and explaining who we went through. Yeah.
I don't even forget. So I mean, from what I've seen, I've been impressed with the northern governors. I mean, it looks like their word is their bond, and this let me not use a bad word. This irrational fear that not will betray. Looks like you have to take these guys at their word. You may not like it, but if they're going to turn out for Tinubu, they're going to turn out for Tinubu. What I don't like right now, because I know some momentum is going Atiku's way, but I want to see things cool down, because I hate the fact that I can't read what's going on right now. I can't read it thoroughly. I reached out to a cousin of mine that's close to all those people. And I spoke with my cousin, and I was made to know that, there's some, before all this thing blew up, like there's some issues, but it's not as blown up as is reported in the press. That was what I was told. So I want to let this settle down before I can now take the thermometer. Okay, what's going on? But I think the race is still the race. The fundamentals are the fundamentals. Palace intrigue should not carry anybody away. There's a structural damage to PDP. There's some issues in APC, but it's not compared to the structural damage. And now Wike has finally come out, so we know where he is now. If you look at his governor's poster, you will see Tinubu beside his poster. If you look at Tonye Cole's poster, you'll see Peter Obi without Tonye Cole's poster. I think all in all, G5, G1, at least we know Wike is on G2, and we know Oyo State one, we don't know Autumn Zone. So things are still riding out the way, but this temple needs to clear. I'm interested in the outcome of tomorrow's governorship meeting with Buhari. I want to see what's going on. But like I said earlier on, I won't be surprised if they further if they further water down the CBN policy. And I won't be surprised if there's petrol everywhere in the country, because even INEC is threatening that the fuel scarcity is affecting their logistics. So if indeed is the cabals engineering the fuel scarcity, then it's defeated, because Buhari will want the election to go on. And if the INEC chairman complains that we won't be able to do this election if there's no petrol, you better trust it that petrol will come out. So as long as people are not feeling the brunt, if you give them respite, then a lot of votes that Atiku, a lot of sentiments Atiku is getting now may disappear. It will just go poof. Because if there's if the governors are still behind and they relax this money thing, everybody's gonna bribe and all, and Atiku still faces the problem and the race hasn't changed. But it's just very hard not to get caught up in all these palace intrigues. But I think fundamentally things remain the same, in my opinion.
All right. We did say in earlier sessions that it cannot smooth sail all the way to the presidency. There was always going to be a final hurdle, but can it surmount it is the thing. Because Atiku, he's pushing hard with his trickery and his treachery and his slimy, foxy something that he does, just lies and whatnot. But Kulata, let me take you to this space. We're going to the East now. No sit at home for February election. IPOB,
I don't like taking Eastern topics.
All right, for reasons of okay. Yes. Choice of LAWAN as anointed presidential candidate shocked Buhari APC governors. So this is El-Rufai. So the memory goes back then to June 2022, when all of the intrigues were at that presidential primary space. Everybody jostling for position and everybody forming allies, only for Abdullahi Adamu to tell us that there's been a consensus candidate, and that consensus candidate was Ahmed Lawan. So very quickly, everybody said, well, if there was a consensus, we were certainly not made aware of this. Very quickly, that reversed. But what El-Rufai is telling us is that Buhari was not aware that they were going to put Lawan forward. Do you believe this? And if you do, does this add even more to that narrative of those shadowy figures that have held us hostage for 8 years?
When I heard that, I was like, yes, like I finally got like, this is validation. Because I don't think at some point in time, Buhari said, this is my guy. I think those guys just have, those so-called cabal just have too much leeway. And it's like Buhari is just absent. So that's why these governors have to go frontal with Buhari for you to get his attention. Because look at everybody at that point in time will have thought that, no, Buhari is the one engineering Lawan. That Buhari is the one engineering Lawan. But look at the way this guy said it. Buhari doesn't come across as someone that will be lying, in my opinion. I feel he's someone that if he does something, he'll tell you, yes, I did it. So what are you going to do about it? I did it. And that's a matter of, in a matter of fact way, yeah, I did it. So I don't think he's someone that will now go and deny that he's supporting Lawan or he supported Lawan. I think these guys just took it, went to the APC chairman and engineered this. If Tinubu should get in office, he has to fire that APC chairman because he can never trust that man.
I think he will resign anyway. Do you know?
He has to fire that guy. Yeah. I think because if it's not for Tinubu's pals, his friends, his close friends, the Gandujes and all those things, that guy, APC chairman, from what I see, will sink him. So if he gets in there, he needs to dispose of that guy immediately. If he makes it, he needs to dispose of him. He cannot trust that guy. And El-Rufai even explained how they ended up in the North Central. Like, you can see El-Rufai was not lying. He explained everything. He explained everything. So we just get to understand how Buhari operates. And then you now start to wonder how many so-called decisions have gone on in this government without Buhari's knowledge. How many things? You don't even know. So Buhari is like an absent-minded president. It's unfortunate. So I mean, we'll see how if they can bully Buhari. We'll see what the governors get. I mean, concession they milk from him, because don't mess. One thing I've learned now: power past power. Cabal has their own power. Tinubu too has his own power. Tinubu's power is friendship. He has a lot of friends in important places, and they matter. So he can deploy the politicians. I mean, that guy is tactical. You have to give it to him. He's brilliant. The man is a genius. Let's not even lie. I'm not. I mean, I'm impressed with the way he pulls some of these moves. As frail as he is, the man is still a thinking guy. You have to give it to him. You have a better chunk of the Senate. You have the House, total House in your pocket, and then you have powerful governors all over the country. They can face the president and beat the president. So I felt Tinubu could have even contest and run for this election without Buhari's help, and he could still have pulled it off. So it's political fun. It's nice to watch. But at this point in time in the election, I apologize for the obedience, but you guys are no longer in the conversation anymore, except you want to talk about ANAP poll.
We don't want to be in your kind of conversation, Kolata.
Look at that.
Funny enough, Kolata, this is what is going to drive the election. This is what is going to determine this outcome of this election. It's not even about this thing obedience are doing, to be honest. These mafia moves that the Cabal and the governors are going to do now.
This is the election. APC PDP is and has always been the election.
This is the election. This is the election.
We don't. Labour Party are focused. That's what we are.
Who is Labour Party? Labour Party are just doing. What did they call it?
They're winning ANAP. They're winning ANAP.
There's one funny name they called P2. The Nollywood. El-Rufai is a very wicked man.
Let me bust your brain. El-Rufai is kind of funny. Do you know, as he was saying that, I'm like, oh, people are starting to admit. It's just so obvious that they don't. P2B is no longer.
Guy, they've permuted their movement already. They've
no longer behind the scene. Now he's outside the scene. You are watching him on Nollywood. You know, he has to be. He has to be a famous person to be regarded as a Nollywood actor. But anyway, is the same short man that was saying that he couldn't even pull. He's not gonna pull any crowd in Kano, Abi Kaduna. Now
the side show is over. The side show is over.
The side show will be over. And
Yuledeche has ended the show for them. Yuledeche, do you believe that Yuledeche acted the movie for P2B?
I watched it. I actually did watch part of it. I laughed.
That guy is a very stupid guy, and he's not supporting him, but he's making mockery of
Nollywood actor is an obvious factor.
Can you coordinate things for me for about 5 minutes?
Okay.
Carry on.
Okay. So let's see who goes next.
I never talk Kulata. I just abandon me here.
Thomas, sorry. Okay, who's going to make it snappy?
I'm going to make it snappy.
Okay, Des.
So, what do you want me to talk about? Des can come in here.
Okay, let's go. So, Des, what do you want to talk about?
Yeah, let's go to the whole fight about, the APC fight. What I would say is that the damage has already been done, whether we like it or not, whether if Tinubu comes tomorrow and bring back the fuel and open all the whole, fleet station and everybody's getting fuel and even reverse the monetary policy. I don't think, Nigeria sort of have an amnesia, and I think he has achieved his goal, reminding Nigeria that, my government is rubbish, just so you have forgotten, So Nigerians have sticked it in their mind and it's just 2-3 weeks before I don't think they'll forget in 2-3 weeks what they suffered in this fuel scarcity and the monetary policy. I don't think they will forget it. And also,
to whose advantage though?
To Atiku now. Who else? But and also, what was I gonna say? If they are trying to buy whatever, vote buying, my brother, you can't buy the whole nut. You can't buy. You don't just have the money. That's just the truth. You can only buy the how much you have. How much you have.
Deck, sorry to interject. Sorry, like who are you referring to now that cannot buy the whole nut?
I mean, Atiku and Tinubu now. Who else? You can't. I mean, I'm just being factual, Solomon.
See, they are not using their own personal. It's not just their personal money. Did you last week? Do you know that Okowa just received about 120 million naira?
All this money you're calling is very inconsequential considering the amount.
See, this one, no, these are the money that you factor in, and you see that these people are financially ready. And you don't even need to talk about Tinubu. The whole governors are with him. They will decide to bring out 1 billion from each state, from their state accounts. I'm just saying 1 billion, and it's going to be more than this.
Guys, sorry, Kolata. I just want you to answer this question. Are they not organic voters in that country? Because every time we talk about buying votes. If I'm in Nigeria, nobody can buy my vote. If I want to vote for Tinubu, I will vote for him. If I want to vote for Atiku, I will vote for Atiku.
Thomas, let me give you an example. Let me give you an example. Did you see Osun State rally today for Tinubu?
Yeah, I did. I saw it.
Do you think they paid for those people?
I wonder. I don't know. Do you see Kano? Can you buy all those crowd in Kano?
Let me describe what happened. The governor stopped public transportation. People walked from Ede to Osogbo to go to a rally. Did they pay for those people to walk?
I don't know. I wonder why people just like they are buying votes. They buy votes. Everything is buying. There are organic movements. I'm not a novice. I'm in Oyo State politics. Everything is not buying. Baba Didibu is there. Baba Didibu don't buy votes. People love him in Ibadan. They vote for his candidate. Baba Didibu don't buy votes. You can ask anybody. People love him organically. If Baba Didibu decide that Akala is the one going, people will vote for Akala massively. So I don't know all this every time vote buying.
Thomas, they buy vote.
Thomas,
I don't say they don't buy votes. I say, are they not organic voters? That's what I'm asking.
Yeah,
I know they buy votes.
There are some organic voters, but this is all these people, majority of these people you see at that rally, 90% of them are mobilized, are transported there by the party, and they are paid. Look,
Ajane Koko, you can't say that categorically. I disagree with you. I know they buy votes, they pay people to come to rally, but now 90% is outrageous. Come on.
Do you want
to I disagree. I can't listen to anything you want to say. I disagree.
What you don't know, you don't know. And then listen to a person that know. This is what I know. I know the way it works, and I'm trying to explain to you. In every local government, they have several wards in every local government. So from each ward, they will mobilize their members.
Ajare Koko, sorry. Is it mobilization now or buying votes? Mobilization is different from buying people.
Do you want to listen? they will mobilize their members that have to leave their work for that day to go and show, be part of campaign to make the candidate look good. They have to pay him. They do pay him. They pay them to leave their job, their daily job. So they will transport them from each, maybe from each ward, they can say, okay, 50-50 from each ward. And maybe in one local government, they have 20 ward in that local government or 15 ward. They said, okay, 50 from each ward. So multiply that by 15 ward in that local government. And that is in one local government. So let's say 50-50 times 15, that is 1,500. Or maybe more than that, 100. And then they have like 40 local government in that state. And then they have some other trade association across the state that they want to mobilize there. They will get paid. Look, politicians have hell of that money in their hand to spend for that kind because they always prepare for it. When election is coming, they have stashed so much money, they've looted so much money. It's not their own money, it's your money. And they will mobilize thousands of people to that venue to make the candidate look good. So, but a lot of you wouldn't know that people that are mobilized there, that left their job, they are giving money. Don't think that people just left their daily bread, their daily job, and then travel hundreds of miles or 50 miles from one angle of the state to go and look one candidate as if it's his father. You think that is the way he works? It doesn't work like that. So don't say that, oh, do you think those people are paid? Majority of them were giving money. I would say 90%. Maybe those people that live around that area where the campaign, where they have the campaign, those people in the area can say, oh, let me go and look at Tinubu. But people that came from far away, you think they will spend their own money to transport themselves to come and look at Tinubu? You think they will abandon their daily job? Because they are going to spend all day there. They're going to be there all day. Who is going to provide their food? And other things. They are giving money. They give them money to bring them.
You know what?
That is what you see. And people that doesn't have money, like Showore, that have what do you call it? Organic people. They don't have the money. If Showore want to do that too, if Showore have the money to pay to mobilize people, he will get people too to show off at the venue. Even this obedient that are saying, oh, organic, they love Obi. Didn't you see them fighting over money in Kwara or is it in Kogi State? The person that that's supposed to pay people that came to venue, Ogbebe, he carried the money and run away, and they were looking for his head. Look, it's not easy in that Nigeria. Those big campaign rally you see, people were paid to come there.
I did a quick math when Ajanle Kuko was talking. Like, assuming I bribe 20 million people for 5,000 naira each, you will win election with that. That is 100 billion naira. If you convert that to dollars using 850, that's $117 million. So one can a person that wants to win Nigerian election probably needs between minimum 200 million or a quarter of $1 billion.
No, billions. No, it's been reported before by London Times that to become Nigerian president, you must spend about $2 or $3 billion.
You will not spend less than $1 billion.
It's about 3. Is it not 3? Maybe one man is not there. Maybe like $3 billion that they mentioned that
leave all those
whoever to
people
be
they can
president
over
have to spend that
exaggerate
3
things.
billion.
Don't mind them.
You think look, I'm a politician. You think that it's not their money, it's your resources they're looting, and they will use it to show themselves good as if they have people.
But election day bribing alone is like $120 million. Based on what I just quickly calculated. Just election day bribing.
But that's based on the fact that you bribe everybody that's voting. That's based on the fact that you bribe everybody.
You bribe your 20 million. That means you can
can't
secure
bribe
18
20
million
people now. You don't need to bribe. They have people who vote for them. If I was there, I would vote for Tinubu without being bribed. Des will vote for Obi without
Patrick, that is what I'm driving at. You can't bribe everybody.
You can't bribe everybody now.
You can't bribe everybody now.
They have followers.
Patrick, yes. Tinubu can buy my vote. Lie. If I want to vote for it, I will vote for it.
Can I explain what I mean, Thomas, first? Now,
yeah, Des, go ahead.
When I started, right, I'm gonna explain it so you can understand very well. When I started, I told you that the damage has been done. People are soft. People now hate it. Maybe the voter apathy, that wasn't there towards APC is now more so in the north. Do you get people that would willingly vote for APC now? Is it this APC that did fuel scarcity or whatever and money this thing? No, I'm not voting again. That's where I'm going to the north. I'm not talking about a Yoruba way love a local or whatever. I'm not talking about those people. I'm talking about the people in the northern side that will, necessarily vote without this whole fiasco going on right now. They might okay, I'm not voting again. So that vote buying now will now increase. That's what I'm saying. That's why I say, are you going to buy the whole northern space? It's not. I mean, mathematics say mathematically speaking, it's possible, but those people don't have that money. Don't think that it's only the north they are going to buy the vote. They'll still want to buy the southern vote and buy the northern vote.
Yeah, but Des, for the north, is it something 5,000 naira cannot fix?
It's why not? But now you're looking at.
So wait. If you say 5,000, if you say 5,000, if you say 5,000 naira can fix it, and you only have to pay 10 million people, so that's 50 billion naira.
Who is bringing out that money? Is coming out from Tinubu's pocket. Tinubu has
now he has people that are going to give him money, supporters.
It's not his pocket.
Hold on, let me hint you this. Look, when we are saying structure really matter, you see, as I explained earlier, sometimes they will mandate each councillor in each ward to mobilize members in his ward, and they will put that responsibility on him, that this is the way you can contribute your own support to the party. Ashwaju is campaigning in Lagos. Every councillor in that ward have to provide that mobilization fee, or in support of what they are going to allocate to that ward, they will say, okay, councillor,
bringing code
add your own money. Maybe they send, let's say, 250,000, and that councillor want to add another 250,000, or to achieve a mobilization of maybe 200 people from that ward. When boys that are jobless, millions of our youth are jobless, they don't have job. And when you say, okay, you wagba 5,000 to ba campaign we give you 5,000 if you are ready to go with us to campaign somebody that is jobless, if we jump and they're going to provide the ride, free ride. It's not spending his own transportation money, and they will ride him there free, and he will come back home with 5,000. Somebody that is jobless, that maybe look, that is the way they do it, and the same way going to happen on election day. They already know them. They will say, hey, you, if you can target, if you can bring as many, money is ready, go and get them. Somebody like Thomas or some other like us might not necessarily wait for anybody to come out. I mean, because okay, you are elected, you want to vote for your own is separate. But a lot of jobless people, a lot of poor people that believe that what are we even voting them for? When they get there, they will not look at us. Let us take whatever we can take from them now. To hell with them. They are not sincere anyway. Even if you vote, you don't take from them, they will still lose the money. A lot of people, a lot of Nigerians have that mentality that even if you vote your conscience, they won't still do the right thing for the betterment of you. So just take your money, Gary. It's all amount to the same thing. So don't let us think that they don't. Majority of votes I
want to move it on when Adanle Koko lands.
Okay.
Yeah.
So majority of this vote from poor people, they are paid one way or the other. You in the middle class is different because you are enlightened. You don't even participate. You just want to vote on election day. But most of the poor people, the traders, the artisans, and these people are paid. They collect money because they are in different association and they know them in each of their area. They know them very well, and they are committed people, because what makes them committed to stand in the sun and rain on election day is money in their pocket. Let me just leave it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Adanle Koko. So thank you, Adanle Koko. So back to you, Kolata. I want to show you two very short clips. The first one is actually what we were talking about earlier on, when Aisha Buhari was dishing Maman Daura's daughter a dirty slap in Aso Rock Villa. So just to because we said it earlier and I came across.
This is the villa. We have over 200 soldiers guarding us, 200 policemen guarding us. Why do you have to lock this door? What for? What for? Enough is enough. Enough is enough. Let me know when you are leaving this place. Let me know. Enough is enough.
So there it is. Enough is enough.
Enough is enough. And guess who left? Guess who left? She's the one that left.
Did she not run to London, Aisha?
Aisha ran to, eventually she ran to Dubai now.
Ended up in Dubai, yes.
Yeah. So you see, that husband Buhari is a useless somebody. Let's not lie. Who would treat my wife like that in our house? Abba.
Do you know that after that incident, they were threatening to marry Sadiya Farouk for him as a second wife?
I remember.
Yes.
She had to keep quiet.
Yeah, he had to. That's how the silence started. They wanted to.
Over Agani dear. As Yoruba will say, over your Agani dear. They want to war. They want. I mean, come on, man. So you see, that's why I don't like Buhari as a leader. He's not a strong leader. You cannot. I mean, who will let that happen to your spouse? That's insane. Because of some nephew.
Information now.
It does not matter.
No,
that's his wife.
Happened there in that space.
But that's his wife in the official quarters.
That your wife does not mean your wife could just do anything. Like, what if
in our matrimonial home?
In a house.
No, what if it was wife that was wrong?
But it's a house.
It's a house. She could be wrong and do anything.
But you first have to bounce first. You have to bounce. It's a house, so the other lady has to bounce, whether she's wrong or not. It's still a house.
Some culture don't run like that.
We can't culture with that.
Some culture don't run like that. I grew up in my brother's house, so I know what I'm saying. There are times when the woman.
So if you piss off your brother's wife, you will now shout at your brother's wife in our own house.
No, I wouldn't shout at my brother's wife. No, because I don't want my brother to feel very depressed. You understand? I love my brother, so even when if the wife does anything, I'll take it. But the fact is that Buhari didn't say anything doesn't mean that he was weak. It could be that the woman was wrong, and instead of fighting the woman, he just tried to keep quiet. And he can't say, "Oh, madam, you are wrong." But he will not punish somebody who is not wrong for her. That's the culture.
Just leave women to fight their battle.
Exactly.
I beg.
But look, let them continue to fight their own. How can you be fighting this small girl that's almost like your daughter?
No,
You have more importance.
What she said is important. She said enough is enough. That means she's added up to here.
As the first lady, she has the whole of Nigeria. So what's one room doing? What does she want? If she needs 20 rooms, she can always get it. I think it's just women beefing. Forget it.
Buhari said before that the place for women is in the kitchen now.
Exactly.
Buhari useless. Buhari useless. Honestly, my useless.
That's a domestic.
The other room now. The man no send.
The guy. That's the problem with Buhari. He no send anything. The guy no send.
Leave Buhari, I beg.
He's a very ruthless guy, especially for the fact that.
Let me just finish my spell because I want to go very soon.
Okay.
No, don't go.
So what I was saying about anyway, let me get off from that space. Tinubu has. I feel like what's making Buhari angry is the statement, the first statement Tinubu made in Abeokuta. That's what is making Buhari very angry, and I think Buhari hasn't forgotten it. He still had it in his mind, and I'm saying if Tinubu can come out and say he's a kingmaker, if you're a kingmaker, that basically means you don't need anybody to make you a king. So stop whining and fight it on, and battle anybody you want to battle Buhari, battle Atiku, and make yourself a king because you're already a kingmaker. So let him stop crying out every time and disturbing our ear. That's just me. I think that's what I have to say about it. And but anyway, whatever happens, let me tell you the bitter truth. Whether they redesign Naira and everything is normal, how it's been for like maybe let's say rewind back 4 months ago where nothing was going on with APC was flying, and everybody was just in their own lane. Whether it's the same space or this space, I know for sure that Obi would win the presidency, no matter. Thank you, everybody. Good night.
Obedience.
There's fellow obedience are not here. They would have clapped for him as he finished making his speech now.
I think the obedience are getting tired. I think the writing is so much on the wall. Like it looks like their voice is not that confident anymore.
Burata, did you notice Joel has calmed down?
He's calmed down now. He's calmed down.
Very calm. Everything he just laugh now. It's not pushy like you remember now when we started Obi. It can even cause your generation. Not causing them. I'm just saying that. So that is on the wall. They just wishful thinking all around. That's what everybody can.
He did not calm down. What they are banking on is the way Obi went to the north this period, and right now they feel like they don't need to talk too much. That Obi has already gotten them followership in the north now, so no need to talk too much.
Because of the crowd.
Yeah, that's crowd.
Do you know that Tinubu has more crowd in Anambra than Obi had in any state in the north?
So
I was surprised.
the Anambra own shocked me. I will not lie to you. I keep, even though they were saying that it's just in a small space, and but the Anambra own shocked me. To be honest with you, it really shocked me. I never
If you guys
expected to.
wanted,
I never.
if you guys wanted to be shocked, did you see Akwa Ibom?
You know, because of
No,
Akpabio,
I leave
now,
leave Akwa Ibom. Akwa Ibom is, but they later fight too. There was an outburst in Akwa Ibom after this thing that they were even, maybe his other is opposition party that was doing that one anyway.
That they bought the crowd.
They were, yeah, and
let me tell you, that's the signal. If these people can come to your territory and buy a crowd for rally, it means that they can buy the crowd for vote.
Of course.
Some people came to that rally from other local governments, trapped, and they got paid to do it. So if they could, within short notice, mobilize for rally, then it means that they could mobilize for vote. That's what I'm trying to say most of the time. People say, they bought the crowd. That's how they will mobilize and buy the vote too. And that's all. And when you see a ballot that was bought and a ballot that was voted organically, it doesn't show on the ballot. It just shows one vote.
But Patrick, I still go back to what I had earlier. If they mobilize people to go for campaign, I'm not talking of the day election now. Like, take 500 naira, buy food, buy water. Is it bad in politics?
They will even bring food to them. It's not both vine.
It's not both vine. That's why I'm saying that. Are you talking of mobilization or paying people? Mobilization on the day of campaign.
Thomas, do you know how they even buy votes in the north? I don't know if you served in the north. I did my service, part of my service was done in Adamawa. The local government, that's why they say they need structure. The local government, there's a local government there in Adamawa, they only come to office once in a month when the allocation has arrived. All the local government staff will come, then people living in that local government, they will leave their farm. All the members of local, they will come. The chairman will set aside, pay teacher, pay everything. The remaining money, he will share to everyone one by one. He makes sure everybody gets something. And they're happy. And they go back. They already bought that vote. So they've been buying, those that are going to buy votes now, they've been buying it for the past 7 years, every month. So it's not only the day of that election. They know that if that man is out of office, that money might not come. You understand what I'm saying? So they are not just going to, they are paid monthly by the local government for being a citizen of that local government. That's it. If you served in the north, some part of the north, you understand what I'm saying. That was my experience in Adamawa state then. So this vote buying that they are going to use million, no, it's not like that. They already bought the votes. They will just rely at that level.
All right, thank you, Patrick. So let me play you this last one, Kolata. Watch this. You've often heard me eulogize about Kashim Shettima, just the brilliance of the man. I have so much confidence in Kashim Shettima, and one of the reasons why. Watch this.
Ashwaju and his progressive team stood solidly behind the candidature of President Muhammadu Buhari. My simple question, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, where were the new members of what I call the Buhari's Church of Latter-day Saints? Why were they? We knew where their political loyalty lies at that particular foundation when President Muhammadu Buhari emerged as the presidential candidate of the APC. Why were they? And some people said anything goes in politics. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, not everything goes in politics. We shall have minimal thresholds below which we won't operate. And the irreducible minimum is that after 8 years of presidency in the north, there's logic, common sense, equity, justice, and fearless demands that power should move to the southern part of the country.
So there it is, erudite, urbane, presence, personality, engaging, educated, witty. It must be if you look at the whole field, the top 4 positions, he probably the best person amongst the whole field.
I think what I was just thinking when I was talking about, oh my God, why didn't these guys debate? Why didn't we watch the vice president debates? Because I've been longing to see Shettima take on Okowa and Dati. It will have been fire, because Okowa too, apparently he too has something. I used to think he just has rabbit teeth for nothing. So Shettima, I mean, for anybody that's underestimated this guy, he's a super intelligent guy. He's not just intelligent, he's well read. He's well read and well spoken. So you cannot stereotype him like people like to stereotype the North. This is an educated man. He's not a backward. It doesn't appear to be a backward-looking Northerner.
It's not a malam, is it? It's not a malam. He's a city boy. He's a city boy.
He's a city, but he's a Bono city boy. Like
Maduguri city boy.
I'm saying Maduguri city boy. So he's educated. Let's give it. I think it's almost like it's high time everybody stops stereotyping the North. Things are changing gradually. There's still a lot of work to be done. But you see the likes of him.
He worked he was a GM in Zenith Bank, right?
Yeah, it was.
Got to the GM level before he moved into politics. You understand? Those who ensured transforming the banking system at that stage. So, once you get to become a GM, that's the zenith, except the zenith of your your career.
Banking
in the
career.
world. Yeah,
before you become ED.
That would not be like, the management and the board of directors giving their nod that you can join the board. But it got to that point, a mentee of Jimovia. So you cannot underestimate the caliber of that man and the ability of his long stretch in able to convince people and also to bring business ideas to people in the North. So Shettima is really a man. He's going to make a fine vice president. I can tell you for that.
What I'm looking forward to is when he becomes president after Tinubu.
Yeah, that's what I want to say. Yes.
They will not let him not contest, though. He must contest.
Okay. In fairness and for equity and justice, the Northeast has not had anybody since Ahmadu Bello. They've not had anybody there. Tafawa Balewa is who I mean. Tafawa Balewa, yeah, that's what I mean. They've not had anybody since Tafawa Balewa, so of course he has to contest. He can't go back to the Northwest again. He needs to go to the Northeast. The same way, whenever he goes back to the South again, he has to go to the Southeast. So, yeah, he should contest. I support. If Tinubu enters now, he definitely will contest, and he should contest for presidency. He's going to be a fine president, as in you can trust he will have good public appearance, insightful speeches. He even talks about artificial intelligence, for crying out loud. Like, when was the last time you saw a candidate?
It's not a dumb malam. It's not a dumb.
It's not a dummy. Like, I just always contrast him with someone like Peter, because Obi is contrived. It brings all these contrived statistics. If it's like forced, that's not his natural element. But this guy sounds so fluid, like it just goes, it just goes on. So I like his ability. I like his abilities. He appears to be a high functioning human being. So let's see if
Yeah. What about, are we just like me? I like the way he speaks. I like the fact that he's educated. But this narrative of him being a Boko Haram founder and all that,
there's concern there. there's concern there because they found one guy in his house.
It's not a man. His character. It have some kind of bad character. I don't like.
He appears to be like a bad guy.
Yeah, very bad and ethnic jingoist and.
But Ajale, that's profiling now. You are just looking at him and say, okay, because
no, for what he has said before,
that phone call, it was very nasty.
Let me tell you,
he said he's going to slaughter all the Eastern.
No, this is slaughter. This is slaughter.
I hate him since then. Since I listened to that audio, I never liked that guy for 1 minute.
I'm sure Thomas wants to say something close to what I'm saying. Thomas,
let me say something. There are some comments me and you, Ajale Koko, we can make in our private conversation that we can't say outside. It can just be a banter that we can't even put into action. We just say it. I didn't see the man in that manner. That is my opinion. I would never object to Shettima presidency in any way. The man, you want to compare Shettima to Peter Obi?
That's not even what I want.
The brain, everything.
Thomas.
Yes,
there were two of them. Him and former governor of Ogun State. They were having that conversation.
That was a serious conversation. Wasn't it, banter?
That you can see from his
Amosu was uncomfortable in that
conversation. Was very uncomfortable. America was trying to calm him down, was trying to redirect.
Do you know what I want to ask
you? But this guy was very comfortable. He was just saying,
now. Yeah. Do you know that things have changed now? I'm not like that. Do you know that at the peak of Nnamdi Kanu spew of hatred, I felt like that. I felt the way Kashim felt. I felt, let them go.
That extreme. No, come on now.
Like I felt, look, instead of slaughtering people, instead of let them just have their Biafra, we will salvage what is left of Nigeria and move on. I felt that way. I'm sure a number of people felt that way here too. Okay, at this point where you say, see police, kill them. One man, there's one video somebody sent to me. I can't send it to you. If I send it to you, you will feel, Patrick, why did you send this? It was the military officer attacked by this IPOB. It was terrible. I couldn't watch.
Oh, wait. But that's different, Patrick. Now,
sorry, gentlemen. I'm in the middle of doing something. That's why I'm flitting in and out. But carry on you don't need me anyway, so carry on. Yeah.
So if you see that, at the peak of that Nnamdi Kanu nonsense, I felt like I should felt. But instead of all these things, let them just be. But later I now felt, look, there are a number of them in the Southeast who don't believe in what this guy is saying. If you give them a
majority don't believe it. Majority do not.
So can they have a free and fair referendum in that place? No. You understand what I'm saying? They will muzzle the people who want to vote against the referendum. You get what I'm saying, Kulata?
In 2016, the fever pitch was high. But at that point in time, it was because that was when Jonathan lost. So many people were feeling emotional. So that Kanu guy, Kanu guy took advantage of the situation. I think that's what happened. But a lot of people got to their senses real quick, and they abandoned that.
Kulata is not the only. I said Kulata. Kashim Shettima was not the only person that felt that way.
Was that 2016 that he said that?
It was around that time. Now, it was not a recent. Okay. It was around that time.
But one can use Kanu's scene on. No, that's not. That's just wrong.
It was not only Kanu. Let me give you a good example. And I'm sure my brother is not. He doesn't feel that way.
Patrick, I don't really like talking about that. I get too many family. No, I don't.
I'm talking of Joel now. Joel of Nashville. I remember my first day on this platform, and one man said, "Okay, what do you feel about Kanu?" I said, "Kanu should rot in jail." You see the pushback from Joel and Man of Prestige was very strong. And now they have realized that that thing has destroyed the chances of Obi. Now they are saying that he has lost control. But that was what I was saying that very first day. That look, this Kanu, you cannot call us monkey, zoo, animal. So months ago, and now you are saying come and vote. And don't vote on tribal because we are one Nigeria. Of course, I believe in one Nigeria, and that's what I am. I'm a Nigerian, but you must respect others. You can't bully your way into Aso Rock. No, you can't. You can't. You have to respect people.
Kolata.
Yeah.
Sorry, most of them believe in Nandikan. I've done my research on them. Most of them. Now, me, I always use my Facebook to promote Ashiwaju. Can you believe all my friends that come from that part, they stop talking to me. They even come into my inbox to attack me. And I tell them, no, you can't do that. You can't expect me to follow all of you like Zombie. No. So what's the purpose of my education?
What you isolate here? Well, famous.
Yeah, even my Facebook now, most of people that lose me, they don't even comment on my page.
They've not blocked you.
I don't send anybody. They did. And one even called me. Am I asking me if I'm depressed?
But there are many.
Was saying similar thing the other day.
3 times. 2 weeks.
But wait, guys, wait. There are many people from the southeast that support Ashiwaju. Many. I'm shocked at how many.
What's the percentage to people that support Nnamdi?
No, there are lots. I
know. He has supporters there, but 70% of these people they support. Some people, the fact maybe the way you see them outside, they deny like, I don't support all this. It's a lie. Underground, they have fake profile. They go to all those.
They dare not come out publicly and say they are supporting Ashiwaju.
It can. No, this is an emotional issue too. Like, you see, this is the thing is, indeed, it's the turn of the Southeast. Really, if you look at it from just emotional aspect, but the party that was supposed to give it to the Southeast, they messed up. So it's almost, there's nothing anybody can do about it apart from saying you want to support Peter Obi.
So I'm an Igbo man, right? And I support Ashiwaju. Not because I want to, but because
they say you're not an Igbo man. They say you're
not. Don't say that.
That's
you're not an Igbo man.
They say you're not an Igbo man.
But they don't worry, you can come to my village.
Eze, be careful. Eze from Abuja.
The Igbos are the nemesis, the arch-nemesis of their doings. You need to get your house in order politically for you to achieve your aspirations.
This is a point that I always talk about.
The fragmentation in the Southeast is enough for people not to take the Igbos seriously. And that is why I am looking at Charles Soludo and what he intends to do in the future. Because he has seen the wrongs that we have done to ourselves. The internal fighting, the discord, and the political wrangling, left, right, and center. Yes, if power had come to the South, when power was coming to the South, truly if we had our house in order, it will not, and Ashiwaju will not even emerge. People will tell him, Ashiwaju, it is not your time now. The South needs to go. You understand? Even an article won't emerge because we have our house in order, right? So what would have happened if an Ashiwaju would have tried to contest, but people who knows that yes, it is the time of the Southeast, they will rally around the leader at that point and make him the national leader and as well as the presidential candidate. We are neophytes. I will be honest with the viewers here. We are neophytes when it comes to politics.
No, Emeka, is it neophyte or is it because there's, I mean, the culture in the Southeast doesn't, everybody is king. So nobody will want to accede to one person's authority. Is it that?
No,
It may play its role. Nobody wants to stand up, right, and say, I think it's high time we stop this nonsense and rally around. You understand? Like the APGA now, with what Charles Soludo wants to do, you see, if he can become successful with the APGA party, that party would merge as a regional party and merge with a national party to push for an Igbo presidency, probably after, let's say, 16 years' time. But that is the route they will do. Yeah, of course, definitely. It's a long time, but it is the pain and the long-standing and the suffering that we would go through to ensure we come out with someone who the country can identify with and say, yes, I think it is the time the move us forward. And I will say this, and I will say, you see, we know, everybody knows that the Igbos are very industrious. And in terms of the economics and the trading pattern of things and business, if we get an Igbo president, I think we will do well economically in the country. Right? Yes, there might still be some shenanigans with the politics, but in terms of prosperity with the economics, we will do really well. But we are not there yet. We are still crawling. While the other geopolitical zones are probably flying or walking or running. We are crawling, and we are crawling so badly, it's like we are crawling backwards. So we need to go turn back and start crawling forward.
Do you know why, Emeka? I think it's the conflicted narratives in the Southeast that's led to that. So the Southeast, and please correct me, the Southeasterners here, if I'm misspeaking. I feel the Southeast, they've never really been fully into Nigeria, but they've never really succeeded in that Biafra narrative. But they've always been halfway in and excuse me.
Yeah, so we're still, you know, you cannot rule out the effect of the Biafran war. Let's be honest. If you've gone to the Southeast, you will still see the landmark. You will still see those things that will cause you the remembrance of what they lost. You know, for us to pull up this far, it shows that, you know, it shows how resilient we are as a people to survive that. Not a lot of tribes would do that. We are still trying to rub shoulders with those who were not affected by the war. So it shows that resilience. But again, we must address ourselves. If we want power, if we want to represent on the national stage, we must address ourselves properly in-house. We must do some housekeeping in-house, and then before we emerge. This nonsense, like someone mentioned, you know, everybody wants to be king. Yeah, I could see that playing. This nonsense of we not trying to rally around one person and giving that person the support. Once we do that and identify that this is our leader in terms of the
Emeka, why is it not Peter Obi? Why are people not rallying around Peter Obi?
Peter Obi is a joker, right? He would have been the one in terms of building APGA. He would have been the one because typically he won under the APGA ticket, and then when he also went to PDP, he ran as a VP candidate, and typically on that situation, he's seen as a national leader for the Southeast. But what did the brother do? Because you do not have that clout, you do not have the political influence strong enough to gather people around you to say it is our turn, regardless of whether an article wants to come. It is our turn article. I have the muscle too. What did he do? He decided to ship in into a mushroom party. Who's going to respect that individual? If he had stayed in APGA, if he had built like an Asiwaju, that is why I respect Asiwaju so much. He didn't just leave Lagos State as a governor and say, oh, I want to become the president instantly. He understood the fact that I must play this regional game properly. I must install people in position of power that would, in the long run, repay me back. I must build my party to a strong point that when it is the time to attack the middle, I will be strong enough. So Asiwaju has built that platform that a lot of people, even Wike himself, wants to copy. But a Peter Obi who even promised what's this guy's name again, Ojuku, that he will not leave Abga unless he dies. But what did he do? What did he do? That's the betrayal we talk about. How can I respect that kind of man? How can I respect him? He should have stayed in that party and built that party to a regional party and take over the PDP. Not moving around and jumping around like a political prostitute.
Emeka, you see, I want to agree with you. If he had remained in Abga and been working hard with, for Abga outside Anambra State, trying to spread that Agra, by now, maybe Abga would have covered all the eastern states, and he would have emerged as a very strong,
Abga is in Abuja here now, as we speak. Abga is in Abuja
here. The entire southeast, right? We probably try to capture like 1, 2, 3 states or 2 states, and when people begin to see the potential, the vision, and the strategy, they will key into it. Now it's not like why. The question will not be why are you in PDP and APC? We have a regional party you need to belong in, so that we can go there. With that, we cannot begin to negotiate with national parties and move into. Yeah,
he cannot do that. You know why I think he can't? He couldn't have been able to do that. You stayed in Lagos. Yoruba has a saying. They say "Akinla huniyi." Nobody gets stingy, and there's no honorable stingy man. That's the thing. Tinubu was able to install governor in. Tinubu was able to install governor in Osun. He spent money doing that.
I agree with you, my brother. I do agree with you.
This guy is not ready to spend money. Even running now, he's using other people's money to run.
Exactly. So, you want to play politics. You want to play politics a different way. You
people
understand?
Like Okorocha, they would have thrown it out.
Playing long tennis in a tennis court, right? In a table tennis court. What kind of game are you playing? You need to understand the jurisdiction you are in. What do you want? You want to be president. It's not a joke. To be president of the country is not a joke. Ask BUHARI how many times he ran. It's not a joke. Even with his 11 million, he was unable to become president. It's not a joke. And that's why when El-Rufai said he's a Nollywood actor, I agree with El-Rufai. He's a Nollywood actor. He's acting a game. He's acting.
But that Rufai is a crazy guy, yo. That guy is
even this Buhari, do you know that even this Buhari that they are saying is holy? I'm sure when he was in PTDF, he must have built some structures in that north with all those PTDF contracts. You know, PTF did a lot of projects.
Money was missing in PTDF on that.
Exactly. They must have done a lot of contracts empowering people that help him to maintain that stronghold in the north. There's no way, there's no honorable stingy man. They should, I don't know the Igbo version of that proverb.
But again, Obi, I don't understand him. He's a different Igbo man. Igbo men are not stingy. We know that. And you are proud to be stingy. You are proud to say you wear a
Solomon is stingy.
The one thing about us is we show off a lot. It's in our culture, it's in our tradition. It shows as a matter of fact, we were the ones who started with the money spray that other cultures in the country picked it up. We show off a lot. We show our influence. We show our wealth.
Emeka, why is it like someone like Okorocha is not stingy? But on the other, it's not stingy. And honestly speaking, if anybody can be president from the southeast, I feel someone like Okorocha may be president before everybody because he spent a lot of money in the north and in different places, philanthropy and all. But he's not like
the southeast. He didn't spend the money in the southeast. That's the mistake he made. He felt that the bulk notice in the north. I'm sure this philanthropy of Okorocha was.
No, he has school. He has school in
the southeast.
The problem with Okorocha was he's not liked within the APC party, right? He should have been after his term, he wanted to install his son-in-law, which was largely opposed. So what he should have done, you want to put in someone, you want to put in your son, you want to do this. It's not your seat. You are not the Eze. You are not the chief. Understand what the power dynamic should go. Yes, you create influence by building others up. not by putting them down. And you know, just like our people, we are very arrogant, and just like that, they look, okay, we'll deal with you. And just see what the Supreme Court governor is doing. Chased him out of town, ran him out, took over his properties, destroyed so many things that he can't even speak anymore. His political clout is zero now, if not running to the negative. But we need to get ourselves and get our house.
Remember when they jumped through his roof in Abuja and they were saying, oh, please, thank you, Lord. Oh, do you remember when the DSS jumped through his roof and they arrested him?
Yeah, I saw the video. I saw this video. His wife and his daughter, they were inside, and him too. All of them. He was kneeling on the ground and was praying, and they were making the video of how the EFCC were going from the roof to come inside his apartment.
Yeah, if you are listening, if you are listening, let me drop down for you so that you can come in. It seems that he's trying to come in. He want to come and
I spoke about.
I will step down for you. Come in. Let me step down.
I was saying that Peter Obi won't win. I know a lot of people are saying that he probably will win states in the southeast. But I keep maintaining because I have seen the trend. There's disunity, a huge lot of disunity in the southeast. A huge lot. He should do well. And I keep maintaining my stance. And I know the reason why. And the election is in a few weeks' time. We will see. There is a lot of disunity in the southeast. It is not a single group. And I'm saying this. I know some of you have spoken about it. You will see the results. Peter Obi, I'm really obsessed. Why am I obsessed? Because he would have been the leader that we actually want. But here he is going around and monkeying around and thinking that this is a child's play. And before you know it, because of what? Then his group is creating chaos all over. How would the North, how would the West, how would the Southwest trust us when we say we are ready for power? When somebody has shown a glimpse of what he can do, he has not gotten there yet. Opinions are causing everybody all around. Opinions are insulting people left, right, and center. I'm not showing any signs of respect. So how would they not trust us now to have power and say that we are ready for power? We don't know the content. That's the reason Soludo was telling him, I know the game you are playing. You are playing a dangerous game.
Emeka, Mr. Baker, it's okay. It's okay. Obi is trying to take back the country. Please, it's okay.
All right. Thank you, Emeka, and thank you, Kolata. So let me come to you then, Solomon, because you are probably the newest out of school within the Nigerian system. So you're the newest out of school. What's the
sorry, one can you I just want to make a point that I want to make. Then I'll go back so that Daniel will come. You see, in every civilization, the spill effect of any warfare is always disastrous. Let's look at what happened during the Soviet Union, led to the collapse of the Soviet Union. More or less, the Soviet Union are always in continuous disagreement till date. Before the creation of the Israelis were defeated at some point in history. They scattered around Europe. Things happened in Europe. They were like, man, we have to get ourselves back. You see, what I'm saying, the southeast and southern spaces, there should be conscious effort from the governors to unite their people back. How they are going to do it? Is it through education? Is it through some? They just have to get it done. Because the way Nigeria is constituted is more or less against them, so that at every point of disagreement, the next thing you hear is you want to go ethnic, you are anti-Igbo. I think the ethnicity in Nigeria talking about anti-ethnic comment is from that space. Anything you want to say is more anti. And unfortunately, because the region is not economically viable for them enough, you now have them moving around more in before a southeasterner needs to be very, very successful. He has to be in the southwestern space or has to go to the north to create his business. So those people that needed to hold that region, that generation have left the country. Our own generation in the southwest that left to school came back to Nigeria. And even if you look at what's happening in the southwest now, I want to believe after the generation of maybe our parents, look, this energy we are seeing in the southwest will more or less be a thing of the past, because you can now see there is disagreement brewing gradually. So the question is, who can do it? Unfortunately, those who can do it are not interested to get it fixed. Like you said, somebody said earlier, the investment of Rochas are not in the southeast. Which southeasterner investment that is bringing his what's it called money is in the southeast? It's not there. And these are just the spillover effect of that civil war. It's not their fault. War can come in any space. The question is, what conscious effect can the think tanks in those areas do to cushion the effect? Look at what's happening in Britain now. Scotland and England is more or less at loggerhead, Northern Ireland. So these things are not what's it called? Are not what we can downplay. But the question is, the region that seem to benefit from this, are they willing to take them in back? Then they themselves reading these things, are they ready to create a space for them to get back their people together? There are ways that these things can be done. Unfortunately, the people there are not ready to get it done. And another thing is this: nobody will come and do it. They themselves need to sit down and get it done. So that's just what I want to say. So you don't need to abuse your elites. You don't need to be angry with them when you're analyzing them. These are the things war brew into a system. And if you look at, you are saying spending. Look at what's happening to the black community in the US. The black Americans are said to be the ones that show off too much, because once you have been destabilized from where you are from originally, the next thing for you to do to show that you are a part of a society is to show off your affluence. And that's why there should be think tanks to say no. Because I want to believe before the Civil War, these characteristics were not there. These characteristics normally they are just spillover effects of things that happen whenever a region or a country sees the effect of a war or destabilization. So that's why I just want to say, you are right to be angry, you are right to be passive, but just understand that these things can be reversed. But the question is, who is ready to take that mantle? And whoever wants to take that mantle will not benefit from the system, because he's going to sacrifice a lot for maybe the next or second generations to come. The Israel we are seeing today, the people that started the Israeli movement did not benefit from it, but look at the generation now that are benefiting from it. So these are the things. The Scotland that we are saying that was autonomous, the people that fought the Scottish war with the British, they did not benefit from it. But look at what's happening in Scotland today. So these are the questions that need to ask. Okay, We are the Igbo rich men. We are the Igbo's elite. What are we going to do to help the generation coming? We are not going to benefit. We are going to sacrifice our resources. We are the Yoruba's elite. What are we going to do to benefit the generation coming? We are not going. The same thing goes in any civilization that wants to get it right. But if that is not done, what is happening is what we'll be saying. You have to validate yourself with either getting a big house, getting a car, or trying to impress that you are also part of a system that is more or less like a mirage. So that's what I just want to say. Ajanle Koko, thank you. So I'll go back to the comment section.
You said you can remain. Hello, one man.
So sorry, I was talking away. I didn't know I'd muted myself. So sorry. No, I was saying that it can remain. It can go to the comment section. There's a slot free anyway, and we're getting towards like a final hour, of course. So so very soon we all clear off. But I was just saying to you, Solomon, that you are the newest out of school. But the educational system in Nigeria, the longest course that you can take at university, how long would it last?
I think she's not 7 years. It should be 7 years.
It's medicine, or that's 6 years.
Yes.
Yeah, medicine. Because
no,
it's medicine.
6 years.
Yeah.
Why? All right. All right. If Tinubu becomes your president, you can add an additional 2 years to that 6 years. Watch this, Solomon.
Fún àwọn ọmọ wa tí ò rí léèwé wọ̀, ẹ̀yin tẹ́ wà léèwé, ẹ lọ kọ sílẹ̀. Ẹ pè mí ní ọmọ àlè tí ọjọ́ yín bá kọjá ọdún 8. Ọdún 8 lẹ máa fi kàwé.
So there it is. For the non-Yoruba speakers, that's our Tinubu campaigning. Is inviting the students that if it takes them more than 8 years to graduate from university, they can call him a bastard. So I suspect that they don't want to spend 8 years for a course that previously was 4 years. But there it is. Gulabalu and Bulabalu. This is Agbado again. This guy, if the Cabal don't get him, his mouth will. What is he talking about? An 8 year. If it takes you less than 8 years or more than 8 years to complete a course, call him a bastard. That's what he's saying. Solomon.
No, but I think one man, though I'm not making a case for him. Do you know the system, the way the system runs is that if a program is 4 years, the maximum you can spend for that program is 8. If you don't graduate within 8 years, then you forfeit. You have to start again.
Yeah, no, that's from failure, not from the university closing.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
So for most of the average course in the university is 4 years. So the maximum time you're allowed to do that program is 8 years. So he say he's guaranteeing them that they will not spend more than 8 years.
All right, there you are. So Solomon, 8 years to go through university. You go in as a young buck, you come out as a grandpa.
Are you sure? You know this thing he spoke in Yoruba, and at times maybe I don't know how I'm going to put it now, but in me I don't understand what he just said. Now you just translated it and that he said one going to school and come out in 8 years time is really crazy. I don't know what is wrong. It's certain speech he makes when he goes to campaign. I don't understand.
You know, when they used to make those gaffes, I used to think that because in some instances, maybe even most of us, if not all of us, are guilty of it. You think in your native language, don't you? And then when you speak and you speak in English, it might well be lost in translation. So a lot of his gaffes, I wondered if he would have been a bit more erudite in Yoruba language. But there he is in Yoruba language, inviting that as soon as he becomes president, it will take you 8 years to graduate.
Yeah, so maybe let me just assume that it's because of the fact that he spoke in Yoruba, and maybe where you translate. But if apart from this thing now, you will know that this guy is old, and he's old. To be honest, this guy is old, and it's really affecting him. It's really affecting him, because I don't know why somebody look at your mistakes. It looks as if any campaign he goes to, he just makes blunder in those campaigns.
He has to drop at least one. Every campaign he drops at least one.
And some people will come and say that he knows what he's saying, that he's speaking a parable and all that. This guy is not fit for this job. And there's a video I even saw him walking, and he stood when people were just coming to greet him and all that. He was even walking very weak, and why wouldn't the Cabal walk against him?
Okay, so go to that space then. The Cabal working against him, El-Rufai working for him. How do you see that panning out?
Yeah, like Colata, what is this? And Colata, and who else again? I think Mr. Patrick. They broke everything down here, and even Oga was in the comment section breaking down things about it. What they call them? Is it what they call
conservatives?
them?
Call them
conservatives and what they call them, progressives. So, and those conservatives, they are the people that they would not leave their tradition. In fact, they want to practice Ahmadu Bello's type of. They are the people that will practice the conk type of Ahmadu Bello's government of preserving their tradition, making the northern interest number one, and that is 12 days speech of this is their grandfather's estate and all that. So they will make sure that it narrows down with the kind of administration they will be running in Nigeria here. Then, and that kind of thing will not really bring about, progress properly, totally. But this El-Rufai's own, El-Rufai's, the progressives, they are trying, like their own they want to resonate, like they want to practice their own, like that of the way Asiwaju does his own, and they want to practice the kind of things, do the things Asiwaju try to do in Lagos, or is going to, like, they resonate. Their own is different. But you see, like that Mamadou Dara, that guy, if you see himself, you know that this guy is I don't want to use the word traditionalist, the way he behaves, the way he, and you not take them out. These guys are real guys that grew up in the north, and the northern thing, that their traditional thing is their way of life, so they will not take it out. And for the fact that they still have other beef with Asiwaju, and maybe the kind of things, the kind of way they see him, like somebody who would not even listen to them and all that, you know, you will not, human being is human being. You will never take out their greed and their lost in power. The way they once they get that power, they test that power, they will not want to leave it. So these things are things that would affect, or that would make them go against Tinubu. And let's not deceive ourselves. They are not doing it for the interest of the Nigerian people, but for their own interest. So anybody here thinking that, except there's how God works anyway, he would they will think they are doing it for themselves, but God works in a way that they will shoot themselves on the foot, and it might turn out to favor. It might even turn out to favor will be like, but I know that in their human sense, that they are doing this thing to bring in who they want. They even started it from the primaries, and it did not work. So now they don't mind if they can bargain with Atiku. They can get to a deal with Atiku. They can reach on an agreement with Atiku to be the next president. They would, and Wike has already said it here, that because some people in the Aso Rock are working for Atiku and all that, that one you don't take it out of book is something that you should reason and you should think about. It's not, and you should put into consideration. Yeah, the people in Aso Rock there, they are very powerful people. Especially this mama, people just think that the guy, I feel like he's even the main person, because I don't know how Gambari is an Ilori guy. If not, I think.
Yes, but if Fulani though, but it's a Ilori.
Okay. It still works. I was thinking it was a pure Yoruba guy. So
Yeah.
Fulani is going to still, he will work with his people. I admit I don't have anything against Fulani people, to be honest with you. Especially as I'm in Abuja, I don't have anything against them. Even though we don't cross.
Can you distinguish, you are in Abuja, so you see a lot of them. Can you distinguish between a Fulani man and a Hausa man just by looking at them?
Yeah, in a way. Fulani people, the ones that have touched money, they look more, should I use, they look cleaner than Hausa people say. Like the way they are more, they behave like they it's not easy to differentiate them, but when you bring that, you see that the way they get to, you find out that these people they behave like more like Arab people. They behave and they look like more like the way they dress, the kind of things they even use. No, these Fulani people, they try to have taste. I swear, they have taste when it comes to, like, the ones that are rich and the ones that are educated. They have taste, and it's not really easy to differentiate them from Hausa. But for me, I can, if I see a Fulani person, I can see this is a Fulani person and this is a Hausa person. Yeah.
One man, when you see anyone that is doing gate man, that's Hausa. When you see anyone that is digging well, that's Hausa. The ones that is pushing wheelbarrow, they doing the hard work, that's the Hausa. If you see the one selling dollar, that's Fulani.
I think I would.
If you see the one selling tank of, say he has one fuel somewhere, has one crew somewhere, it's Fulani. That's the way I differentiate them. If you need to check, it's like that.
I think is a point to reason. But this, I was just talking about the rich ones in Abuja. Yeah, the rich, rich.
Who do you think dominates? Who dominates Abuja? Who dominates Abuja?
I will give it to Kogi people, Kogi Benue, Kogi and Benue. Then Igbo people. We are much in Abuja. Yeah. But do you know the funniest part about this Igbo people in Abuja? Yeah? We don't even relate in Abuja. Yeah. You see an Igbo person, maybe. But with what I'm seeing here is very hard. Like, where I even got my place of primary assignment. Do you know there are Igbo people there? Nobody even asked me how far this one. It was a Benue woman that saw me when NYC posted me there, and they're like, but Igbo people saw me there. They just lock up, because at times when you come here, it's not. Assuming we have an Igbo like a platform that is being run by Igbo person. Yeah, and I always frequent there. I would always, that is the kind of place we need to bash ourselves. It's not actually here where we have other ethnic groups or other tribes that will bash. But if we have like an Igbo person that is running, I will come there and I will bash our people. It's not out of hatred. It doesn't mean that I hate my people, and not because an Igbo person did not identify with me, I will now come and start doing that to the younger generation. No, I would make a very positive impact. I will make our Igbo race. I would show love and make sure that we are together. But some of our elderly ones, they are very wicked. Let me be honest with you, because times when Mr. Emmanuel, Mr. Emeka is talking here, I don't even blame him. He knows what he has experienced or what he has seen. I say in Abuja, you see your fellow Igbo person, he'll be even like as if he's even praying, let you know, like he'll be reasoning, why are you even here? But there are some you will meet, you will feel at home, to be honest. But like majority of them in Abuja, they are wicked, and Igbo girls too. They are really, really wicked. To be honest with
you, Igbo girls have always been wicked. Now you know they are fine girls. So
they are wicked. Once they come Abuja here, they kind of way, maybe because of the bush they're coming from, and they come to this place, the way they will just tear eyes and
suddenly they'll be acting like they just landed from America.
So Solomon, by being wicked, you mean they are not cheap? That's what you mean by they are wicked.
They are not giving you what you want.
They are not cheap.
no, almost see you. You need that. You be the one to give them. You will give them heavily first before they will even receive
and that's
you.
why I say they are wicked now.
It's not really about giving in that. Even to talk to, even to help you do anything, it's very, very difficult for them. But
all right, yeah. Let's stay in the East and have you talk us through no sit at home for February election. This is IPOB running contrary to what Simon Ekpa is telling us. So are you seeing that is coming to a head this positioning between Simon Ekpa and the IPOB space?
Yeah. Let me tell you, Simon Ekpa is not a fraudster. I'm not in support. I don't want Nigeria to divide, but when I always say the truth, Simon Ekpa is not extorting from people in that IPOB space. Simon Ekpa is doing that work genuinely. To be honest with you, he's doing that work genuinely. And for the IPOB, the main IPOB self, they've even this IPOB faction that is it in my power for who is coming to those guys, they're even the fraudsters. To be honest with you, there was even, if you see when Simon Ekpa debunks their video and debunks, as in when he brings out their real identity, you see some of them they're in Ghana. What they do in Ghana is they're selling phone parts and all that, and this guy comes there and he debunks all these things, and you show the people that that look at the kind of people that they're extorting money and all that, and it's true. But this Simon Ekpa is not extorting money. He's doing the real work of what Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has instructed him to do and what he was doing. So he's the one that calls the shots. Let me tell you the truth. He even have more followers, more followership than what they call this, than the main IPOB as it stands now. The IPOB people are really in line with him. They really resonate with his ideology and what he's doing. So Simon Ekpa is one that calls the shot, and what he says in that southeast region, that is what is going to happen. So any other thing anybody is here saying, they are just whining mouth. Simon Ekpa is the main person. What he says will happen this 25th of February is what is going to play out. That is just the truth. And I want to tell some people something. It's not when they, like me, if people like Enigmatic come here and they start bashing Igbo people and all that, somebody like me, I don't get upset, and there are certain things we need to even talk about here, like especially from history and all that. We need to, like, I can't wait for this election era to just wipe off. Let's just finish it and enter a new era of having historical conversations like this platform normally do before. Like here, I come here and I listen to history from people like Baba Ajali Koko, from even Ola, even there was this guy Mike, even from Enigmatic and many other people that come here. We talk about history. It's not even about this P2B, this election and all that. This election, I can't just wait for it to go and let's face let's talk about the real talk. And people saying that I'm not Igbo, I'm a real Igbo guy, but you not expect me, something that is biting me, I should use because of shame and just allow something to eat me up. No, I always remove it and feel good. I always feel good, because if I come here and be covering, and somebody is saying that don't worry, that people like Ezigbo would come and bring unity. What have they done? these guys? Is it to come and bring unity to first of all win election, saying Alex Oti and all that? That is not the unity we're talking about. We need to go home and do real meeting and reconcile and amend things first. It's not to come and do patch and let it be like why like what Emeka said. I agree with him 100%. Let me be honest with you. I agree with this. Well, that is just the way I've been looking at it. You know, this place is a different space as Nigeria, the country Nigeria is a different place. You know, you that is in abroad, that don't even, that you run away for survival, will come back, that don't even know anything. Some people will come here and be lying what they don't know. Say that they will lie how they snatched ballot box and what did they not lie, and what happened and what did not happen. They will not say facts. What Emeka said there is the truth and nothing but the truth. It's not like the way Nigerian politics is the right one, but you've seen how it is. What you will do is to now find a way and feature in it, feature in the way the politics is. Look at in PDP, no Igbo person could step down. They could not even hold a meeting that CEO. Look at who would support or who would go, who will represent us. Obi is in PDP. They will see if it's Obi. Like, look at it. Nobody could do that kind of thing. And after you come here, you even blame the PDP or you blame in APC the same thing. That one of our own elderly man was there shouting, "How many of you love Buhari here?" How will somebody go and do that kind of thing? Does it make sense? An elderly man was asking, "How many of you love Buhari?" When they are supposed to hold meeting before did they tell you that Siwaju, even if he was the one that put these governors where they are, but they've held meeting, backdoor meeting that CEO, you buy form, even if all of them bought form and they still stepped down. But in these primaries, no Igbo person could step down. No Igbo person could step down, and people will come here and be making noise, be saying this one, that they will be claiming as if they are the real Igbo representatives. These are even the people that they will see their fellow Igbo person and they will do like they are not, they do not even know each other. To be honest with you, to be very, very honest with you. So let them stop this hypocrisy that they are doing. Mr. Emeka, I really support you in anything you say. Anybody can say you are not an Igbo person. That one is the person's business. What you just said is the truth. Soludo too said fact, even if there were atoms of greed in it. But what he said is the truth. So let's not come and be doing over wise, as Shake said in his song. So all of us are wise, but some more people, they do like they are over wise, and that is not how life is. That is not how life is. Let's try and do things how.
But do you think this self-inflection, do you think it should be done behind closed doors rather than in the public?
Yeah, it's something that we come out and like in this channel now, in this platform now, we do like there's love. We come here and fake the love here and say that Igbo is this one, Igbo is that one. But after here now, everybody will go their way. I'm talking about maybe when we're talking about Igbo talks, but this is something we're supposed to call home. Even the Ohanese as a socio-cultural group supposed to do these things. Like even this Nnamdi Kanu matter is a very small thing to tackle, to be honest with you, because we will call with pure love, and it's not to come out and do this one and do that one and just be like what somebody said here, that he's sure that they used to go and beg IPOB at the back. It might be true, but this is something that would sit down and talk real and be, as in, make everything, make a point, and every wound, they'll make sure they treat every wound so that the love will be pure. As you are coming out, you will not hear people come out and start saying the Igbo people are not. No. We have to go home and do this thing, but they will neglect it and come out in the national level and be claiming that there is love, that this one, that one. So that is how it is. Let's just stop this thing of people come. Look at your comment section now. You see what people are there saying. These people too, they are very wicked people in their own way. They are very, very wicked in their own way. They don't even represent the Igbo race properly. They are just here doing this one. Look, they are backstabbing your place. They are doing this one, but they don't have me. I cannot see. I say no problem, Sha. One man. Let me just stop here. Let me just stop here. Let's go to another topic.
All right. Don't let the buggers get to you, though. Don't let them get under your skin. Thank you, Solomon. So thank you, Solomon. So Solomon, for time, let's take the conversation to Workpeace, who I'm sure has gone to bed. Konnichiwa from Japan.
Yeah, one man, I'm here.
Look at that. It's been a real long session, hasn't it?
Yeah, it is.
I was speaking to you regarding yesterday offline. I spoke to Fatai by the way as well. At some point we want to bring you back together and so we continue as friends.
Yeah, one man. Like I said, I don't have any issue. I already moved past that. Quickly, you know. I speak with that person. You know who?
Yes.
I spoke with the person. You know. No worry, we'll talk offline. I laugh.
Yes. Look at this guy. All right.
We'll talk offline. Anyway, let's go to the topic.
Yeah. So to the El-Rufai doubling down on his position regarding the cabals in Aso it's a battle of wills, isn't it?
Yeah, no, one man. Me, I will always go in a different route from where you guys are coming from. You know, Flatter will come and give us data that all things are all right. Me, I don't see things like that. I see things different. Maybe I'm coming from the side of the conspiracy theory part of it, you know. Now, like I said, let's look at it this way. It's just my own thinking, you know. Let's look at it this way. If APC is playing us, what if APC is playing us, one man?
In what way?
You know, it's three things. Buhari, APC, then Tinubu. It's difficult for you to separate any of them. But by now, this boy don't see Byron now. You know, rest. Take. Yeah, you know, it's very difficult to separate either of them by no hurting feelings, you know. So they are coming up with a pattern to distance themselves from Buhari by setting up a situation so that we're not start having pity for Tinubu, now looking beyond Buhari and the party APC. Then we also look at Buhari as Tinubu as individual and vote him out of pity because he's passing through injustice. What if it's like that?
I don't know. I'm not sure about that.
You're right. That's not impossible.
It's not impossible now because you cannot. Yeah, there's no way. Yeah, there's no way you can say, okay, let's Tinubu disassociate himself from Buhari activities by not offending the Cabal or Buhari himself. Let's say Buhari is the Cabal. Because you're saying administration. How are you going to distance yourself publicly that, oh, this government messed up, it didn't do this, it didn't do that? You are calling out the frontal war. Or how will you not distance yourself from APC that is running under, that was a president? It's just changing itself. So the best thing, they'll come up with a situation, which is a situation like, I'm having issue with this man. Now, we will not feel in the puzzle like, okay, because Tinubu does not like this man policy, they're shutting him out. They couldn't help the man to make the country better because if Tinubu get there, he has his own plan, he has his own people, he will make the country better. Now, we'll not see past Buhari and APC and vote Tinubu as a person. But if that was what he's playing is very good for him too. In that way,
I suppose there's some rationale to that, as Patrick was just saying. But it's quite a strategy, or if that's the plan.
Every strategy is on the table. One man, it's politics. They don't underestimate these people. These people pay international experts who can analyze politics. They analyze human behavior. They'll study and they'll put the best plan forward. So, but the most important thing and the end goal is winning. Like I always say, does not matter how you win, but win that victory. That's why I've been able to say, Isaac Bonrioba, meaning you don't come to life and become an Oba. You come from heaven as in you are ordained. Meaning, however you get to that position, whoever gets to that position is ordained to. If you are smart, they are smarting. If you are a crooked person, then be that crooked and get to that position. You know, so however way he get to that position, then fine. How are we not sure? Atiku is not playing the same game that APC is playing. Atiku is coming up now with this right now PDP strategy right now is between South and the North, trying to make the North see that the South is ganging up against them. And if it becomes like that, Northern will always fall back, regroup, and defend their own. Regardless who's Atiku, like people say Atiku is not liking the North. He will play a game that will make them see this emergency, that will make them declare it's not an emergency, so that they have to regroup and protect their own dignity. It's not longer Atiku now. First of all, let's stop the enemy at the gate. We will sort our issue out by ourselves. So sometimes I just try to look past all this drama, because sometimes the people that is playing this game, suddenly El-Rufai started having power in Cabal, to speak with the Cabal. In Kaduna, where they are killing people, doing all kind of sort of heinous crime and ethnicity problem with Fulanis at the outside. The Amdas has just spoke out. He has called the Cabal behind it out. He dare not now. Suddenly, he just had the courage to be out busting, talking about this Cabal. Of course, we know. It's what we already know. But tell us what we don't know. But they're not telling us that. So I don't want to follow up with those. I don't want to follow up with that bandwagon that things are getting sour. I just feel that everybody wants to win, and they're coming up with strategy that will make them win. That is one man. Because I want to embellish on that on that part. It's politics.
All right, brilliant. And to the opposing stance in the Southeast, Simon Ekpa telling us that from the 1st of February, he does not want to see any security paraphernalia in the Southeast. But the IPOB telling us now that there will be elections and no sit at home has been ordered. So by the end of this month, we should know who actually controls the narrative of that Biafra space, Simon Ekpa or Nnamdi Kanu. We all knew it will come to a head at some point.
That of Simon Ekpa and Nnamdi Kanu. Well, you cannot separate Nnamdi Kanu from Simon Ekpa, because Simon Ekpa is an offshoot of Nnamdi Kanu. So Simon Ekpa can continue what he's doing without reproach from Nnamdi Kanu team. Nnamdi Kanu has been making statement one way or the other ever since. If Simon Ekpa, Nnamdi Kanu wants Simon Ekpa to be stopped, there will be a way you have sent a message to Simon Ekpa to tell him to stop now. But for Simon Ekpa to continue like that and have all those continue on this journey and no disturbance, you know that there's something behind it. In one hand, some people are calling for Simon Ekpa's hand. The other hand, people are saying Simon Ekpa is doing the right thing. So who to believe, or who will not believe that is doing the right thing or is doing the wrong thing? Okay, you only want to sue Simon Ekpa on what ground, on what charges? If you are suing Simon Ekpa, you're not suing his master. Then the crime you are suing for will not hold waters. Because it's what Nnamdi Kanu started, he's doing. So if the Ohaneze going after Simon Ekpa and the other hand saying release Nnamdi Kanu, you see white people will not trust them. They say they cannot be trusted. And Simon Ekpa again is doing the bidding of the people, most Igbo people who believe in a Biafra autonomy. And most Igbo people, I say most Igbo, I didn't say IPOB now. Most Igbo people are Biafra sympathizers. Most. Because they believe that administration Biafra is a collateral to, Patrick, when they borrow money for, but when they call that thing, is it collateral, or how they call it? Patrick, are you there? think he has gone to read the fridge again.
He has gone to read the fridge again. I could hear mouth movements. That's what Patrick is never out of the fridge. Never out of the fridge. But I'm never out of the fridge too. So I'm not one to criticize. But
yeah. So I think most Igbo take that as a kind of bargaining tool to get what they want in Nigeria. They feel Biafra is something they will hold to bargain what they want in Nigeria. So in one hand, there's some people are telling you, no, they are killing, they are this, they are that, they are not, I'm not in support of them. In the other hand, that's the only tool they can fall to when they feel slighted in that Nigeria, that Nigeria circle, when they feel they are feeling marginalized, that they're not getting what they want, they are being schemed from the national cake. So you see them all fall to that Biafra. Both intellectual one, both the normal guy, the artisan, or whatever you call them, they all strongly believe in that Biafra struggle will come one day, and they can negotiate with it. So I hardly trust any Igbo man confidently tell me that he's against Biafra. What I always ask: at what point you start being against Biafra? Is it just now, or since 1967? Most times you find out most of them start being against Biafra since 2000 here, so what that tells us. So Samaipa and Nnamdi Kanu, they are the same. But again, there's a big political undertone to it. When somebody is saying there's no election in the southeast, and somebody is saying there's an election, what does that tell you? That means southeast is gone in this election cycle. There's no vote from that place. That place is gone. And people that is playing that politics have succeeded in what they are doing. They will end up, there's no external votes, and that's it. Then you expect the obedient now expect Kabir to win on somebody else's vote. I mean, some other state's vote, where they can even hold their own state together. You can even control your state. You don't even have 4 million votes from your state. But you're hoping of people from Nasawara, people from Port Harcourt, people from Edo to vote to win. When in your state you cannot even vote, guarantee 5 million votes. So it will be funny, and it's very funny, So Mama, that's my issue. Is just a seeking issue, and Igbos have to stand up. Since Igbos stand up, start condemning Samaipa and Nnamdi Kanu, and people start taking them serious. But right now, me myself cannot take them serious because they are sympathizers. I've never seen one day top Igbo elite condemning Samaipa or condemning what is going on in the southeast. Oh man.
All right,
this boy don't even mean me.
Yes, it needs that disattention. That's what it needs. It's a good bonding thing, by the way. That's where the real bonding takes place.
One man is a bond and is a problem. Like, without me, he cannot do anything. Sleep, wake up, eat, shower is me.
My son, he used to be like that. It was cute at the start. But then it got to a point, he used to like to sleep on my chest, and then I couldn't do anything until he gets to sleep, and it takes his time. Sometimes I just, sometimes I just put him there and say, okay, you have to cry your way through this one, because you cannot hold me hostage for, about there it is, it's good fun though. It's good fun.
Yeah. Imagine we start taking him to school, like the trial now, taking him to school, like leaving for 2 hours.
Yes, you said that, and how old is it? 10 months?
Yeah. It will start April. April will start school. It will be 1 year by May. So now it's 8 months.
You start that early?
Yeah, it's supposed to start by 5 months. That's Japan rule. 5 months for daycare. But because he was born in May, in between school season, new admission in Japan is April. So I wish he was born like October last year. He will start school April this year. Daycare. It's daycare, you understand?
Yeah, what goes on there? They will just be changing nappies. That's all.
Yeah, they just change napkins, play with them, take them out. They do that thing, they become 6. So the first time we'll be taking him to school now for a trial, and it's a problem. We just take him there 2 hours, stay behind the door. He'll be looking for me, like really crazy.
Yeah.
You can go to the next person. Sorry, this boy needs my attention. Yeah.
Yes, it's good. So thank you, Wapi. So, gentlemen, what I'm going to do is I'm going to give a couple of minutes monologue to the people who have not spoken, and then we'll wrap it up. But let's kick it off with John Smart, who has been with us in and out all the way through. So John, you're up now. So to the conversation, your thoughts, John Smart.
Hello, good morning, everyone.
Good morning, John.
Yeah, I don't know where to start.
You can start it off with El-Rufai, who is doubling down on the Cabal narrative.
Yeah, El-Rufai is saying the truth, and all he said was premeditated. Like they discussed it in house, so they just want Tinubu to start, and he has to carry on from where Tinubu stops. It's just, and I believe they're going to win at the end of the day, because all these cabal they don't have any political base. They are just fortunate, to have known Buhari, and he has putting them in some key places in Nigeria, and they use this power the way they want, and they want to dictate the next president. They want somebody that they will be able to dictate to, which is, I don't think it's going to work at the moment. So far, the northern governors, they will be with Tinubu, and most of them, they are holding some parastatals in Nigeria, like some hold DSS. I think it's being shared. It's being shared. Like Tinubu, I think he has his own people in EFCC. Those cabal they have in DSS or so. So that's where the battle comes from. If they have anybody that is on their way, they send the DSS. If you can remember, after the primaries, Buhari said EFCC, DSS don't go after anybody, because he knows his people might strike. You understand? He knows what is going on, but because Buhari being a father, not a leader, he can't take decisive decision like this is what I want. And that has been the problem. Not until Buhari leaves the presidency, I don't think anything good can happen there in Nigeria, because he's not a leader. I wish he's one.
All right, thank you, John. And to the southeastern space, the instructions from IPOB.
Sorry. I want to, there is one thing I realize. What's going on with Tinubu? Tinubu has done a great job, which nobody even realized. Like, for him to have gone to the northern space and try to fight the cabal, the northern conservative, and because those northern conservatives, they're the one. Those are the people holding Nigeria backward. Not until we get rid of them and give chance to the progressive, to be in charge of Nigeria, nothing can happen. So I believe Tinubu needs the support of the southern people at this moment. Because what Rational Mind was saying the other time, like, if Tinubu loses, that to become an uprise from there, you can get Yoruba nation. I think he knows that you don't get a nation through protest and what's it called, all this uprising. You can only get your nation through politics or war. And does the Nigerian southern space have the ammunitions for war at this point in time? I don't think so. And nobody wants to die. Many people have learned their lesson during Abiola's era, because I was in Nigeria then, and I took part. And I have some people that are lost then, because my house used to be around Abdul-Jabbar's house. Because when the election was announced, we reacted like, oh, Abdul-Jabbar, he was a friend to Babangida then. like he knows about it. We have to go to his house. We broke all his house, and before we know, order from above. The next thing, the army came there and they started shooting. I lost one of my friends then. And I don't think for me I can do such thing anymore, going to such protest anymore. And I don't think the children of nowadays they can't even do anything of such because of anybody. So I don't believe we can achieve the urban nation through that space. The only thing we can do is through politics and dialogue, and which is Tinubu is doing now. I don't see any southerner that can penetrate the northerner like the way Tinubu have done. So he needs our support for real. Let's forget about him being corrupt. There's no holy man that can rule Nigeria, and there's no holy man that can make a breakthrough in Nigeria politics. How do you want to do it? Where do you want to get the money to finance the politics? You have to get it somewhere now. So we should just forget about Tinubu being corrupt. He has done a great job to liberalize we Southerners. If we can get this job done, and there can be, arrangement between the Southern space with the Northern progressive, it will go a long way in Nigeria. There will be a lot of development, because all the conservative, when you have things like that holds you back, you won't develop. They've got religion, one, all sorts of things. So I don't think we can develop with this kind of people. And Buhari, associated himself with them, that one that controls him. That's where the problem are coming from.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, John. So thank you, John. So John, 4 times. Let's go on from you to Ola. So Ola, to you, your thoughts on the conversation. Ola, good to see you.
Hi, everyone. Yeah, I want to start from that of Tinubu. These days it's becoming difficult for me to believe the video content online, and for the fact that there are some edited video now. For example, there was a place where Tinubu, what did he even say that? He said something, but these people, they went ahead to edit it, they edited that video. It was this lady, Oji, that was even telling Rufai that no, that he did our own research and he discovered that that was edited. So I think some of the bad things we may get on internet these days may not be things that are coming directly from the candidate. So to me, it would be a surprise to me for Tinubu not to know that normal students are supposed to spend 4 years in school and will be saying 8 years. So I don't believe that. So let me just take that on there. Then as for
hello, Mr. Ola.
Okay, sir.
I just watched the video. He said, he first of all say, ọdún mẹ́jọ tẹ́ bá fẹ́ lò ẹ máa lò, ẹ̀yin tẹ́ máa lò ọdún mẹ́rin ẹ máa lò ọdún mẹ́rin. I just watched it now. I don't know how to cut it and send it to one man. You know what happened when he first said 8 years? They cut that part. They removed where he said ọdún mẹ́rin. That's what they did on that video.
So, and there was one place too that they said that he said that Atiku was former Anambra State governor. So it was the one that Oji Ope debunked that it was not true, that it was just edited. So a lot of fake content flying within our internet space. So to me, like I keep saying, I look away from the gap and let's just talk about economic content, because I see all those things like gap or whatever they are saying as a low level campaign, because to me, it doesn't make sense to me. Right from the beginning, like they shake all those things never makes sense. But if you ask everybody now, how many times have you seen Tinubu hands shaking? So it simply means that some of these contents are not that reliable. Even where they are even reliable, when it comes to leadership, I respect the type of leaders that you assemble to execute your vision, not just someone that, Yoruba will say, Alagbara Mamiro, you can get that strength. And if your brain is empty or you don't have, your brain is not at the capacity that can fix the macro economic needs of Nigeria, so your strength doesn't mean anything. An example now is when we say Buhari is honest, he doesn't embezzle. Okay, Buhari is not a thief. Let's assume that Obasanjo is a thief. And you can see the difference between a thief and someone that is not a thief. Someone that is a thief made life better for you. At least during this time, you could get a very good job. Even teachers could once again buy a car, and workers were living better. But look at the person that is honest, the so-called honest, incorruptible man. You see how he has messed us up. So sometimes using the cleanness or old age or something to youthfulness to measure something might not be the real metric we should look into. We should look at the competence, even from those people that Tinubu is even assembling now. For example, you will see clearly that probably these guys, they've even have those people that will be in key position whenever they're in power. So it's telling you that ability to lead and get some kind of leaders that is equal to you or can be better than you. Like you can say Fashola as the Lagos State governor was better than Tinubu, and maybe those people that follow Fashola, they are even performing better. That's the type of thing we want. We don't want a situation whereby like someone that will be the governor and you cannot even point to someone that is brought up to the leadership level. So what's the essence? If you lead, you can't find someone to succeed you and lead. So to me, we have to look beyond all this physicality as if you are going to play wrestling there. Because if you are talking of corruption, all these guys are corrupt. So let's just forget all this nonsense that one evil is lesser or whatever. Let's look at the competence. So that's what I would say there. Then on El-Rufai, well, to me, at this point, I believe there is no Cabal in that Asherok. People are just probably people are just being nice. I don't think there's any other Cabal in that Asherok than Buhari. Like what APC members are saying now that are maybe trying to make us separate APC from Buhari. Well, even though I'm not an APC member, that has always been my opinion, because right from the day one, when they asked even Buhari about all those things that APC promised, from that day one, he discarded almost everything. When you talk of restructuring, he just said he threw that whatever report they work on, he threw it to the archive, for example. So it would be telling you that what is wrong with whatever that we have now. So the guy never even believed that something is wrong. So that's the problem. So if you now go ahead now and choose a person like Buhari just because, you believe this guy save money or that save money, you may be making a very big mistake, because the money you save in the bank is not of benefit to anybody. But the money you invest, while you are investing that in critical infrastructure, you are creating job. When you are doing that, you are even inviting the private participation, and everybody is happy. All households become wealthier. So that's what we want as a country. So we should look beyond sentiment, ethnic sentiment, and try to focus on competence. Because at the end of the day, if you repeat the same mistake of 2015, honestly, just every 1 year, just add 8 years to your age, by that time you already become grandpa, or maybe most people will become grandpa or grandma. Is that the type of a situation we want to find ourselves in the next 8 years? So I think we have to be very honest with ourselves. So is there any other thing you want me to say? Because other than that, please go ahead.
All right, thank you a lot. Yeah, it's just for time. I want to. Yeah, I have a bit of a flu. Maybe you hear it in my voice. So I want to.
I'm recovering from one too. You can see that.
I don't know. We heard it in Kulata's voice as well. We had it in Rational's voice as well. Are we? Let me not say anything. Or is this? Are they sending us something from China again? Just to
our weather changed here like Sunday. It was fair for about 2 weeks, but all of a sudden the thing went to the extreme again. So I just got that cold, but when I used to have that, maybe within 2 days, if I take enough water and I quickly take something like NyQuil or Tylenol with plenty water, normally used to clear within 2-3 days. But this time around, I think I miscalculated. So so you will see me on, and sometimes I run away. So I can tell you that that thing has been dealing with me terribly. So, yes, but I'm better now.
I wasn't going to come on, but I was getting withdrawal fit symptoms, so I came on. Yeah, John.
Did you see how Tinubu was welcomed in Osun State today?
No, I didn't say it. No.
I will send you the video. All the whole street in Oshogbo. All these people saying,
is it the one that they were showing an aerial view and you could see just all the streets were packed with?
Yeah. That's just on the street too. All these people that are saying that the gubernatorial election, what's it called, tribunal will have effect on Tinubu's. I think these people they want to vote Tinubu for president too. And Adeleke instructed all the commercial bosses not to work today, but they ignored him. They want to go and welcome Tinubu.
Well, they have a new governor now, so what do they care about Adeleke?
Adeleke is still in the office.
I know, but it's a lame dog, isn't it? Really a lame dog.
That one is without him.
All right, you're starting to fade out somewhat, but let's go on from you to Saki Fada, who at school I was a latecomer, and even as an adult now, still a latecomer. But late or not, we delight in his company. So Saki Fada, good to have you.
Yeah, thank you, one more. Just to be very fast, so that I wouldn't take your time. I think I'm hearing some kind of.
No, that is John. He never mutes himself, but carry on. Yeah, Saki. So right. Yeah, go on. But don't rush through it, because you know how much the audience like to hear from you. But the El-Rufai space, take it from there and then talk us through what's been going on today.
Yeah, the El-Rufai space. I think I had an interview he granted to, is it TVC?
Yes.
I think TVC, where he was making some claims that there are obviously some cabals. The president might have good intentions, but there are some cabals who are in the presidency in Asoro who are trying to sabotage the APC as a party. But I think he also made us to understand that they are likely to meet the president tomorrow. That is what I really got from there. But obviously, like I said yesterday, we don't actually know what is really happening in real terms, But if we look at the body language of the president, I think the president appears not to support Tinubu full chest. He appears not to stand by Tinubu full chest. Maybe, like I said yesterday, my own theories, possibly maybe because of what's happened during the primaries. He wasn't given the opportunity to anoint his own candidates, from my own theory anyway. But at the same time, we might be wrong to say that the president wants an article presidency, at the same time. So I think the president is like, I'm not going to support this person frontally, but then let me make the election tight, for such a person to emerge. But let them slug it out. If at the end of the day he emerges on his own, then I don't have then I'm not then he's lucky, But for me to push him, no, So that is what I'm feeling from that very space, you know. So, but let us look at and see what happens at the end of the day. But obviously, his body language suggests that he's not with him full time. That's what I can infer from there. But whether there are people in the presidency that are pushing articles narrative, it is not clear. We might not actually know what is actually the correct thing or what is actually happening. So it appears they are going to meet the president today. From what the interview he had today suggested to me. So that's what I'm thinking. Then quickly on the southeastern space about the IPOBian narrative. I had Solomon his own take on that. I think Solomon saying that Simon Ekpa is the kingmaker now in the southeast. I think it is not totally correct. Johannes and Igbo and other groups are speaking up seriously on these issues. And this time around, the southeastern people will defy all odds. They are going to come out and vote. This Simon Ekpa issue has taken a dimension that the Southeast has come to a level they say, come on, come on, stop. You must have to stop at this level. So a lot of people are not actually listening to him. Very many of those people who go to his YouTube and listen to him are largely perhaps IPOBians who are living outside the country. They are not living around, most of them. They are most of those in diaspora. Then I think Solomon was wrong when he said that Simon Ekpa is doing this thing out of love for Biafra. But I beg to differ. I think he's populating that very space because of the money he's getting from that space. All these contributions, all these people in diaspora are contributing monthly dues. One man, I must tell you, I think it is more than $1 million space, and he's cashing in on that. He's making a lot of money because if you tell me it is out of the love for Biafrans, how many southeastern people have died in this process? Or does he love the blood that is wasting? People are dying every day. He's seeing the videos, and those deaths are being linked to these sit-at-home issues. He's seeing the videos. So if he truly loves the southeast, will he be will you be preaching something that is taking the lives of your people? So I think he's cashing in too much on that. So that's what I think. Then lastly, on the issue of there was something something that actually brought me in most, particularly when he was talking about the way the Igbo people behave in Abuja, like that some of them, when you are with them, they do like as if they are not they don't know you, something like that, you know. Fellow Igbo people, something like that, you know. I think the theory might be understood from two levels, from different perspectives. So I think those Easterners who are born in Abuja, brought up in Abuja, who didn't actually grow up right from the East, you know. I think most of them that are brought up in Abuja, schooled in Abuja, all these are Jebota kind of generation kind of people, you know. I think those people are the kind of ones you might experience that way. To the extent that when you see such people, they might not even want to speak Igbo as normal. You know the way Yorubas, when they meet fellow Yorubas, they will prefer to converse in their language, you know. It is the opposite for people that grew up in such environments, you know. But those that came largely that were bred from the southeast and maybe they now later transition to living in Abuja, you know. I think the way they also approach things also differs, you know. So that's my point. Anyway, one more. Let me not take your time so that.
Let me play you this clip as Saki, and then just a very brief commentary on it, and then we'll wrap it up. Somebody sent this in via Instagram. It's just a 12-second clip, but this speaks to everything that we're trying to escape from.
So this is not true.
5 billion.
5 billion. And it's here around.
Wickedness of the highest order. No, this is not just Namuti.
Did you see that?
Yeah, I saw it. People are stacking money, you know, packing money.
It's actually rotting away, money rotting away.
Yeah, that is the wickedness of our political elite, you know. Not just the elite. There's somebody was talking today, and somewhere was saying that in the north that many of them don't even go to bank. They keep their billions, millions in their homes, you know. So imagine the way Nigerians are suffering, and the whole one person will pack all this money and keep it in his house. Okay, it is now wasted. You know, it is now wasted. You know, yet you didn't use the money. Yet you didn't really help the lives of the people. So that is what we see in Nigeria. You know, that is what we see in Nigeria. One man, I don't really understand why these things largely happens in countries that are abundant in natural resources, you know, not only Nigeria. I was talking with somebody from Yemen, you know, last week here, and I was trying to understand how that very space looks like, you know. I asked him, why, I think Yemen is a good country. Why, how is Yemen? He said, yeah, that Yemen is, they have oil, but the problem is that the corruption in Yemen is greater than the money they have. So I now asked him, what about Saudi Arabia that is very close to that side? Now, Saudi Arabia is very rich and they are not corrupt. He said, no. Saudi Arabia, their leaders are corrupt, but the only thing is that the level of the corruption in Saudi Arabia is less than the level of the amount of resources they have. So that is why it appears they are not, it appears to us as if they are not corrupt. So you see that all these countries that are largely abundant in resources, look at Congo, look at all these countries, you know, Nigeria, very, very, this is what you see. This is what you see in those countries, you know. So it's really quite offensive and very, very regrettable that these things happen, you know.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Saki. So thank you, Saki. So thank you, Saki. Thank you, one and all. So I'm going to wrap it up only because I need to go get plenty of fluid and plenty of rest so that we can all do it tomorrow. So that's Saki Fada, one of your favorite voices. Kulata represented.
I think you need to take some medicine to, you know, to take care of this your flu. But most of those medicine will make you sleep very well.
Yes, apart from Lemsip, which I think you probably know, I try not to take. I don't like medication. I don't like all those kind of. Unless I'm really sick, I don't tend to take medicine or anything. You know, and I'm rarely ever really sick. You know, I just loathe. Do you know that when I was a child, I used to hate having my hair cut just because I don't like anything coming off me, you know. I used to have hair once upon a time, by the way. I wasn't born like so yeah, just one of those strange creatures, I guess, you know. But
now you cut the hair very, very well. That is what psychology we call physician, you know.
Look at that. Yeah. So or they call it OCD. Maybe it's OCD. I don't know. Maybe I should get myself tested for OCD.
Yeah. So that's that. Anyway, maybe you can take maybe like ginger and hot water. Mix ginger, something like that.
Yes.
And hot water. I think it will help out, you know.
All right. Maybe I'll do that right now. As soon as I've got ginger, so I'll just do that. And then I'll feed back to you tomorrow. So thank you, Saki Father, and thank you, everyone. Thank you to the so let's do a roll call of the super chats, which is Alexander Gomez as ever, joined by Kulata. Ayo comes in. So now Ayo has been so thank you, Ife, thank you, Ola, thank you, Kulata, who I think has gone to sleep, and the late comer, but still always a delight. Saki Father, thank you. So thank you, Ayo. So Ayo now fast turning into the sponsor of the platform. He doubles up his routine coffee now with super chats. So thank you, Ayo. Joined by Alexander Kashe in this instance, and then they had a back and forth in the super chats. So Ayo comes back only for Alexander to come back again. Ayo comes back still, only in this instance to be joined by Desmond, who also regularly uses that function. Place Summer comes in to join them. From Place Summer, we go on to Man of Prestige. So Man of Prestige, not to be outdone by Desmond, who comes back still. Desmond holds position, still doubling on himself. And then Aizon comes in to make an acknowledgement, and the space then rounded off by Man of Prestige. So thank you, one and all. So that's exactly how we want to see it. So it's headed in the direction we want it to go. Maybe quite not at the destination just yet, but certainly a more encouraging thing in that space. So that's what we want to see. And of course, the buy the coffee thing, let's just do a roll call of that space as well. So in this instance, I'm not going to say you already know what is going to come up, because more than Ayo did it this time around. Ayo, regular as clockwork, he comes in. Akim joins. You may know him as the progressives on the platform, so that's Akim right there. And then James, who occasionally does as he occasionally does. So thank you, everyone. So to the super chatters, the happy clappers, the coffee buyers, and the in-betweeners, thank you, one and all. We love you all equally. So diarize yourself, 9:45 p.m. UK time tomorrow. We're doing it all over again, so I'll be here. Hope you will be. And just one thing before we go, I do encourage that you share the links to the platform, because that's the only way we can generate even more people. So if you have no objection to it, then it's not a strain on you. If you copy the link and you just put it in your WhatsApp group and then paste it in your Facebook spaces, or you can just paste it on your Facebook wall or wherever it is that you have conversations on Facebook, and just on your social media spaces. So share the links as widely as you can do. And then that way we get even more of an intense conversation. So I put in 7 hours. I only ask for that link to be shared. So if you do that, then you don't even have to super chat. You don't actually have to super chat. The one thing that will get you more gratitude from me is if you click on the like button and you make sure that you're subscribed, and then you share the link, and none of that costs you a penny. So click on the like button, make sure you've done that, make sure you're subscribed, and then just share the links. So that's it. And then all righteousness fulfilled after that. So I leave it here, carry conversation within the comment section, but here I say peace.